It is 8 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. Not just any day, but Charity Charge Day today, benefiting Bikes for Kids. We'll tell you more about that awesome organization and charity as they provide bikes and other things for kids. We'll tell you a lot more about them. We hit that last week, but today is Charity Charge Day at participating Buffalo Wild Wings, and proceeds this month goes to Bikes for Kids. Well, we got Blazing Silverman. He's in there. He's your intern today. He's taking phone calls at 866-WEBE-BIG. Good Time Gang is here. Got a busy weekend to recap and a busy one to look ahead to as well. Over to my left is Greg Burgess. To my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Hey.
Everybody good? Fired up?
Pretty good.
Good.
Yeah. How about y'all?
Oh, good. I'm whispering.
Why do you always think I'm whispering?
It's that
He's a
mic.
whisperer.
Because you're up here, and it goes back to what Rick told me. He said something's up with that mic, and so the first time you talk, it's like you're a lot lower. I don't think it's you. I think it's more the mic now.
Because I've never had anybody tell me that I was soft-spoken and whispered.
Yeah.
Whisper.
Which tells me it's more that mic.
Yeah.
But you were obviously lower.
How are y'all today? Hey,
There it is.
There you go.
better?
A little bit more energy.
Okay.
So Bikes for Kids provides kids with bikes year-round. They provide a number of counties in the Birmingham market with the foster associations. They team up with them to provide bikes for misplaced kids as well as foster parents. They also provide food, clothing, toys for kids year-round, especially during the holiday season coming up, beginning in Thanksgiving. And so Bikes for Kids, they're just a great organization, and that's who you're supporting today at participating Buffalo Wild Wings, where 10% of food sales goes to the charity charge, which is Bikes for Kids. And so we want to thank Tim Spencer, Buffalo Wild Wings, and all of you who go out, and it's a win for everybody. Enjoy some great food and have a good time. I think tonight, Monday Night Football, I want to say it's the Broncos that are playing.
Denver at L.A.
Yeah, so there's your Monday Night Football game tonight. If you go and enjoy some great food and you're catching that, then check it out. Also, the
Big
Yankees,
baseball game tonight. That's what I was about to say.
Yeah, the Yankees have forced a
Game
decide all
Yeah.
Game 5 game against the Guardians.
2-2, my friend.
Have y'all seen
Braves
any?
are out. I'm done.
I know, gosh, and the Dodgers, which is crazy. Have y'all seen any of the footage of the Yankees fans when the Guardians beat them game before last? They all think they got it won, and they're all cheering and stuff, and then the Guardians beat them and walk it off. It was quite the reaction. That's a buzz on social media. It's pretty funny too. I mean, sad but funny if you're a Yankees fan, if you know what I mean.
Sure. Yeah.
But tonight on TBS, 6:07 p.m. Central Time start at Yankee Stadium. It is a Game 5 decide all, Guardians and Yankees.
I did see, was it Josh Naylor hit a bomb against Garrett Cole, and on his way to second, from first to second, was doing this cradling the baby dance. And telling Garrett Cole that you're my baby or something like that,
he
or I
says
own
that,
you, or I don't know what he was
Yeah.
saying, but he was doing a funny little dance, and it was kind of interesting.
Yeah, I don't know why he does that, but he says that everybody he hits a home run off of is his son.
Okay.
So he's acting like when he's going around that,
Cradling.
hey, you're my boy, you're my son.
Yeah. Quite the
Which
scene.
basically means
Quite the dance.
I'm your daddy.
That's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah.
Roundabout way.
A roundabout way is. I wish you'd just go ahead and say that. You know,
It's confusing.
Right. So also college football. Hey, there's a lot of action.
A weekend.
A lot of action. I can tell you my dilemma on getting the family in Protective Stadium for UAB Family Day.
How about that?
For the first time, and I think it's my third or fourth year. I can't remember how many years I've been doing the stadium stuff for the UAB football program, and really enjoy it. But first time that my family has all said, "Hey, we all want to come." And just it's really more of we just all want to go do something together, but it's also on Family Day, and so you got a lot of moving parts. I'll go through that, but it was going on at the exact same time as the Alabama-Tennessee game, and I think I caught the last 7 minutes of it in the car. Terry and I riding back to the house, and my gracious, I missed a lot. It sounds like, but the new AP poll is out. Georgia at 1, Ohio State 2. Tennessee jumps 3 slots to be number 3. Michigan up 1 slot at 4. Clemson down 1 spot at 5. Then Alabama down 3 at 6. Ole Miss jumps 2 spots to number 7. And then you got TCU. They jump 5 spots up to 8. UCLA jumps 2 spots up to 9, and then Oregon jumps 2 spots up to 10. So that's your top 10 new AP poll that's coming out. And what week is it that the college football poll rankings come out?
I forget.
I don't know.
It seems like it's later than I always expected.
Like maybe 8.
It's got to be getting close, though. We got to be.
Yeah.
Right. Because, I mean, we all know that we're playing around with this poll until the new one comes out.
Yeah.
But it gives you an idea what's going on.
Yeah, that means nothing.
Yeah, right.
But
anyway,
gives people something to get mad about or happy about.
Yeah. So I get home, and I guess we pull in time to see Alabama miss the field goal, and then Tennessee goes down and makes their field goal.
I thought he missed it.
About 50. Oh, it looked terrible.
Yeah, well, it got blocked. Is why I got tipped. And
knuckle.
It goes a knuckleball in just over.
Tim Wakefield threw one through the goal.
I mean,
when it took off,
night.
I said, well, it'll be short because
That's what
it's
I
flying
thought.
through the air sideways.
Yeah. Right.
You know.
I guess we got home just in time for that, and just in time for the Mississippi State kickoff, which I predicted that game. And so I'm sitting there and I'm watching the Tennessee game, and I'm seeing everybody storm the field and all this. Well, wow, what an atmosphere!
Smoking cigars.
How many fans does that thing hold?
It's over 100,000.
Golly. And then I see the goalpost being ripped down, and
think about it. I haven't seen them rip a goalpost down.
No, I haven't. But have you seen the guy on the goalpost that is directing traffic on how to get it out of the stadium? No. He's standing on the goalpost trying to tell everybody what to do, and they end up throwing it in the river.
That's what I was going to say. Did I say they threw it in the river?
Yeah, and we
That's weird.
That was quite the
Chunk in the river.
Video capture of that. I'm not really sure what happened there, but it was entertaining to see them try to get it through the tunnel and out the stadium.
I've never seen.
I think it's kind of big. It's like moving furniture through a door.
Sure. Yeah. How you gonna get it? It's not.
Yeah,
But I've never seen that many people on a field that you couldn't see any green.
No.
Of course, I got to tell them something. You got the rest of the season to go.
You do. You do.
Don't peak right there.
Right.
You're gonna look foolish if you don't finish this thing up.
Somebody put a camera just on the student section, and they didn't show the kick or anything like that, and then their reaction, and then everybody trying to get over the wall to get onto the field, so you got people falling, you got all the ladies in boots trying to get over.
We had a few games with people on the field. I actually watched the end of USC and Utah.
Yeah.
Of course, Lisa.
What?
She was sitting there watching it with me. This is funny. And, it gets down the wire. Even if you're not in the game, it's funny because it came down to the last second.
Right.
Anyway, so Utah went to interviewing Utah's coach, and and she was halfway paying attention. It had Utah Utes under it. She goes, his name's Utah Utahs? She thought that was his name. I said, no, it's Utah Utes. Oh, but they did have it right by his face, like you put his name. She thought his name was Utah Utahs. She thought his name was you. She didn't know who was playing.
She loves you telling that.
Yeah, and I got to laughing. I said, no, that's the team. And then it put his name up there. I said, there's his name.
Yeah, USC fell to 12th, dropped 5 after getting beat by them.
By the way, you asked about the rankings. November 1st.
November 1st.
Okay. Tuesday.
So we are coming
do it
up
on Tuesday.
That's right. They announce it on ESPN. I have a little show, and they reveal where everybody's at.
There we go.
Yep.
And then they do it every week on Tuesday.
Right.
Correct.
That's right.
And so whenever I go do the UAB stuff, I have to leave in the middle of the 11 a.m. games. And so you had like Michigan and Penn State and Auburn and Ole Miss. You had some good early games. And at the time, the Michigan-Penn State game was close. And then I looked at the score at the end, and Michigan blew them out.
Yeah, it got ugly.
Good gracious.
Auburn tried to come back.
Yeah.
But then they had a rain delay. I don't know. Rick and Bubba. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the MyStore.com website. Go to MyStore.com, enter the code BUBBA to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. RickandBubba.com. Here's a question. Is there anything more precious than the security of you and your loved ones? Of course not. That's why we use and trust Simply Safe Home Security. Simply Safe protects you with cutting-edge security technology powered by 24/7 professional monitoring agents. Simply Safe has affordable plans starting at less than $1 a day. Customize the perfect system for your home at simplysafebubba.com and claim a free indoor camera plus 20% off with interactive monitoring. Go to simplysafebubba.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsor. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Well, if we're being totally honest, maybe we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day. Now, there's zero chance of that happening. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you have more energy, you feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight too. Join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with promo code Bubba. Fieldofgreens.com or go to rickandbubba.com. The U.S. Navy chose EnviroCleanse air purifiers to help stop COVID, flus, and colds from spreading on board ships and subs. Now it's cold and flu season, and EnviroCleanse mineral technology is available for your home, for you and your family. This is how you stop colds and flu from taking your family down. And it neutralizes allergies by destroying toxins, pollen, and mold. It's made right here in the USA. Just go to ekpure.com. Use the code Bubba for 10% off plus a free air quality monitor. That's ekpure.com, code Bubba. If you need a new sofa or chair and you want to update your living space, look no further than Allform. We have an Allform sofa. And folks, the Allform sofa pieces are made in America. They're easy to assemble and they're scratch and stain resistant. They come in a wide variety of shapes and configurations, and they ship right to your front door with a 100-day risk-free trial. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up for free and give you a full refund. Allform is offering 20% off all orders if you go to allform.com/Bubba. That's allform.com/Bubba for 20% off, or rickandbubba.com for a link.
Mom, Dad's doing a crazy dance on the patio.
Ooh, really bad dancing. Sweetie, are you okay?
Vicious mosquitoes everywhere! Save yourselves!
I'll call Cooks before you pull a muscle.
You don't have to live with mosquitoes. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 5-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Raycon's everyday earbuds offer quality sound at half the price of other premium audio brands. They have optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, making them comfortable enough for all-day wear. And with 3 different sound profiles and 32 hours of battery life, we can listen to whatever, whenever. It's no wonder Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 49,000 5-star reviews. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba to get 15% off your order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. Our friends at Lear Capital sent us one of those free Kennedy silver $50 that they're offering for free to our listeners. Now, with the price of silver going up, this free silver $50 has value. It's a smart time to invest in precious metals, and Lear Capital has 25 years experience, an exceptional Trustpilot rating, and a risk-free investor's pledge. There's no purchase necessary. Just chat with a Lear specialist about investing in precious metals and get your free Kennedy silver $50. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com.
The gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other.
Rick and Bubba.
Wake working on their
22
blubber.
minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. So we've gone over a number of different things. New AP poll out for college football. Major League Baseball has their last playoff game this weekend, or today, I should say, to see who, between the Yankees and the Guardians, who will meet the Astros. It's a Game 5 decide all. Back at Yankee Stadium today. The Dodgers were upset by the Padres, and the Braves were upset by the Phillies. So the Phillies and Padres meet. So that's decided. And then on the American League side, you've got the Yankees and the Guardians playing to see who meets the Astros. So there you go. You're up to date on the Major League Baseball. And as I said, college football rankings are out. Today's Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge. The participating Buffalo Wild Wings benefits Bikes for Kids. And so go out and enjoy some great food, where 10% of food sales goes to Bikes for Kids, the charity for this month. All right, we're hopping through the weekend. Man, there's a lot of stuff. We touched a little bit on the Tennessee-Alabama game, and
Wow, what a game.
goalposts being carried out to the river and trying to get it through the tunnel, and all that was pretty entertaining. We'll have a lot of that to discuss during the main show. So this past weekend for the UAB game, they were hosting Charlotte, and they won. Came out a little flat, but got it together. I had the entire family come to the game. And
Lot of
you know,
moving parts,
boy,
buddy.
and a lot of people in different locations too.
Even
and,
better.
Yeah, you got them all over the place, and 2 parking passes.
Oh.
And so you go, okay. I'm trying to tell everybody. So down where for those of you around the country, Protective Stadium is the new home for the UAB football program. And it's in downtown Birmingham.
Oh, yeah.
It's a really cool
Right in the
setting.
heart
It's
of it.
right by Top Golf and just right there by the
Restaurants.
BJCC. And matter of fact, Jason
Uptown.
Aldean was there
really?
Saturday night, which led to a little bit more of a
As I
traffic
should
issue.
say, well, boy, that's a good schedule.
Yeah, but luckily the game's wrapping up and everybody's clearing out from the football side before the concert starts that night. So I talked to some event staff who was working double duty, and they were like, "We'll be here for a minute." But so I had what they say is blue parking. So blue parking, it's close to the stadium, but you know, with blue parking, if you're in my truck, you do have to get there a little early because I've got a job to do. I'm not going to watch the game. I'm going to work the game. And so trying to get everybody on board with that. But you hate to drive in with an empty car, you know what I mean, and just waste a parking pass.
Sure. Yeah.
And then we had green parking, which is on the other side of the stadium, but it's really good parking too. So I'm trying to, through
You gotta
text
park
message.
here, and everybody meet in the middle.
You're all over the place. So finally, after most of the morning fretting with, all right, how are we going to do this? And some guys still asleep. Some of my boys still asleep. And,
Get up.
they're not going to get a text message till 11 o'clock. And by then, I've got to kind of be ready to go.
Yeah, you've already read your script.
I finally just threw my hands up and said, "That's it. Meet at the Southgate at 1:50 or 1:45, 1:50, and however you get there, you on your own." I was tired of.
Yeah, I can't help you with your parking.
You know what? It's parking. If you want to waste $20 and park,
Sure.
When you have a parking pass, that's on you. So I go and anytime you've got tickets at will call, you're always
You're
like,
nervous,
oh
right?
no,
Because I've had it go bad.
Yeah.
Probably more than it's gone right.
Right. And so at the south gate of Protective Stadium, that's where the Marching Blazers, the UAB band, starts to play, and then they march in. It's like, here we go. Well, about the time I'm going to get tickets, they crank up, and so I'm trying to talk through the little hole in the window to the guy and give him my name. Do what? Wilburn. And so we're screaming and hollering, and so Reese is there and Terry's there. I see them, and then I see in the distance, hey, I think that was JC's car. He's looped
got
for
a
the
park.
second time.
Yeah, he's looking for a space.
Right, looking for a spot.
He thinks he can beat $20.
Right.
There's
And
got to
he's-
be a 15 around here.
Right,
somewhere.
and he's got one of his roommates with him. There goes Tyson, and I think was that Tyson waving out the door. What's he doing? The window, and then you got Tyler and River and Mabry. They're on their own and they're parking as well. And so I'm like, good night. Of course, Tyler calls and says, hey, 65 is shut down. And if Rick's listening, it's right where it always is, shut down. But this time, not going south, going north. I have no idea why, but just south of town, by the Shelby County Airport. He says, Dad, we hadn't even moved, and
What is the
so
deal?
y'all go on in, and I guess we'll text you when we come out, and you'll just throw tickets, out the gate, and we'll try to get in. Well, then I had to tell Terry, my first thing is in about 10 minutes. I've got to go. I'm sorry. You own. I don't know what else to do. Band playing. Huh? I got to go in. Well, I didn't know it, but I forgot my pass.
Oh, Speedy.
Where'd you leave it?
Well, I'm out of my element. I'm normally by myself, and then now we got,
blue parking, green
we got
parking,
blue parking, and
lanyards laying everywhere.
Traffic jam.
Ultimately, it's on me.
There goes
so,
JC again.
Right, looping. Where did I park?
He's hoping something
you
comes
could
up.
be with us. What about? I might want to leave at a different time. Well,
He
my
clearly
gracious, you're on your own.
He probably had to park on the medium that he probably wasn't supposed
right,
to. We've
right,
all done
right,
that.
Right. So I had to teach myself a lesson.
Oh, man.
Where I park is probably 2 to 3 blocks away.
You had to go get it.
And Terry and Reese are standing there in front of Will Call, and I have no pass to get in. None.
Did you go, look, y'all have seen me here.
Right. I wanted to say that, but it's a field pass, and the way we go and do and all this, and I don't know if you've seen event
Chris
staff.
Woods ain't going to let you on the field about it.
Sometimes event staff, they don't really care what you're doing. No. And so I made myself run all the way back and run all the way back to the gate.
Okay,
I would not allow myself to walk because
at least you've been doing some running.
I had to punish myself.
Yeah.
And it was, Saturday, it climbed on up to about 80.
Yeah.
It was a little warm. I come back, I'm a sweaty mess. I'm talking about
and they go,
I am
now
sweating.
go, first break.
Yeah, I know. So then I run in. I grab the mic with a few minutes to spare. A little out of breath.
Yeah, get a little oxygen off the sideline.
But hey, it was a great day. Everybody actually got there, and we enjoyed a wonderful day together.
Awesome.
But
I saw the picture. It was a good family.
Yeah. How about I had to teach myself? No, you can't walk.
No, you got to run.
Bubba.
Here's a question. Is there anything more precious than the safety of you and your loved ones? Of course not. So isn't it strange that not all home security companies truly put you first? Old school home security companies set you up with outdated technology, they overcharge you for service, and they lock you into binding multi-year contracts. That's why we use and trust Simply Safe Home Security Simply. Simply Safe protects you with cutting-edge security technology powered by 24/7 professional monitoring agents who always have your back. Simply Safe blankets your home in protection with advanced sensors for every room, window, and door. There are even hazard sensors that instantly detect fires, floods, and any other threats to your home. Their monitoring experts use proprietary advanced response technology to visually confirm when a break-in is real. Customize the perfect system now for your home at simplysafebubba.com and claim a free indoor camera plus 20% off with interactive monitoring. Go to simplysafebubba.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Hey, business owners, have I got some good news for you, especially if gas is a big expense. You now have access to the A2B fuel card, which until now was only available for fleet owners. The A2B fuel card is accepted anywhere they take Visa. You can use your A2B fuel card for maintenance, repairs, and more, or restrict your card to just fuel purchases for employees to use. A2B will even watch out for misuse and suspicious transactions. But A2B is more than just saving you money. They also make it easy to manage all your fuel and transportation-related costs to help quickly prep your taxes and are always there to help with 24/7 support that answers in seconds. You work hard for your business. Get the fuel card that's going to work hard for you. Get A2B. There's no credit check required. Apply today at A2B.com/Bubba. For a limited time, you'll get a $50 credit. That's the letter A to the letter B.com/Bubba to apply and get a $50 credit, or go to rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Inflation is rising. COVID hurt the economy, and some say a recession may be coming. Remember what the last recession did in 2008 to your retirement? Yikes. I think we all do. A Federal Reserve survey broke some bad news dating back to the 50s. Whenever inflation and unemployment have hit today's levels, history suggests a recession may be near. Well, our friends at Lear Capital know that investing in physical gold and precious metals can be a brilliant strategy against what's possibly coming. Smart investors all over are investing in gold and precious metals, and they're doing it for two reasons. One is that gold can be a great hedge during a recession. The second reason is that the closer a recession gets, the more your gold could be worth. So talk with the team at Lear Capital about owning precious metals for your savings and retirement accounts. And right now you'll receive up to $10,000 in free bonus coins based on the value of the gold coins you purchase. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LEAR Bubba.com or RickandBubba.com.
Mom, Dad's doing a crazy dance on the patio.
Ooh, really bad dancing. Sweetie, are you okay?
Vicious mosquitoes everywhere! Save yourselves!
I'll call Cooks before you pull a muscle.
You don't have to live with mosquitoes. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, my coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about My Pillow for years on this show, and now they've got my coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of my coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning into the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. It's the kickoff hour. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour. Both of them are here now. Adler will join us shortly, and the entire gang will be ready for the main show starting right after top of the hour. Blazing Silverman, he's your intern today at 866 We Be Big. He's ready to screen your phone calls up. Plus, he's pulling show prep for the guys ready to go. And don't forget Charity Charge today at participating Buffalo Wild Wings, benefiting Bikes for Kids, another great organization that's the beneficiary for the Buffalo Wild Wings Rick and Bubba Charity Charge. All right, so we are back kind of looking around a little bit. Game 5 decide all in the American League Division series. They will face the Astros, either the Yankees or the Guardians. And so that's something to look over at if you're one of those that's not into the Monday Night Football game and you love sports. The ALDS tonight is back in New York for a Game 5 decide all there. And then the Monday Night Football game, you said it was the
Denver at L.A.
Denver at L.A.
That doesn't do anything for them.
No, that's a tough one there.
Denver's kind of struggling, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, I don't know if L.A. whatever they're doing.
Yeah. So how was y'all's weekend? I know I just kind of told y'all about my Saturday. And actually, I know that sounded like a fiasco, and I haven't announced to the family. The biggest drama is going to be parking and getting in. Once you've done that, enjoy the day. And it really was. It was a lot of fun. And the way they had the stuff that I did around the stadium spread out and where they were sitting, it was kind of convenient that I could hang out with them in between all that. So it was actually a fun day. Got a little warm, and it was really funny because everybody was trying to keep up with the other games, Alabama, Tennessee being the main one, during that game. Yeah. And so that was the big whisper around the stadium is, have you heard the score? Oh, my gosh. You know, Bama's losing. Oh, they're tied again. Yeah, you know, it was that throughout the entire game.
A lot of action.
Well, I think all of us had intentions. I know me and Rick and Greg to some extent when he's checking his phone, but we wanted to mess with you. And so we started off messing with you, but then it was all real.
Yeah.
Like we wanted to make it seem like
like
you
it
were
was just-
missing out on all this stuff, and we were just kidding, like when we started.
Okay.
But then it got real.
Yeah.
And we were like, wow, so we're doing all this, and he's going to go back, and he's really missed out on a lot. One of the most remarkable games that I've seen in a long time.
It was.
Well, I was catching up because I had to put it on Do Not Disturb my phone, because if not, I would have been doing stuff in my phone and my watch would have been vibrating the whole time. But I was going back and looking through some of it. It's pretty funny, some of y'all's text messages. But y'all were calling top 5 college games that you've ever seen. Is it? Did I see that right?
It's up there.
Yeah, it is up there. I don't.
mean, it was just swinging back and forth the whole time.
Just joining us.
It was a brawl. It was heavyweight fight in all aspects of the game.
Every possession seemed important.
It did.
Wow.
And
Because-
big time plays. Goodness gracious.
I thought
big
it was going
plays.
to turn is when like Tennessee would score and go up, and then Bama would tie it. Well, then when Tennessee fumbled and Bama picked it up, they flipped it. Now they were scoring, and then Tennessee was having to tie it. You know how they flipped on them, but it came down. to
It had everything that you can imagine, and then of course when you've got that kind of hype and that kind of opportunity to have that type of atmosphere,
right?
Oh, it's incredible.
But let me tell you what, I'm sick and tired. You know how I am about this replay stuff anyway.
Oh, here
we
we go.
spent 20 minutes on whether it was 3rd or 4th down. I have never in my life seen. Look, we got enough delays. Can y'all not keep? And it was obvious it was 4th down. And it's like the guy with the sign was not willing to give it up, that he was wrong.
Yeah.
It's 3rd down. 20 minutes.
Didn't
They
realize it
looked,
was that long. But
well, I may be exaggerating.
you are, but it
was a
seemed
long
like, it did
time.
seem like it. I'll give you that.
It was a long
It seemed
time.
like it was forever.
Way longer than any other.
What is this?
Just look, it was 4th down. It was everybody knew it was 4th down except the one guy. And all of a sudden we cared. I mean, he was wrong. I mean, everybody else had it.
When you and Herschel Walker were watching the game together, did y'all really get frustrated with that? Huh?
Don't get me started.
Let me ask you this, because I didn't see it. What's all this controversy about? Was it pass interference or not pass interference?
Greg and I
Well,
were talking
first of
about
all,
this
there were
earlier.
17 penalties on Alabama.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
pick one. But the one when at the end, it would have been the ball game in the end zone.
Kool-Aid McKinstry, he just went and grabbed it and took off down the field.
All right,
with
so
it.
Alabama's on defense.
And
if
you
he's
think it's
intercepted.
over. You think it's over.
Yeah, because they.
So
you know,
they intercept the ball and 'cause
That would have
I'm-
ended it.
he
Okay.
run it out of the end zone past midfield.
Yeah.
I mean,
Ooh.
and then all of a sudden you look, there's an interference flag. Now, you look at the play, it could have been interference. It was one of those that could go either way, but I would have liked to see the flag a little quicker. You know, because I'm not saying this is the case, but it's one of those where it looks like once he takes off, now I'm throwing the flag. I'm not saying that's what happened. But, yeah, you could – it was interference, but it also it wasn't, it wasn't flagrant.
You know how you'll watch a play develop and you can immediately tell that's pass interference. Well, as the play was developing, I never thought it was pass interference.
Okay.
But when you go back and watch it, it clearly was pass interference. But it was one of those things where he picks the ball off, he takes off down the field. I'm not even thinking pass interference.
I wasn't either.
I'm thinking it's a block downfield,
And he did.
and
He
they
got his
did
hand
get that.
in,
Yeah,
you know,
but
anyway, it was a lot. But now,
But to
Bama
Greg's
had
point, 17 penalties
17?
and a
Wasn't it 17? Am I
huge-
wrong? I
No,
think-
you're right. It was 17 penalties and a very huge special teams mishap.
Yeah.
All right, well, how
Yeah.
much did the atmosphere and the noise contribute to those 17 penalties? Was it?
I think a little bit. Saban said
if
it
you get them
didn't.
false starts. You know.
There was that's what I was
Yeah.
wondering.
I mean, you had
Just communication
receivers.
on offense, a lot of it.
Speed, you
some
had
of it?
receivers that would get on the line and would just go without anything. I mean, just stumble. I mean, it was good. It was,
But like
it was
Coach
just really
Saban
weird to
saying,
see
it's
Alabama
all
having
hand-
17
you know,
penalties.
they were prepared to communicate in the
They
loud
were.
noise, but
Yeah.
that's still
Right.
But it was fun to watch.
I'm gonna tell you what I was not ready for is how many times they got to Bryce Young, and how many times when he did elude and they hit him hard.
He
Like,
took some licks,
he
but-
took a ton of licks.
But boy, that was two good quarterbacks.
Yes,
both
it was.
teams.
Right.
Both of them.
Well, that's interesting. I missed most of that. Like I said, I didn't get there until the kick, and it was blocked. I mean, they number 47 got through the line and tipped it.
Yeah.
That's why it looked like a knuckle. Because if you look, it looks. I mean, it's end over end, perfect. You know, and then he tips it and it turns into a knuckleball, but just got over crossbar. So so there you go. All right. Well, so y'all just chilled out and watched the games and had a good
Pretty
time.
much, yeah.
And then yesterday had to work sound at church, and then afterwards there was talk that the family was coming over, and we had some delicious food, and the kids were over. But my next door neighbor, if you'll remember, he loves his blow ups for Halloween and Christmas.
Okay.
And he got
it's very important that you say Halloween and Christmas with that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Very very great.
Loves
And they're funny. They're funny little blow up characters for Halloween and Christmas. They're like
Got a lot of them,
they're like cute and sweet things. It's not. And
I've seen 'em.
He
I've been
worked
out
with
there.
UAB
Yeah.
football for a while, and so he's even got an orange dragon out there for UAB football.
Okay.
And so that was a big deal with the Cove yesterday. Is that all the kiddos are seeing all of these, kind of start to decorate the yard kind of things, and it looks like that the word has gotten out and people are kind of creeping by. Do people still get out and look at decorations? Because it looked like they were in Helena. Especially when it got dark, they
More
all
Christmas.
light up.
I don't
in
look at
different
Halloween.
colors.
I don't
And
look
Christmas,
at
a
Halloween
lot of people do.
decorations.
Well,
but-
at the end of our cul-de-sac, there's a beautiful sunset, so people go down and they park right there because the way the sun sets right there, it's up on a hill and you can really see it. So that people are already creeping around dark to come out and see that. But then they were stopping there, taking pictures, and kids getting out. And the big thing now is they're going to get out and they're going to hug them. They're going to hug the little funny
Have you got
characters.
you some inflatables?
I don't have any
like to see you
inflatables
step up.
because we have enough right there.
That
it's
pretty much
just right
covers it
there.
for everybody.
Yeah. Plus, if I get one inflatable, okay, and he's got 25 out there, I look like I'm.
Yeah, I've seen back on the creepy side. I've seen I told you about that giant skeleton. I've seen it out a couple. Must be a new item this year. I exaggerated a little bit. I said it was 15. I bet it's 10 feet tall, 8 to 10 feet.
It just sits out in front.
Yeah, it's full of skeleton standing there.
Yeah, we got one right down the street that's
It's
every
huge.
bit of 10 foot.
Yeah.
And I've noticed ever since Rick brought that up about, your neighbors and Halloween, I've looked at a lot of neighbors differently than I have in the past.
Mm-hmm.
Like, for instance, and if we were in the old studio, Greg, you would ride right by this. There's one, and they seem like such a sweet family. And there's 5 witches out front, and it looks like they have them hand in hand.
Oh, I've seen that.
And it looks like they're praying. It's a
It's a
weird.
little circles.
That's not what they're doing, but that's what it looks like.
It's a weird little thing.
It's
I've seen
weird.
it. There's one in Jacksonville.
Okay.
Well, luckily the Cove decorations they're all lighthearted.
coven,
They're
sure.
all lighthearted and fun. No creepy things. Because I think that's important too.
Yeah.
Like we got us a.
Did you see that picture Adler sent us?
Yes.
That's spooky.
Yeah.
And
Michael Myers always scared me anyway. Standing in the
Don't
clothesline.
like it. Don't like it.
And I feel I don't know what this is, but evidently I'm at that point where I can't drive by a Starbucks and not have a pumpkin spice latte.
Oh,
Happened
wow.
twice over the weekend.
You hear yourself?
I know. That's what I'm
Okay.
saying.
Just want to make sure.
Twice. I had a slate of tennis Saturday morning, which I love doing it. It's Saturday morning early, bright and early, knock it out. But I felt like I couldn't go out there without my pumpkin spice.
Wow.
And then I did it again yesterday. I'm like, you're out and about. And there's that green sign. Just go get one. You're a grown man. You can have one.
You can do whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
Right?
Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Attention. Do you suffer from severe fried chicken-related cravings? If so, Kentucky Fried Chicken's $6 two-piece drum and thigh combo may be right for you. The combo contains tasty chicken, creamy mashed potatoes, a flaky biscuit, and an ice-cold drink. Side effects may include more money in your wallet, happiness, and the urge to lick your fingers. Order KFC's two-piece drum and thigh combo in the KFC app for just $6. That's finger-licking good. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Tax extra.
What's your least favorite season? Now, if you're like me, it's cold and flu season. So get relief from it this year with Mucinex DM. With cough and chest congestion relief for 12 hours in just one dose. That's 3 times longer than 4-hour products. Mucinex DM makes any season comeback season. Even cold and flu season. Get 3 times the relief in just one dose with Mucinex DM. It couldn't be simpler. Nothing lasts longer among over-the-counter cough and cold remedies. Mucinex DM provides 12 hours of relief for chest congestion and cough, day or night. Use as directed.
Did you know a fire department responds to a fire every 23 seconds? This Fire Prevention Month First Alert is reminding you to be prepared by installing smoke and carbon monoxide alarms on every level and in each bedroom of your home. Don't forget to add First Alert fire extinguishers on every level, plus in common spaces like the kitchen, and know how to use them. Protect your whole home with safety you can trust by visiting firstalert.com and Lowe's stores today.
Did you hear about Taco Bell's apology? Yeah, they apologized for going too far with their breakfast. Like the naked egg taco and chicken biscuit nachos? It was too much. All you need in the morning is tasty, simple food. Like the breakfast crunch wrap. Fluffy eggs, melty cheese, sausage, crispy hash browns, wrapped in a warm tortilla. Or, as some call it, a breakfast crunch thing. Grab one today, only at Taco Bell. At participating U.S. Taco Bell stores during breakfast hours only until 11 a.m. while supplies last. Contact local store for hours and participation, which vary.
Well, if we're being totally honest, we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day, but if you're like us, we don't always have the time or energy to make that happen. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you'll have more energy, you'll feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight. We all want a simple nutrition plan with results so powerful that when we take our next physical, the doctor compares our old lab work to the new lab work, and he says, hey, keep doing what you're doing. This wonderful product is powered with a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It can help you stay healthy, plus it's organic. So join us and take Field of Greens, too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA. That's fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code BUBBA or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
9 minutes until top of the hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. This portion of the show brought to you by carshield.com/Bubba. You know, with everything going up now in prices, they're still rising. When you get carshield.com/Bubba, you never have to worry about that because you're going to get in a fixed rate with the cost of them covering your vehicle. Their price will never go up, and they'll help handle everything. We appreciate that they offer protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before, whether your car has 5,000 or 150,000 miles. When you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork and the headaches or whatever. All you have to do is choose the mechanic and their Car Shield administrators handle the rest. It's really easy, folks. You can also count on them to help take care of when your car breaks down and you're stuck on the side of the road, which we all hate. Every protection plan includes coast-to-coast roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and a rental car option at no additional cost. So check them out right now at carshield.com/Bubba. They've got your back. Getting coverage is easy. Just contact them at carshield.com/Bubba for a free quote. That's carshield.com/Bubba. Or you can call 1-800-391-8888 to save 10% on your plan. So you just contact them. They give you a quote, and then you're locked in. So check it out and get covered today. You can also go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button as well. All right, so we're hopping along here. Don't forget, today, Charity Charge Day with Buffalo Wild Wings and the Rick and Bubba Show. 10% of food sales goes to Bikes for Kids this month. All right, so we've talked about college football this past weekend, the Alabama-Tennessee game. We got a lot more to discuss with that coming up. We have one here, and I don't know if, to be fair to Bubba, we need to wait or not, but there's actually a story out today that has to do with a pretty big historical moment on the Rick and Bubba Show, and that's when we were flying somewhere, and we saw Bubba lean back in his chair so far that he was underneath the chin of the guy behind him. And there's actually
completely oblivious to it.
A story out today, air travel controversy. Passengers who recline their seats on flights are seen as rude. But then others say, well, they recline back, so what are we supposed to do? There's the controversy.
It's hard to argue with that.
There's the
If
controversy.
you're not supposed to do it, you shouldn't make them. Now, I think that one Bubba had was either malfunctioning, because I've never seen anybody.
I hadn't either.
Or in my mind, I'm just remembering it that way.
Right.
But I remember you pointing it out, and me and you.
I was like, Greg, please look.
And the guy had a frustrated look on his face, and then Bubba's right in front of him.
Well, he was breathing Bubba's air is what it was. For years, people have weighed in on whether they or other passengers should fully recline their seats back during their flight, especially mid-long flights, because the act of reclining that seat means the person sitting behind the airplane chair will now have far less space than otherwise. So,
But they are made to recline.
They are made to recline, but then, you know,
I don't know.
You just anyway, we'll to give him proper time to defend himself. Maybe we wait. Hey, it was so far back.
A chair had all it could take.
Oh yeah, then it could be that it buckled and just.
And
said,
the other guy was like, and Bubba's just over there.
See me. I couldn't be comfortable knowing I'm making somebody else uncomfortable.
I couldn't.
Golly,
You know,
it's funny.
It's like if I see somebody, even if I'm going above the speed limit, if they coming up on me in the left lane, I got to get over. If I know I'm holding somebody up,
even though I look down, I go, well, they must be going 100.
Right.
I had that this morning. I'm like, well, I better get over because this guy's. I mean, I'm going 80.
Yeah.
And he's walking me.
Mm-hmm. But there's some people that go, no, I'm going the speed limit, so you're gonna have to deal with it. I'm not getting over. Don't understand those people, but so I couldn't recline back and be comfortable knowing that somebody else is just sitting there looking at the top of my head. Say, he was so far back. Helmsy, if you
Me
think,
and you got so tickled we couldn't quit laughing.
Right. Do you want me to show you how far back he was?
Yes,
All right,
please.
hold on. Let's
Please
see here.
demonstrate.
Let's see here, Greg. Slide over this way. It's right there, like that. He was like this, right?
I'm the other guy. And the guy had a frustrated look on his face, which made it better.
Yeah. The fact that Bubba was using that guy's chest as a pillow.
I know.
He was so far back.
Remember we dubbed him the unluckiest guy on the plane?
He thought, well, hey, look.
You drew that seat. I'm sorry. You're the unluckiest guy on the plane.
Just an hour and a half flight, 2 hour
It's
flight.
not
Not
too
a big
bad.
deal. I'll be fine. Oh, wow. Oh, my gracious alive.
That was something else.
All right.
I saw something online.
We'll
the
just
other
save
day.
that, all right?
Yeah, let's just let him defend himself.
Okay.
I saw something online the other day in regards to planes and seats and some of these airlines that let you go in and just grab as long as it's in a certain
General
section, you
admission.
grab your seat. And this was a tip on how to keep people from sitting next to you.
Yeah.
You sit down in the middle seat and you act like you're excited for them to sit there. Sit here. Sit here.
Oh, that's a good one.
That's
They're like,
and they think you're crazy, and so they
That's
move on.
funny.
Yeah.
And I thought, wow, what a good tip.
That's good stuff right
I
there.
saw an article this weekend, and somebody had taken a picture of them being wedged between two large ones.
Yeah.
And they were like, this is ridiculous. I mean, they're wedged.
All right, I have an update real quick on this new thing, that this 12-foot skeleton It's the new thing for Halloween that you said you see.
Oh, it's a big one.
I drive by one every single day.
Well, we got
It's really scary.
I'm sure multiple places sell them, but a home improvement place sells them, and a buddy of mine says he knows the price of them, $500 each.
So you're going to spend $500 on some giant skeleton to put up once a year, and then you got to store the big thing.
Yeah, it's the new thing. This 12-foot skeleton you put out in your yard, and Greg's seeing them.
$500.
That's what he says.
That's ridiculous.
I don't know that I'm spending $500 on a skeleton. Do you?
No.
But think
I
about
know
it.
I'm not.
Yeah, I'd store it in the attic, and it'd scare me to death if I ever had to go up there.
Yeah, and that's another thing. You got to deal with it. You don't get him out once a year. Big
12-foot skeleton. Good
That's
night
crazy.
alive. All right, so we got a really busy week here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Hard to believe it's already mid-October.
Yeah,
and for where we live, bow season for deer hunting started this past weekend.
didn't it?
And it's kind of funny because my boys are kind of, I don't know about you with Taylor and everything, and I know yours are still, young, Helmsy, so they're not going off on their own, but mine have been hot and cold when it comes to hunting.
Yes.
It's like, depending on their world, sometimes they're just so busy they can't. Well, they're all in this year. Let me tell you, they're all in. And so yesterday for a late lunch, early dinner, JC comes over and goes, man, I really wish I could bow hunt. I'm like, really? Have you been practicing any? Well, no, I can't remember that. Well, we probably ought to be practicing some. We've had y'all set up.
Couple shots.
And, they misremember things, too. Yeah, I had y'all set up for some bows, when y'all were younger, and y'all just never got into it. Yeah, buddy, I can take you to where all our hunting stuff is. They're still in the cases. Yeah, I did.
Never used them.
No, man. No, Dad. I would have bowed. No, you didn't, buddy. I had you set up. I said, now we got the classic crossbow that takes the tip of your fingers off if you don't watch out.
Yeah, you got to watch
they've advanced with that a lot.
Thank goodness. A lot of missing fingertips.
Round.
Yeah.
That first round it came out.
Yeah, so Dana, it hadn't been shot in years. But we probably ought to go in the back and probably practice a little bit.
Yeah.
What do y'all think? So you just think you can climb a tree and start hunting?
Well,
bow hunting? I guess you're some phenom. But that was on me yesterday afternoon. Man, I can't believe we're not bow hunting. This is the first time you've ever said anything.
You ain't talking about in 5 years.
Rick and Bubba.
He takes that fame and he runs for office. He was already a senator, a congressman, a judge, and a lawyer. And he takes that right to the Oval Office. And instead of he loses a controversial election, instead of acting like Hillary Clinton, he shows up at the inaugural. He's loyal to his people, goes back again and wins 2 terms and becomes the first populist president. In many ways, like Trump, a lot of people don't accept him. He's a backwoodsman. He's kind of crude. He's not the sophisticated, highly educated founding father like Jefferson and others, but people who relate more to Jackson. Now, he had slaves? Absolutely. Horrendous. As Condoleezza Rice says, that was our birth defect. No one's ever going to excuse that. He took the Trail of Tears, huge mistake. However, the Indians he ended up fighting were Indians that had massacred settlers. He also rallied the Choctaw Indians to fight with us. He rallied free men of color to fight with us. He paid them the same, fed them the same, armed them the same. He adopted an Indian child, and he's somebody that had great accomplishments. In his day, he was as famous as anyone and lauded by everyone outside of Washington. He was put up on the ultimate heights. This battle was celebrated as the second biggest holiday in America after the 4th of July, up until the Civil War.
I didn't know that.
Brian, did you cover the Battle of Horseshoe Bend, which actually took place not far from where we're located here? It's well known and well visited in our area. It was basically the end of the Creek Nation and the Indian occupation of Alabama.
It was, and they had massacred settlers and they had wiped out American army. And it was up to Jackson when he finally got the call from Washington back then to help fight, get your militia together, we need you. And his victory at Horseshoe Bend laid the groundwork for victories at Fort Boyer, groundwork for stopping the British at Mobile, and got his men ready to take out the British ultimately at New Orleans, where they would build a mini wall, dig a moat, and then take out the British like it was a video game.
Yeah,
did you say build a wall?
It sounded like you said build the wall.
Yeah.
All right. So
there are a lot of similarities there.
Brian, I want to ask you about this, and you do talk about this in the book. He earned a reputation of being a hard-nosed, tough cuss, a lot of grit, a lot of perseverance, and you from everything you're talking about in this book, that was an accurate portrayal.
Tough as nails, and yet not the biggest guy. I mean, by the time he's fighting this battle, he's suffering from dysentery. He took some bullets from duels that he was in. By the time he's fighting this battle, he's 6'1", 140 pounds, and yet he still was feared and revered. So he had this saying. He came from his mother that was pretty impressive, that he kind of lived his whole life with, and that saying essentially was, whatever you do, settle your own battles, and don't sue, to handle things yourself, and be a man of integrity. And that's really all he had in terms of, I guess, a code of ethics. And that's really what he did. He was all for America first back then, believe it or not.
Yeah, and he was sick, as you said, very sick. And there's a point in there where you talk about where he actually gave his horse up, even though he was violently ill.
Because he was about his men first. You ever hear the saying, a player's coach?
Yeah, yeah.
He was a player's general, and he was all about his men. It's like what they need, what their families were going through. He demanded a lot from them, but he always got it because he showed he cared about them, because he never thought he was above them. He felt like he was one of them. He felt like he was a working-class guy who understood the working-class people, and that is why he was able to get all the way, in my view, all the way to the White House. He related to everyday people. He never related to James Madison, Thomas Jefferson. He related more to Washington, because Washington was also like that, not highly educated, loved by his men. That's the person he always looked up to. So I just find that when you ask me, like, why do you keep doing this? I cannot get enough of this, the relationship they had. And I keep coming back to the same theme. America's only here by divine intervention.
No doubt.
There's just no question. There's no question. So many times we should have been flat on our back. And I'll give you an example. You remember in Washington gets burned to the ground. They're about to destroy the whole Capitol, and out of nowhere a tornado comes in and wipes the British right out of the city.
Yeah, in a place where tornadoes were not all that normal.
Right.
Yeah, excuse me. I haven't checked the weather today. Has a tornado hit Washington?
You just don't see them running for cover a lot.
But you don't in history though. See, we've taken all that stuff out now. We're taking out the miraculous things that happened to George Washington himself, so he would be alive to one day lead the revolution and become the first president. Miraculous things with his life of people who said, we shot him clearly. He had holes in his jacket, and no bullet went through him. Those things used to be in the history books. The tornado used to be in the history books. They're not there anymore. So I think these books you're writing right now, there couldn't be more of a crucial time to say, wait a minute, let's be real careful about how we remake these people. We're gonna give you the warts and all, the good, the bad, the ugly, but let's tell the truth about them.
Mm-hmm.
Well, listen, you're in the middle of the statue debate, and part of the special we're doing on television is they want to take down Andrew Jackson's statue in New Orleans, in Jackson Square. And it just sounds ridiculous, but it's true, and the mayor's leading the charge. If you want every perfect person that ever lived to be in a statue, we're going to have a lot of empty pedestals.
Yes, we are.
It's what they did in their time from Columbus on down. And the thing is, no one sits up there on that statue because they're perfect. They're noteworthy. They made an impact that lasts through generations. And if people learn, they don't say, well, there's the perfect person. General Jackson never did anything wrong. That's
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. Hello and welcome. A brand new hour beginning now. We thank you for being with us. Brand new day, brand new hour, brand new week. A lot going on. We start with the national anthem. It is 8 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us. As stated, a brand new hour on a brand new day on a brand new week. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here and ready to go forward. Rick and Bubba University students Blazing Silverman earning his degree in common sense. Common sense now, a superpower. And we thank you for being with us. We'll unpack the stories from the weekend within the show all the way out to the ends of the earth. And your phone calls will be part of it at the number I just gave you, 866-WE-BE-BIG. And we do look forward to hearing from you today as well. A brand new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, is now available. It dropped on Saturday morning. Our interview with Charles Billingsley concerning his new album and just all the things going on in the world of Charles. We had a great time visiting. Catch that if you haven't already caught it wherever you get podcasts. Sitting there is the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master at a King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to your gathering place at Rick and Bubba. Yes, it is. It's a fine day because we're all here together electronically, if not physically.
There you go. Well said. A lot to unpack. From the weekend. As you know, it is football season, so you'll see us bogged down there quite a bit on a Monday, but we will unpack that. There won't be all that we will talk about, but we'll get into other stories from the weekend.
Some big games this weekend, huh?
That was I didn't see but one of them, but I saw it, the Tennessee-Alabama game. I saw almost all of it, one half at my in-laws, and the second half at a restaurant while we were having dinner, and to watch the emotion tied to that electric game was really something.
Yeah, I had a wedding we had to go to, so I didn't get to see live any of the Alabama and Tennessee game, but I was watching the crowd that was watching it, and they're waxing and waning of the excitement and kicks going and missing and all that. It was not watching it, but watching the crowd was somewhat entertaining.
Well, it was, as I text to you guys, it was one of those wonderful moments where it's not, you don't really pull for either team, so you just get to watch great football and two really good teams play each other. And it was, now I will say I have a lot of rabid Alabama fans that I'm very close to. I really spent most of the weekend doing wellness checks.
Right.
Still have not been able to get a hold of Dickie Nadmeyer, but I was. You know how you don't know what to do, especially on at church Sunday, because you don't want to go there. So what any of my Alabama brethren or sisters, I did not bring it up. They had to bring it up.
Right.
I did
That's
not.
smart.
I did not bring it up.
Kind of like a pregnant lady that you don't know personally. You just wait for her to mention it.
And people that my in-laws who are rabid Bama fans, I just sat there and whatever they lamented, I lamented with them.
Yeah. Well, I'll say this because I said predicting the games. I
had
thought,
no opinion. I just whatever they had,
Right.
whatever. I just absolutely
Tennessee
absolutely the refs are cheating.
Has got better than I thought they were, and it made for a very exciting game. But it is hard to beat Tennessee and the referees, Rick. I'll say that.
Well, that was that we adopted that as a slogan.
Oh yeah, that's I heard a lot of that this weekend. Also,
of course, just make the field goal, you win. But
yeah, the two assistant coaches need to go. That was big too.
Sure,
Golden and I forgot the other one's
of
name.
course,
right.
of course.
Yeah, he's lost it.
Of all
O'Brien.
the things the Tide had to overcome and the various all the cheating against them, you still just make a very makeable field goal and you win the game.
So Alabama's had this kicking problem from years gone by, and it looked like they'd kind of got that ironed out.
Well,
this
now
it's
kid's
kind of getting weird again.
He's been money up till this year. Now he's missing.
And
he's having a rough year.
We did a study on this: kickers and Coach Saban.
Yeah.
Can they coexist?
Right.
And I don't know if that's most coaches just tell the kickers to go and kick, and they smoke or drink milkshakes or do whatever they do. They're not even really with the team.
Right.
But I don't know if that is the way Coach Saban follows it. But obviously the kickers have had some issues over the years.
Yeah, I don't. And this one is a different situation because last year, and when you deal with the SEC, you had Georgia get beat, and they got to do the we'll see you in the championship.
All right.
Well, in this case, Alabama gets beat, and they look to Tennessee and go, we might see you in the championship.
Right.
Because Tennessee's going to have to beat Kentucky and Georgia.
Yeah, they don't have an easy road
to get there.
And they'll end up facing, probably Alabama again. And that's tough. And but Tennessee made a big jump in the poll. They're up to number 3.
But can you imagine?
Congratulations to the Vol fans.
And look, this is a big if. But can you imagine if somehow Tennessee were to run the table and we have to go back to this Tennessee-Alabama thing again in the same season? I don't know. I don't know that the universe can take the earthquake.
Well, you deal with that in the SEC when you have that kind of championship. And we've had some classic rematches.
Oh,
We've seen it with Alabama before in Georgia. I mean, that's.
I also saw the Bama fans. You start trying to put salve, and look, we've all had to overcome losses. And if you're a Bama fan, it doesn't happen a lot. If you pull for the teams we do, it's about half the time.
Right. You get used to it.
You get accustomed to it, but and you learn not to get your hopes up. But for Bama fans, it's tough because they win.
Right, they're just not used to it.
And there's some things that when I saw this out there, and I did see one Bama fan say, I'll tell you what we've learned. Nobody's going to beat Tennessee 17 times in a row.
Okay.
By golly, you won't beat us 17 times in a row.
That's the problem when you dominate. And really, this game wasn't even a rivalry up to this year. I mean, it was just
it had lost its rivalry.
But
it's back now.
Yeah, you got it now again.
It's back with a vengeance.
Yep.
What an electric atmosphere. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
My point is, this is a great American story that you should know. And the reason why I think the books work and your show is successful is because fundamentally Americans are patriotic. We follow the news because we care about the country, not because we love the news. We want to make sure things are on the right track. I also think we need a perspective. When people get panicky because Senator Corker and Senator Flake no longer support President Trump and they think the world's going to end, I think you should keep the big picture in mind. It's part of the ups and downs of the American experience.
Brian Kilmeade, our guest. The book is called Andrew Jackson and the Miracle of New Orleans, the Battle That Shaped America's Destiny. Now more than ever, you need to look at all the massive research that has been done about these great men and women of American history. Pick it up wherever books are sold. Brian, thanks for what you're doing, taking the time to do it. I know your plate is full.
And, Brian, who's next? Whose story are you going to do next?
The unauthorized Rick and Bubba story.
I knew it.
I
love it. I knew it.
But, guys, guess what? I'm going to be in Birmingham. I'm going to be there November 11th, and I'm hoping you and Speedy, you guys and Speedy will show up. At the Books a Million.
All right, so you'll be Books a Million.
We'll talk to you and get it figured out.
Yeah. On November the 11th. So Birmingham, check that out. Books a Million, November 11th, and you'll have Brian Kilmeade there signing copies of the new book. So make plans to be with him, and we'll definitely try to come over and give you a little Southern hospitality.
All right, guys. I'll pay for the beer.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you very much. No racial profiling, please.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Brian Kilmeade, Fox and Friends. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, sometimes there's things that prove that maybe what you have been saying may not be accurate. We have a psychic, with, and in quotations, magic man, who undoubtedly had been doing what I assume could only have been an illusion.
Right.
Because I don't think you can steam yourself and not be killed. Because when we steam anything for a period of time, it cooks it and kills it. Vegetables, lobsters.
You talking about Limbaugh?
Yeah. So we have a psychic who claimed in Malaysia and had done before what he calls the human steamer, where he gets on top of, a fire in a big old pot that starts to put steam in it.
With a
lid. Like making a human stew, and he survives it, proving that he is psychic and magic. But undoubtedly, it must have been an illusion, because now he's done it, and it killed him.
Here's what's so crazy, and you said he had done it before. He has a personal record of 75 minutes in the steamer, and his name is Limbaugh. And I have got video of this, and it is so disturbing. It's awful. I mean, they've blurred him out, but just hearing everybody go to screaming and stuff, and you two are leaning in.
Well, I mean, when you see some,
y'all are like, oh, look.
So he's.
So how was he doing this illusion? You thinking what went wrong?
I don't know, but it has to be right if it didn't work. But you can't get in.
Just thinking cool.
You can't get in steam and let it get to the temperature that it cooks something and survive, right, Bubba? I mean,
if you're one of them Yogi Kudus like him.
Was he? Well, that's what he's claiming. But guys,
one of them Yogi Kudus.
Okay, I'll say this: you would have to be magic for this not to kill you, right?
Yes, yes, I would say so.
And now, it says he sits on like a large wok, and usually around 30 minutes with a fire under it.
It looks like there's a fire under it.
Right, guys, I got to tell you this: the witnesses heard banging from the inside.
Yeah. Was he in the
let
thing?
me out of this?
Well, he's inside of it.
And it's just boiling. It's just steaming him.
Yeah, and here's
cooking him.
And here's the thing: this also, if you remember in the Bible, when you had, Elijah finally says, we're going to solve this once and for all.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what your God can do, and I'll show you what mine can do. This was also something for the 9 Emperor God prayer session at a Chinese temple. So undoubtedly there was supposed to be something involved in some sort of worship here too.
Well, now,
it did not go well.
If I'm looking at this right, when he does this illusion, he also puts other food in there. Rice, sweet corn.
Yeah.
Vegetarian buns would be placed inside the wok, and when the stunt was over, they would be steamed, but he was not.
Yeah,
right.
Which is great. If you're doing an illusion, you got to have that.
Yeah,
something.
I mean, that'd be nothing for that guy that has that show, the whatever on True TV, whatever it is, or whatever cable channel's on, that he's constantly doing illusions all the time, and he acts like he's working at stores and stuff. The something effect, the Carboni effect, or something like that. You ever seen that show? Some of the illusions that guy does are incredible.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so
they said he officially died of a heart attack, but he was just getting steamed alive.
This is the caramel all over again. 22 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us today as we unpack the stories of the day. And we mentioned one out of college football, the big matchup over the weekend. There were a couple of big ones. The biggest one around these parts where we actually live and operate was the first time that Alabama and Tennessee has meant something in a very long time, 16 years. But both of them undefeated, playing in Knoxville, 102,000. And if you've ever sat in the stadium there, you realize, they get 102 in there, but they cram them in there.
Yeah,
they ain't a whole lot of room to sit.
It's not a comfortable 102.
No, it's not. If you're at the top two, I think you have to be in a certain physical condition to even be there to keep from falling head first down the steps. There's 102. It's almost like the stadium really holds, about 90,000. And they crammed the other 12,000 in there on top of each other.
The drone footage was showing them people on the very top edge standing.
Unbelievable.
I mean, the highest point of the whole place, and you're standing against the rail watching.
Well, there was nowhere to stand. There were people everywhere. It was, I wouldn't say watching the game. What was enjoyable as just a fan of football was to watch two very gifted teams play each other. Now, I won't say that they played all that pretty. It actually was ugly at times as far as all the penalties. There were a tremendous amount of penalties and miscues and things like that. But both teams were loaded with great players, and it's been a long time since Tennessee has put a team on the field that athletically can match up with Alabama, and they certainly have this year. And the new coach is – it happened a lot quicker than I thought it would. I thought this was just still – and, again, you still got some season left. But if you're a Tennessee fan, you got to feel really good about the state of your program right now, and you haven't felt that
compared to past years
in a long time. So certainly that's good. For Alabama, you've been good for a long, long time. You're still good. It could have gone either way. But the Tennessee fans, for them – it's been a long time, and you could see that they've been waiting on this and waiting on this and waiting on this. And when they got this big win, and again, we'll see what the rest of the season's like, but this celebration over the weekend, the SEC tried to get people to stop tearing down goalposts, right? And it's a $100,000 fine. Is that right?
That's just for getting on the field.
That's for getting on the field, which nobody in Tennessee cares. I mean, somebody will write that check,
and it goes up rather steep after
if you
that.
keep doing it,
like $250 or $500.
Right?
It's getting bigger the more you.
Yeah, and then you have to pay for the actual goalpost as well,
which are going to run you anywhere from $15,000 to $25,000, whoever's putting it up. But they've already raised $30,000 in a GoFundMe just to.
That's easy money.
Yeah. Can I tell you? In this watch. It looks like the field goal that wins it. It looks like it does get hit at the line of scrimmage, and it knuckleballs. And like you said, Speedy barely really gets over the crossbar.
It really does. Number 47 gets through.
Yeah, it looks like he jumps and lands right in front of it, right there.
Yeah, he goes in that A gap between the guard and the center.
Wow,
but he didn't jump over
there.
anybody, but that was close.
Yeah, and so he. But it barely goes through. But it does go through. I mean, that's all. It's accurate. It just kind of, you see it kind of. Yeah, it's almost like somebody
game of inches.
Yeah, and so in Alabama, of course, it missed a field goal.
Right.
When they had a chance to win it. So anyway, and of course, the big pass interference penalty was huge when Alabama had intercepted a tip ball and almost returned it for a touchdown.
Here is from the goalpost, just how close it was getting through.
So this is for the game. And here's 102,000 people holding their breath. And so there it comes, and I mean, buddy, what a great camera shot.
Let's see that one more time.
Yeah.
Rick,
I thought it was going to be short.
I did too.
Spinning sideways.
Yeah.
I mean, it cleared it by inches.
Yeah. So we're watching this.
Wow, that's a big stadium.
And trying not to get your archive canceled today, but we're watching. Let's see. Look. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Boy, let me tell you.
Look at him leaning back.
See him leaning back.
Right.
Guys,
that's inches.
Wow.
Inches.
Wait a minute. I ain't so sure that went over.
I'm going to tell you, it went under it. It wasn't a matter. The refs would have called it good.
Yeah.
But anyway, so the Tennessee fans not only take the goalpost,
right?
They escort it out of the stadium.
Yeah.
And throw it in the Tennessee River. Am I correct?
Yeah, but first, this is the student section. Watch their reaction. Okay, the kick is about to happen. Now watch the reaction, and good.
Mm-hmm.
Now watch everybody try to get over the rails, and how many boots? How many boots?
A lot of boots.
And
Tremendous
people,
amount of boots.
A lot of boots, and they don't know, they can't get over, and oh my gosh! And one here is about to just fall and face plant.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they haven't jumped over in a long time.
No, they haven't.
No, they haven't.
Look, 2 of them are stuck there. They
Yeah.
can't get
Well,
over
you're
the
trying to
wall.
get your legs over, and you can't do it.
Right.
Before you know it, somebody's cowboy boots are up
I think
your
this girl.
skirt. You
Watch
know
this.
it.
Here we go. We're going back to face plant right here.
Oh,
Watch this.
yeah,
Here we
he's
go.
had way too much.
And
Face plant.
Oh,
my God.
2 of them locked together.
And somebody fell on her. Oh, my
Yeah.
goodness. She
Oh,
don't
my
care.
gosh.
She's still getting up.
She get up, they say.
There you go.
Get up.
and go.
She feels no pain.
A lot of
pain
people.
at
A lot of
all.
people rethinking the skirt.
yeah, right.
But,
I guess long boots are in.
Yep. Well, and then I know we're
Here we
running
go,
time,
Rick.
we can come back, but I know the guy who's riding, the guy who eventually rides the goalpost, and directs everybody to the Tennessee River.
It's great enough to get that out.
I mean,
Was that the goalpost that went through?
I guess.
What's that now? I don't know if it was.
You know, if that
or not.
was,
see what
I
you're
wouldn't tamper with it because it was good luck for you.
saying. Right.
Now, how are they going to get it through that?
I don't know, Greg. They
Do they
work-
take it and throw it off the top, and then somebody else pick it
Yeah,
up?
they get it out of there and get it out to the water and put it in. So
Yeah.
Do we have that footage?
That
Here
was-
we go.
yeah.
Here we go. We got more.
Oh, this is it. This is them throwing it into the river here.
Okay. Yep. There it goes. And so that'll be a handle for
To
somebody.
heck with navigable waterways.
Would they leave it, you think, in the Tennessee River, or will somebody go retrieve it?
Look at it.
Well,
I don't know.
somebody who would like to have a piece of it, they'll be getting it and cutting it in about 2-foot pieces, I bet.
Right.
Yeah, that's that is
Coming to eBay soon.
That celebration went on and on and on and on and on.
Yeah, it did.
And it was a wild game. It's not like it had so many things in it that as a fan tear you limb by limb.
Yeah.
You know, and it had a little bit of everything. Controversial calls, missed field goals. You know,
the whole gambit.
It had everything. Bottom of the hour. We'll be back. 866 We Be Big is the number.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so there's the big old pot that he's in, and then they light it underneath, and then he's supposed to be able to survive it, and this round. Then bringing him out after he started hollering, "I got to get out of here."
Look.
Yeah.
Look at the food where he
my
was taking off of
gosh.
it. It's steaming in there.
Oh my guys,
You see how y'all lean in?
That was weird.
I didn't lean in.
Well, what I'm saying, I'm trying to see, like Bubba, there's food there and all this.
I'm trying to figure out what was going on.
Yeah.
I'm zooming. Here I go.
I didn't know what
Yeah.
language that was.
Well, no, it's Chinese of some sort.
Where was that at?
Malaysia? Is that
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Malaysia.
I'm in a weird place over
Yeah.
here. Goodness.
And
Man, almighty.
I wonder what they did with the food.
Do you have clothes
Greg.
on?
I-
You're naked.
I don't know. Yogis don't wear a lot. He might have had that diaper thing on. That's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, because it didn't look like he
Didn't
had
y'all
much
love
on.
on That's
Do you
Incredible when Yogi Kudu would come out and do stuff?
Do you think
I
there's
didn't. It was hard
something?
for me-
You didn't like
It was hard for me to look at.
when he get in like a little box.
Do you think there's something he does inside there that keeps him insulated from that? And if he had a heart attack and couldn't do whatever he normally does, he would fall down and
Could
something.
be.
something went wrong.
That could be. He has to stand in a certain place. Or
Yeah,
whatever.
or he may have steps in that thing getting the very
Yeah,
top.
he's got to have. He's
Yeah,
cheap
like a
somehow.
little crate up top.
Yeah, some
They're
went bad.
hiding him
Some went
somewhere.
bad, and he actually got steamed.
Oh, it went real bad.
I mean, big as that top is, I mean, he could have a little room in there he could
can't
climb
see the
into. It
reason.
was insulated or something. I don't know.
I'll tell you, they get to screaming though.
Yeah, they
Look at
do.
that.
Sadly, you know, when we start talking about the times we're living in, you have to be careful if you ever get labeled on something. Right? We talk about that a lot.
Right.
You know who may be in trouble? Gummy bears. Have you seen this?
Yeah, they're not even safe.
Now I'm gonna tell you something. This genre of candy is not my thing.
No, it ain't gonna bother me if I go away.
I don't eat gummy anything, but my 16-year-old will go through bags of gummy bears like there's no tomorrow.
Now, the Sour Patch Bunch, I kind of like.
Well, they're all over in that world. That's all
Yeah.
that same. That's not my world. If it's not a candy bar, or it's not peanut butter or something, I don't get over in that. there's some colored something you chew
the
on.
gummy bear's weird, or the gummy worms.
I don't do
even
gummy.
worse.
I don't do gummy anything. I don't do Sour Patch. I don't do Now Later. I don't like sweet tarts. I don't like that world. I don't like that world.
I'll take a sweet.
That's
tart.
not that's not my candy world.
Give me a chewy one.
But does it matter to you? They're saying that gummy bears have been made under slave labor conditions.
I knew it.
A documentary where we're about to out gummy bears.
Where are they made at?
The whole bear.
Oh, are you ready? Just what we just mentioned, which is why it ties in Germany.
Well, now how?
You will make the gummy bears,
And you will like it.
you will like it. We need more of the bears. Keep it coming.
I know nothing.
I do not like your attitude. So anyway,
Well, I didn't think Germany had
I think
slave-like conditions.
I think it's a product that's in the company may be from Germany, but it's a
Yeah,
part.
it's- yeah.
It's one of the
Right.
ingredients.
Yeah.
and it comes from some island or something, and they're using slave.
Well,
yeah,
that
what,
might be another
the
deal.
documentary aired in Germany because that's where HARIBO. That's the name of the company that makes the gummy bears.
And bingo.
And they
What's
get
his
the
name?
ingredients
Oh.
from different people, and this one particular ingredient is like some
they're
from the palm leaf or something.
They're accusing the candy maker of using products made in unbearable conditions for animals and humans. What? Animals are part of it. They're not real bears. I mean, where do they throw?
Well, what
in,
are they saying? What are the slave-like conditions? What are they saying about it?
They're saying that according to this documentary, the company purchased what Greg said, and I do not know how to say it. CARNAUBA wax from a Brazilian company that produced the ingredient that we're talking about, carnauba wax, under slave labor conditions. No bathrooms, no drinking water, horrible living conditions for the workers, and they make $12 a day for harvesting the palm leaf that gives us this wax that they then make gummy bears with. So we're kind of going down the line here a little bit. You know what I mean? So
it's one of their suppliers.
Yeah. They allege the candy maker outsourced the gelatin production to a producer that used a farm where pigs had open wounds and pens covered in waste and even dead pigs laying in there. So wait a minute.
Good night.
We're also upset by the way this person treats their livestock wherever they make.
Even though it doesn't affect the gummy bear, we just don't like.
They're just throwing that in. That's just how bad of people they are.
And how about the workers were forced to a month worth of labor before they can even go home?
Huh.
So really, they're saying, yeah, we're a German company, but this is not going on in Germany.
No.
They're saying this is in Brazil.
Yeah. Thirty-five minutes past the hour. All right, we make our way back, and now more than ever, the safety of your property and your family. Has it ever been more of a concern, unfortunately? Well, some of the old school security products just don't do the job. It's outdated technology. You're likely being overcharged for the service, and you're probably locked into a binding multi-year contract that you think there's no way out. Well, I want to encourage you to look at simplysafebubba.com instead. They protect you with cutting-edge security technology powered by 24/7 professional monitoring agents who always have your back. They blanket your home or small business in protection with advanced sensors for every room, not just some rooms. Window, doors, there's nowhere that someone could come into your property that it would not be detected. They even have hazard sensors that instantly detect fires, floods, other threats. Their monitoring experts use proprietary advanced response technology to visually confirm when a break-in is real. That cuts down on false alarms, which gets help to you quicker. Customize the perfect system to fit your needs today for your home or business or both, and claim a free indoor security camera, and we'll also get you 20% off with interactive monitoring. SimplySafeBubba.com, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Still looking back and talking about, now we did have a funny thing going on among the team over the weekend, is that both Speedy and Bubba had conflicts and they could not watch the Alabama-Tennessee game. And, of course, we did our part on the team text of declaring we were watching one of the greatest college football games of all time.
Yeah.
And I couldn't believe that I was honored to see it, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
It was a lot going on. So I got to watch the first half. You know, I told y'all on Friday there was controversy that Sherry and I were going to see my in-laws, her mother and father, and that she wanted everybody to go out to eat at this restaurant that was new there, but we needed to go early or we were going to be sitting and waiting. And her dad was like, well, we're not leaving the game. So Sherry had cut a deal calling the restaurant that we would watch the first half at her parents' house, and then the second half we would watch at the restaurant.
Okay.
And the place where you go, there's big screens everywhere. It's one of these. It's called City Harbor, the Haba. So there's all kinds of restaurants and shops, and it's all there on the beautiful Lake Gunnersville, and there's a pier, and they had big screens everywhere. So I went into the public watching of the game.
Okay.
And that leads to this play we're going to look at because, as Helmsy and I were talking in the break, there was a lot of confusion with this pass interference play that has been there's been a lot of calls that have been talked about. But this one, and we don't know how quick it was called because you couldn't tell, but when somebody makes an interception and you think the game is over as they run down the field for what? Gosh, he must have gone, 80 yards with it? Yeah, and
40,
so as he's returning it, if you're an Alabama fan, you think the game's over. And of course, where I was in Alabama, most of the fans that were watching the game where I was were Alabama fans, and they were going nuts. So it feels like if you're watching this play that the flag comes late, almost like let's fit. But I don't know if it was immediate or not. You couldn't tell.
Either. Yeah.
Did they ever explain that?
I don't know.
Hams, Greg,
I don't know.
Adler?
I don't know.
I don't know that they ever showed you when the guy dropped it. They just went back and said.
Even when the flag popped up on the screen, I just thought that we probably had some kind of block in the back.
I did too.
I figured on the return.
It was after the change of possession.
So I just assumed that.
So here it is. That's and then see Bama they think it's over.
Kool-Aid's just running down the sideline. I thought he was going to score at one point.
I thought the flag was calling out a block in the back, but that the interception would stand. So right now, all the Bama fans are going crazy where I am that the game is over because you don't see the flag come out. I don't know where the flag is right now. I don't see it. That guy standing right there didn't drop it.
You're right.
Now, where was the pass interference?
Well,
they get there's a close-up shot.
There's a close-up shot of it. I don't know if we have it. Right there is where they call it.
Because he's got his hands on his waist.
Well, I got news.
Well, you slow it down, you can see it.
He grabs him as he goes behind him.
You can't grab and touch the receiver while the ball's in there.
I'll tell you this: if he don't do it, there's a chance he catches it because it hit him and run.
Because they'd caught it all day.
Yeah, number 11 again.
No, I
don't think that was 11.
No, if it was 11, he would have
had a cramp running so far.
If it was 11, he would have caught it and there'd been no controversy.
Right. He'd have probably got an end zone.
Right. So Adler has a comment.
And keep in mind that this was not pass interference, and nor was it a face mask penalty.
Yeah. Now this is where Alabama fans are mad. That was not pass interference.
I mean, wow.
Okay, so
he's got his left arm right there.
I've heard it looking back for the ball.
Yeah.
But
so that one right there is a no call. But the other one was a call,
and that's part of it. I mean,
no, you're going to have that, but I'm just saying I understand.
Very frustrating.
They cheated.
I don't. I mean, I'm out here on the outside. I'm just.
If the
DB is looking back and going for the ball,
incidental contact.
You have to say they're going for the ball, but when he has his hand turned this way on the face mask, that kind of looks
definitely
bad.
Pass interference.
That one,
and if
bad.
not that, at least a face mask.
Yeah.
I mean,
you go either way.
So if you're an Alabama fan and you get a no call there,
that hurt,
and you get a call after you think you got the game. But I will say this:
but you don't know, they might have fumbled the next
right,
snap,
and you can't. But again, I'll go back.
Now this other was in. I mean, it was a game changer.
Yes, it was.
That was.
But I go back to this. If you make the field goal, you still win.
That's right.
You're right.
We played 4 quarters. You got to overcome bad calls.
Yes.
And I don't know if it's bad or not. That was close.
Yeah. Well, you can say, to Adler's point, if the flag had been thrown on both of them, I think you feel a little bit better. But if the fact that it was not called, then called,
and I guarantee
when the game's won, by the way,
guarantee you, Coach Saban is not mentioning this play today. He's talking about the 17 penalties and the mishap on special teams.
No question.
That's what he's discussing.
He went nuts.
Because that's what beat you.
Can I tell you that?
That's what beat you.
I'm not standing up for the kid who
especially a game like this. You're going to have those type of calls.
Absolutely.
That's just part of it.
I'm not standing up for the kid that messed up on the special teams for Alabama. But I too thought it hit the guy.
I did too.
Yeah,
I did too.
yeah, and now he still should have left it
Yeah,
alone.
you talking about the guy that just kept running like it wasn't
Right,
You know,
yeah.
it
Are
was
you
right
talking
on
about the
his
guy
foot?
that tried to pick the punt up?
But it looked like it had
Golly,
hit
I
the
missed
guy.
so
Yeah,
much.
but Sammy got a little
you have
upset.
no idea.
But why are you even around
felt bad for you.
Well,
No,
because
it hit behind the other guy.
It wasn't him. Two different players.
Yeah.
So the guy who
Right.
was filling it Kool-Aid, he sees like I think I'm not going to catch it and tries to get away. And it looks like it hit the back of his foot.
Right.
Well, now the other Alabama player thinks that's a live ball.
Okay.
So he goes
He
and
dives
he
on
goes and tries to recover it. What scoots away from him now it really is a fumble.
Right.
And Saban went absolutely.
Yeah, I saw that part.
I mean, well, but I got to say the guy's got to know what's going on. I'm not excusing the boneheadness of what the guy did. But it wasn't like he just saw the ball on the ground and tried to pick it up.
He thought it was a live ball.
He thought he was doing the right thing.
He thought he was saving the day.
Yeah.
And of course, now if you're gonna get on it.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean,
Okay, I got to go back and watch this game.
Yeah.
You really
Oh,
do.
there's a number of these kind of things.
Yes.
Well, it'll be replayed on ESPN.
And it was a track meet. I don't remember ever seeing a punter.
I know.
Listen,
I
you'll
mean,
have-
I think that honestly, both teams may have punted twice.
Yeah, I don't know. It
wasn't a lot.
and about every, I don't know, quarter and a half, all of a sudden you look and number 11 be 20 yards behind everybody.
He would.
He done it like three
So
times.
let me get this right.
And
So
the Tennessee quarterback would just throw it on the road.
Alabama had
Had plenty of
17,
time.
17 penalties and still had a chance to win it.
Oh yeah, they
There
make a
was
field
a-
goal, they win.
That's
there was
remarkable.
a moment where I thought Bryce Young was going to take the snap from the crowd. He was so far deep in
Let
the
me
end
tell you
zone.
this. I'm a Bryce Young fan.
Oh, what a
I
player!
like him
God.
What a player!
Boy, his demeanor and the way he never gets shook.
What a player!
He got hammered on this play, right?
I wish
he
I
got
hammered
hammered
all
all
week.
night.
And by the way,
Yeah.
this was not a targeting either. That also was upset.
What?
Alabama.
That wasn't?
No, it was
not targeting.
Not
Well, I'm
targeting.
glad it
Or
wasn't.
roughing the passer.
Wow, there's 21 with that number. Greg.
Everybody
Well, he-
thought it was helmet to helmet, and it was a
was
shoulder.
not. It
and
wasn't helmet to helmet.
no, it wasn't.
But
It was
he
shoulder.
He does-
puts his head down.
Slightly late.
It doesn't have to be helmet to
We're
helmet.
we're
to be
in slow
targeting.
mo.
Don't think
it's
it was-
easy to.
They
you know,
cheated.
It's slow mo.
It looked like he hit him with a crown, didn't
Don't think it was targeting, but you know, but
It
in
wasn't.
today's environment,
Can't believe it wasn't.
in today's environment,
Yeah.
you would have thought you would at least got a
Here-
rough in the passer.
Here's what I'm
Yes,
mad at because I hate replays anyway. We do too many. We
Here
don't
we
know
go.
what down it is. We've spent 20 minutes trying to figure out if it's third or fourth down because for some reason the sideline guy thought he knew it and everybody else had it fourth down except
Right.
him, and he thought he was right.
By the way, I love
And it just held the game up. I'm so sick of these. Close enough.
My
I'm
favorite-
serious. If you're an inch on the goal line, close enough, touchdown.
How about this? I laughed really hard though when they brought in. It wasn't our guy. What's the guy that was doing the replay official Simpson? I can't think of his last name. The guy they bring in on that game.
Yeah.
But anyway, he comes in and on that part, which you don't know is the down guy had the wrong down.
Look, and won't give it up.
And won't give it up. He keeps claiming he's right, but he's not. It is fourth down. Okay, all right, it just was fourth down. And so Alabama's getting the ball back because Tennessee didn't make it. Well, now they're trying to claim they had one more down, which that leads to all the controversy too. But anyway, my favorite, whoever the guy was that they bring on for them, it's not our guy that we
it
talked
ain't
to.
Mike.
It's not Mike. And they bring him on. He goes, no, look, you. It doesn't really matter what is on the field. What matters is what the officials are keeping it with. He goes, now, would we like for the down guy to have the right down?
Yeah,
we would.
sure.
we would like for that
But
to
that's
match
not
up.
the official word.
Right. Would we
not the last
would we
word,
like
yeah.
the guy with the digital number to have the right number? We would.
Took him a long time. Did it not take him a long time to figure
Long
it out?
Long time.
I'm done with this review and everything.
I thought it was going to be Colorado's national championship again.
Oh, God.
And why are we reviewing targeting plays that weren't even called?
Yeah, I don't
there
know.
wasn't a flag on it, but hey, we think we saw a target and we got to go back and
Oh,
look.
they do that. They
Yeah, they
buzz
do
down
that.
that all the time.
By the way, Greg, that dude would not give up his third down.
Oh no, he was even doing his head like he was right.
Really?
I've never seen a guy dig in like that with the downs marker. He dug in. All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We get this wax from that they got
It's-
bad things going on over there. Right. So
Isn't this the same company that makes, and we've all seen it's Facebook stuff about is it the sugar-free ones, and they just destroy your digestive system when you eat them? Have you ever seen? I think it's the same brand, the Haribo, and they said, I mean, some of the people have written about what it did to.
No, guys, I'm gonna tell you, at our house, we had to declare we will not eat sugar-free candy in this house. If you want to cut back, either don't eat a lot of it or don't eat it at all. Our house was nearly destroyed by sugar-free chocolate because of its digestive issues that it causes. These sugar-free candies and sugar-free and no cholesterol chips, and stay away from these things. whatever
What about the fake fat to add to them?
Yeah, that what is it called? Whatever.
Something with an O.
Guys,
What was
the side effects of these things, just don't eat these things, or do it in moderation. You try to go out and shovel in these sugar-free or fat-free versions of these things, and it's just what it does. It's not worth it. I mean, I declared it. I said, look, it's very few times that I just drop the hammer as the father and the husband in this house. Sugar-free chocolate is banned from this house. I can't. I've heard sounds in here I never want to hear again.
Yeah.
And I said we cannot have it.
Rick, the headline says Haribo sugarless gummy bears, beware of the laxative effect.
Yeah. Just
Well, several more reasons not to eat gummy bears.
Gummy bears.
You never hear this about Three Musketeers.
No, gummy bears made in slave labor conditions. Will
M&M still safe?
Will it affect the gummy bear world? Friday edition. We do have a lot to do going forward on the program, and we got a big weekend coming up. Looking forward to being at Jacksonville State University tomorrow, and Greg and I will be there for homecoming.
I'm going to be there.
You're going to be there too,
Yep,
okay?
yep.
And then weather looks good, and then we're going to have they'll honor the 25th anniversary of the 1992 national championship team. Enjoyed reading some articles on that yesterday, and you go back and forth on that because it looks like in Alabama, which is not normal. We don't do very well with cold weather. It's going to be cold, windy, and rainy, and it could be that most of that's out of here by the time you get to the game, which is great. But
last I saw it was going to clear up more in the afternoon.
it looks like most of it for us, because we have high school game tonight too, where we live. It looks like if it'll just hit the window, it looks right now, we may not have it during the game. It all comes in overnight, and most of it leaves before the game starts tomorrow. That would be perfect. Mm-hmm. And it's going to be a lot of rain, but it doesn't like it's going to hit the times we're going to be actually out in the. But when you're sitting there, and you have the opportunity, and we got a lot of contacts there, and I was talking to Mom and Dad about it last night because they came in to watch Big Love in the school play, which turned out to be a lot of fun and hilarious last night, and all those folks did such a good job. It's amazing to me when these young people learn these lines and put together these productions and all. That's really amazing, especially doing comedy, and they all did a great job. So anyway, you know how you're kind of kicking around and you're trying to get some information, but you don't want to be straightforward about it. And I said, where we're meeting and everything. So where are we sitting? And well, your dad won't sit with the team. And I knew right then that's a lot of people. You know what I mean? And I said, okay, so we're gonna be out in the stadium. And she's like, oh yeah, your dad won't sit with the team. They're
going to sit together.
Mm-hmm. But that's fine. I just be sure I got my jacket and all that ready to go.
Yeah.
I mean,
some of them have a box they sit in.
Yeah, but you can't get 100 in there though.
No.
They
won't fit.
They're expecting.
And it's pretty. It's pretty loud down there.
When they're expecting when you get coaches, trainers, everybody that was involved in that run they had. You talk about, and a lot of these players, and yes, the national championship, obviously when you win that's what you're known for. But what in the history of this, unless you were us and knew it, they had been to the national championship this for the third time in 4 seasons, and had won 56 games in 10 years. I mean, in 5 years. So they were on a 5-year run where that group. There were some seniors on there that had won a lot of ball games, and they were going up to Division I AA the next year, and this was the last chance for them to get it done. And so this also represents an era of dominant football there that was really 5 years, not just 1 year. You know what I mean? And they had the snow in '89. Where they got beat in the national championship game.
I run into so many people who were at or familiar with that game from both teams,
and then lost the quarterback in '91 early in the game, and then came back in '92. All right, let the people speak. All 10 lines are available. We've got Blazing Silverman taking your phone calls right now at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we'll chat with you. Here's some other things that you need to know. If you move now, you will get in. Make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table. Today is another Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge at participating Buffalo Wild Wing locations. All of these are in Sweet Home, Alabama. That's our home state. Alabaster, Birmingham, Gardendale, Tuscaloosa, Hoover, downtown Birmingham, Trustful, Pell City, Oxford, Greg and I, that's our hometown, and Chelsea. And all of those are participating. 10% of food sales today will benefit bikesforkids.club, a great organization. And you can help them out by simply going and enjoying delicious Buffalo Wild Wings food today. So make plans to do so and help a great cause at the same time. Carl is standing by in Sweet Home, Alabama. If you want to join us, you can too. But Carl will get us started. Carl, you got 30 seconds on the Rick and Bubba Show. Go right ahead.
Yes, sir. Hey, I was wondering if anybody heard Brock Hurd get in the verbal argument with the replay official on the late game between USC and Utah about a targeting call. I mean, he actually argued with
Who did? Who argued with him?
Brock Hurd. He used to
Brock Heward.
I don't know who that is.
He's one of the
Brock
analysts.
Heward.
He's a color commentator.
I got you. Okay, and he argued with the replay official. Did y'all see that?
I guess
I didn't see it. Brock Heward used to join sports hours every once in a while.
Did he really?
He
did. So did Brock get upset about a call and tell the guy he was wrong?
Yeah,
I
guess him and their experts, that who he was arguing with, obviously. He obviously wasn't arguing with the ref.
Let's go to Arnie. Arnie, you got 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Oh, fellas, poor old Alabama. They've never actually been beaten. Oh, it's the referees. Bama beat themselves. I wonder, according to these Bammers, when the actual last time they've lost a game is, because it's always the referees have been beating themselves. I'd like to hear from Mr. Dickey on this one.
Well, let me tell you what's difficult. When you have to go on the road to Knoxville and play Tennessee and the referees at the same time. That's a roll tide. There's no need to cheat to beat Auburn because they're going to lose anyway. Roll tide. Let's go to Jay in South Carolina. Jay, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys. This is Joe. Just wanted to ask you, Mr. Rick, I know you're the only one that could probably validate this. There's a rumor that Beth Moen and Mr. Admeyer ran into each other at the concession stand after the game, and Beth was trying to convince them that they had won the game had it been for the timeouts, and they had Chandler Cox play for them.
I would not be surprised if they met each other. That did happen. If only they'd had Chandler Cox. Why are we not calling a timeout? To Ron in Meridian, listen to the buzz. Ron, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey,
I would just say on the penalties on Alabama. Well, they're leading the SEC with penalties. Are we getting some official that's trying to level the playing field on the field?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I would just add that.
Yeah.
So they
jump off sides. You jump off sides.
What is the benefit for the officials to do that?
Well, people have they have Bama fatigue, Greg.
So they basically cheated every game.
Yeah, I tell you what Feinbaum had to say about it.
He said they're slipping.
He said Alabama looks undisciplined.
They sure do.
Mm-hmm.
Probably need a change at the top.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll come next from delusional people.
Good gracious.
Let's go to
not the same tide I saw a couple years ago.
Something's happening. He's done got old.
Nikki out of Decatur, 100.3 The River. Go ahead.
Hey, I just wanted to know if you guys saw Bryce Young's Facebook post. It's amazing.
Yeah, I did.
He's a great Christian man.
Yeah, I'm not on Facebook, so I didn't see it. Yeah, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, he's class act.
I can read it to you real quick. It says, if you want us to cry, we will not. If you're looking for excuses, there are none at the University of Alabama. Tired and weary, but never broken. The things you learn from losses are far more important than the mountains that you're standing on at the mountaintop. Romans 5:3-5 says, more than that, we rejoice in our suffering, knowing that suffering produces endurance, endurance produces character, character produces hope, and he does not put us to shame because God's love has been poured into our hearts through the Holy Spirit who has been given to us. Win, lose, or tie, I'm Alabama until I die.
Well, there you go. He's
the players have a little different perspective.
They always do, don't they?
Than the crowd.
Right. Of course, Paul and his letter to Rome, a little bigger deal than a football loss.
Yeah,
but look, he
heart's in the right place.
Great heart's in the right place. Lori in being beheaded, a little different. But Lori in Oxford, Lori, go right ahead.
He was nearly beheaded a few times.
Well, he sure was. You're right. Lori, go ahead.
Good morning. I was just going to talk about the referees, especially in the fact that they never called any kind of roughing the passer.
Oh, yeah.
They practically killed Bryce Young.
Yep.
And then I watched the USC Utah game, and the quarterback for Utah barely even got shoved,
Mm-hmm.
and they called roughing the passer. And Brock Heward, I thought he was going to absolutely lose his mind on the broadcast.
Well, that's the way it ought to be.
Well, it's because the referees were cheating against Alabama, and they weren't in the Utah game.
Yeah, I mean, that's obvious.
Yeah,
Clearly.
And so David in Leeds. David, go ahead. David?
Hi, David.
Hey, David. All right, buddy. We tried. Let's go to Rhonda, Vestavia Hills, out of Birmingham. Go ahead, Rhonda.
Hi, I just wanted to say a couple of, about 6 weeks ago, Rick Carley had on his Facebook page that the Alabama kicker had gotten engaged. And I think maybe his mind is a little distracted. I'm not sure.
Them women, I'm telling you what.
I don't know if it could have anything to do with it, but it's interesting, I think.
Well, kickers are under enough pressure anyway. They don't need some woman in their life right now. He needs to wait till he graduates and focus on the Tide right now. You know what? We ain't got time for you to be worried about
really,
that.
maybe we should have a non-dating clause for kickers and quarterbacks.
That's right.
You know.
Chet, welcome
Keep
to
their
Rick.
head clear.
Welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead. Chet?
Well, hey, I just want to talk about how Alabama is historically susceptible on college game day. Ole Miss beat them twice on game day. I'm pretty sure Auburn beat them once on game day. Texas got close to beating them on game day. Georgia last year beat them on game day. It's always game day for them. They can't handle it.
Are you calling game day curse?
Yep. Well, it's distracting. And for some reason, it motivates the referees to cheat. A row, a tide. Shane in Tennessee. Shane, go ahead.
Yes, I was at the Tennessee ball game. The flag was thrown instantly right there at the end on the pass interference.
Needed that.
Yeah, needed that. Couldn't see it on TV, but but that helps. Because you don't want to be thrown about halfway down the field toward the other end zone.
Right.
Yeah.
After he spun out 20 yards the other way. And you had time to think about it.
Right. Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a great day. You got more Rick and Bubba. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So let's talk about life insurance for a moment, and it's not something that we enjoy talking about, but it's something that we need to talk about. But let's get down to brass tacks here. We want to know one thing. When we go on in, we want to know that those that are left here on Earth will receive the money that the life insurance policy has agreed to pay. And I know it can get very complicated when it comes to all the different life insurances out there, but let's simplify this situation through an organization that we love called Ladder, Ladder. It's 100% digital. Now, I want you to listen to this. No doctors, no needles, no paperwork when you apply for $3 million in coverage or less. All you do is answer a few questions about your health in an application. Ladder's customers rate them 4.8 out of 5 stars on Trustpilot. They made Forbes' best life insurance list in 2021. You just need a few minutes in your phone or a laptop to apply. The algorithms work in real time, so you will know if you're instantly approved. No hidden fees. Cancel anytime you want. You get a full refund if you change your mind in the first 30 days. They pay claims. Hey, if you die before your wife or your husband or your loved ones, whoever you have to benefit from the life insurance, Ladder pays them that amount, period. So it costs more as you age, so don't put this off. Cross this off the list today by going to ladderlife.com/Bubba, simplifying a very important decision. LADDER life.com/Bubba. That's ladderlife.com/Bubba. and played the same team again and then beat them.
The Gorillas from Pittsburgh State.
Yep. So anyway, that'll be a lot of fun, and so that'll be a big honor, and of course homecoming and all that. Be good to get back home and see everybody. So that'll be fun, and then I'll go on to Valleydale Church on Sunday and be back in Birmingham, and looking forward to speaking there at one service on Sunday at 10 o'clock. It's kind of a promotion they do every year where they invite people out and they tailgate and they have fun outside. Then we all go in for one service, and so we'll have a lot of fun with that, and then.
Now, did you say tailgating?
Yeah, they do a big tailgating out in the big parking lot.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
No, that's cool.
Well, you know one thing I know.
We do it for sports. Why not for church?
Well, I thought about you so much because, there's things that you love and there's things that I love and there's things we both love. You know what I mean? And so, we started men's ministry at my home church, which we've got that again Sunday night, where we do services just for men 4 times a year, and then we roll those into the Bible studies. And so one of the guys came up with it, I guess about 3 or 4 services back, that why don't we just tailgate before we do our man service? Nothing then. And now the men show up and they put grills out and they have TVs out. The one time I come in, they're all playing Tecmo out there, and all that. So they do that, and then we go in and do the service.
Everybody loves tailgating. Why not tie it into church?
So now I can tell you, I know of 2 churches that tailgate. Well, how about this? Why not get fired? I got news for you. Getting excited about what's going to happen at the church has got a lot more eternal value than getting excited about a ball game.
Pretty big win.
Yeah, it's a big one. 16 minutes past, so busy weekend coming up and a busy show today. 866-WE-BE-BIG. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba.
Is our number. As we make our way back, rickandbubba.com. Go there for all the information about the Rick and Bubba Show and then some. We'll keep that updated. We also, for some reason, and I haven't really figured out why it was. You know how when you have a situation, with your wife and the way they see things, and they want dogs when you really don't want another one, things like that, and so they get on their mind things, and you really can't wrap your mind around it. There's no way to really understand it, but just something hits them, and because they're funny little creatures, and they're just as wonderful as they can be, but the way they operate. So this is an example. You'll know exactly what I'm talking about. So we were going to see the school play last night. We were all fired up about that, and it was going to be fun. And we got our tickets. And right there, I got us on the front row and
up on the front row.
So anyway, we were want to get there early because parking could be an issue and that kind of stuff. And so we're all getting ready. Well, Mom and Dad are coming, and especially now, and they still travel good and all that. And Mom's got a birthday coming up next week, and they're getting a little older and all that. But they still, but when it comes to let's get somewhere and meet, we're all going to be together. It's just better to find a place and get in the same vehicle and go.
Oh, yeah.
So just come to the house because we live close to the school, and we'll all go together. That way we, really what that means now is I can keep Coach near us, and I can keep, because, he's going to get to lay the land and all that there. And so Sherry, for some reason, and I still haven't figured it out, we've got this nice, somewhat roomy car. The truck I've got's nice and roomy. There's only 5 of us that are going. And she declares, well, I think it would be cute. Now, anytime they say cute, watch out. You know what I mean? Because how they always say things, oh, that's so cute. Well, I'm going to do this. I want to wear that because, hey, do I look cute? Cute's a big thing with women. I don't know. Things are cute. And so she said to Brody to drive his grandparents and us to the play. Now, see, I'm a man, so the first thing I think of is that makes no sense. Why would we do that? I mean, I don't even know why we would do it. 6.5 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. From Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Thanks for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, Blazing Silverman, our intern today, taking your phone calls. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for spending a few hours each and every day with us. We asked for 5, but we'll take what we can get.
No doubt about it. Take whatever you can give us. Bubba, we gave you a brief update, but we did not cover all of college football's top 25, but we have a new top 25 today. But again, this is the AP, so it really... It'll have some. You just give you an idea.
But we're getting close. We're getting close to the one that matters coming out. Yep. So Georgia holds on to number 1. Ohio State 2. Tennessee jumps up 3 spots to number 3. Michigan number 4. Clemson 5. Alabama drops to 6. Ole Miss sneaking their way up at 7-0 at number 7. Look out, Lane Kiffin is on the hunt. TCU at 8. UCLA 9. Oregon 10. Oklahoma State falls 3 spots to number 11. USC drops 5 spots as they drop a tough game, fall to 6-1 at number 12. Wake Forest, Syracuse, Utah, Penn State drops to 16. They drop 6 places in this week's poll with a devastating loss to the Michigan Wolverines. Kansas State, Illinois, Kentucky holds on at number 19. They're up 3 spots. Texas 20, Cincinnati, North Carolina State. Mississippi State holds on at number 24 after falling 8 spots, and Tulane sitting at number 25.
Yeah, we talked about that if you're going to play Georgia, you want to watch Missouri's film to see how Missouri contained that offense. If you have Mississippi State on your schedule, you want to watch Kentucky's defense against that high-powered offense. They held them to 17 points, but
it's amazing.
A lot of that, I didn't see the game, but I heard Speedy talking about it and Greg. I think a lot of that can be attributed to the run game for Kentucky because that eats that clock, and Mississippi State doesn't get the ball a lot.
One of the things that really shows me that Kentucky has arrived as a football program, they had some big wins early. They had a couple of losses tough, and, years gone by, that's when they'd kind of fold up. But under the Stoops era, they're fighting back. They're still in it. They're at 5-2, sitting at number 19, and they're going to be a handle for some teams down the stretch.
Yeah. And
I wish somebody would acknowledge that their quarterback is an NFL prospect.
Boy, he is.
And their quarterback is an NFL prospect.
That's all they say during the broadcast.
We get it.
But we get it. Top 10 pick, got it.
That's an NFL top quarterback right there.
I mean, they constantly say.
Got it.
Are you a little surprised? I mean, Utah has come a long way, and we know that. But are you a little surprised they beat a good USC team?
No, not at all. No. Their only 2 losses this year, correct me if I'm wrong, was to Florida the first game of the season, and then UCLA, who's undefeated too.
And look, they could have won the Florida game through a pick.
They could have.
Trying to win, right at the end.
And to me, it's a combination of 2 things. Utah is good, and USC is trying to get their program back on its feet, so they're not to the position where a good team can't knock them off. It's not really that surprising for a good team to beat them.
We were looking at a possible undefeated UCLA-USC matchup. So, it's kind of like the old days, the way it used to be when we were growing up.
Yeah,
they were the 2 powerhouses. And Utah wasn't, they wasn't part of the mix, but they've come a long way.
Well, I'll tell you what I'm enjoying this year, just as a fan of college football, is there seems to be more parity. And that was one of the things that we were lost. I mean, it seems like we went years where there were really only 3 teams that were any good, and everybody else was a big drop down. Yeah. So now you're seeing the rest of college football, and I think the transfer portal. I know a lot of us don't like it, or if you're a purist, and the NILs, it's causing parity around the country.
It is. It is like the water leveling itself in a lot of ways because you can't. Before you had kids that were 4 and 5 stars that would sit the bench to get a chance at a top program. Now they'd rather go somewhere else and take a check and play.
Right. Yeah. And
it's going to be harder for the top teams, I think, to keep these guys 2 and 3, positions deep on the depth chart when they can play somewhere else and get paid to do it.
Well, I tell you what's over, and boy, a lot of you that are not as old as us didn't know this once went on. I tell you what's over is I'm recruiting all these people, and some of them I'm recruiting. I know they're not quite good enough to play for me, but I don't want to play against them.
Right.
So I'm going to bench them here and put them in backup roles, and there's nothing they can do about it. Well, those days are over. Mm-hmm. Now, do I think some people jump too quick and transfer when they need to stay and try to win the position? Yeah, that certainly goes on. But this does allow programs to turn themselves around quicker. and to become competitive.
Oh yeah.
You know, so
and it's funny how the money, has gone from facilities. I think you'll eventually see it with coaching salaries level off a little bit, but it's definitely gone from facilities into NIL. And I think you'll see more of that.
Well, and I'll tell you, unfortunately, who it hurts is just the old high school player that's trying to get recruited. Because if I'm looking at my depth chart, I can go, all right, I can take a chance on a high school kid, or I can go to the transfer portal and go grab kids that I already know they're college top players. It's going to be harder and harder for a high school kid that's not, 5 stars plus. That kid that everybody pulls out of high school, nobody knew he was going to turn out to be great. Those kids are going to have even a tougher time getting on college football teams now because you can fill your roster with players that are already on scholarship somewhere else.
And it's even affecting us. Talked to my son about it. You got players that would be good FCS players, but they have nowhere to go because the FCS are filling their spots with guys out of the portal from bigger schools.
Right.
So here's a guy that would be great in the FCS, perfect for it, but he's not going to get a shot. Because we're only going to take a few, and we're going to fill those spots with portal people.
Kind of what the Marshall coach said.
Yeah,
we're filling our roster with players that can play against these other teams.
Yeah, so they're not. If you're a high school guy,
it's tougher.
It'll be tough.
It is tougher. But if you're looking for college football to have more parity this year, it seems to have that with all the things you just mentioned, Bubba. These teams that haven't been good in a long time are having great seasons, and you're seeing teams that normally underperform even when they're hyped up, actually looking like they're pretty solid top to bottom. Like I say, I saw with all the calls or missed field goals or whatever, looking at that game, and this may make me unpopular with the fan base, but that's all right. Just watching a football game, and I believe that Alabama had every chance to win the game, and is a premier program and has been for a long period of time. And what Nick Saban has done there, I think, is unprecedented. But I will tell you, watching the game, take all the calls, take all the mistakes, take all that out. I'm simply talking about looking at both of these programs on the field Saturday. Tennessee matched up with Alabama. This year's Alabama team. Now, I don't know if they would have matched up with some of them in the past, but this year's Alabama team, the Tennessee team, matched up with them. Take all the other stuff aside, they could play with them. And it's been a long time since we've seen that.
And you look at the SEC West. Wow, you got Ole Miss sitting there at 7-0, or at number 7.
Yeah,
and
because they got a lot of ground ahead.
They do.
They play Alabama. Is it next?
2
weeks.
Not sure when it is.
Ole Miss has got LSU. They're at LSU. Then they got Texas A&M. Then they got Alabama. Then Arkansas. Then the Egg Bowl.
So see, they got some big games left.
But I tell you,
so does Tennessee.
It's impressive what Kiffin has done at Ole Miss because I mean they're winning 10 games a season now, pretty regular, and that's it's been a long time at Ole Miss, and he's doing it. He's doing it in the SEC West, which is the grinder. And
their true tough part of their schedule starts now because they've had Troy, Central Arkansas, Georgia Tech, Tulsa, Kentucky, Vandy, and Auburn.
But did y'all see?
Well, that's what you got to do to that part of the schedule.
That's
run
right.
through it.
You do. You're right.
Did y'all see when he did the donkey or mule kick? Kiffin, when they had a play that was there and they didn't execute it, and he went up on both of his front arms and kicked his legs in there like he was a mule.
I did not see that is hilarious.
And we have some NFL stuff too, and some of it turned political. As Jill Biden gets booed at the Philadelphia game.
But Philadelphia, they'll boo anybody.
By the way, a lot of you have been waiting on it. I got a text over the weekend. I watched Bubba for the first time take just a sip of that purple juice. He took just a sip.
We'll talk about that. And can Buffalo and Kansas City play every week?
Any sense to me? Now, and he's got your basic Jeep, which is great. It's a fun car and all that, but it's not exactly, it's fine, and we can get in it. But first of all, you have things like. It's a very basic Jeep, which means you can't even do the remote open the doors. You have to get the key and open the doors, and and every door has to be open that way, and and so it's just a little.
It doesn't have electric. You can't pop the. So it's, I mean,
windows roll up and roll down, and all, and all that's fine. It's
back to basics.
It's a
baby.
basic. It's a basic.
Hit the wood.
It's a basic Jeep, which is great.
Let's go mudding.
Right. But think about this, and all of you, some of you that are not married yet, and you're young men, you need to be prepared for these moments. And when this happens, just know don't go any further. Honey, why in the world do we want Brody, the Tasmo, young Broderick, to drive the family to the school play? I just think it'll be cute. Now at that moment,
cute.
See, I've been married 21 years.
Right.
I'm 53 years old. So you know what I said? Okay. All right.
She thinks it would be neat for your parents to see him driving and him drive them.
I guess.
That's what
he's been
she
driving since last May.
Yeah, but has he had a chance to drive them?
I guess not.
So he's driving them to a play where the other son is performing.
So it is cute.
Yeah. I got the cute factor.
Well, what's not cute to me is my dad's had knee replacement. Okay.
How is that going, by the way?
Oh, he's fine. Yeah, he's fine. But I'm talking about, they're 76, and Jeeps, you got to step up in them.
Oh yeah,
they're not. It's not the normal.
Does he have the fold down rail?
Do y'all realize
the Commando has that fold down rail, which saved me, by the way.
No. But listen, this is what you'll get. Understand? There's a vehicle sitting. There's two vehicles sitting there that are as roomy as you could possibly ever want to put 5 people in. Why doesn't Brody just drive that?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Cute.
No, I want him to drive his Jeep there, buddy. That'll be cute. Oh, okay. So then the first thing I'm thinking of, too, when we get over, it's going to be crowded. And, and if there's anything young drivers aren't good at, it's parking. You know what I mean?
Right.
And so I'm thinking about that. In my mind, because, see, I'm the other, and y'all know this, God love y'all for having to live with me for Greg for all my life and y'all for 23 years and Helmsley for 10. I don't like to be hassled. You know what I mean? And so
Rick, I never really knew that.
And I have to really push through that. I've gotten better as I've gotten older to get on the other side of it. And so I'm like, well, this is we're complicating what should be a very smooth, streamlined situation.
But it's cute.
Right, but it's cute. And you can't fight cute. I'm just going to tell you, you can't fight it.
No.
And so anyway, so we go out. And of course, then, Greg, you know this. Dad, Dad, who raised us to be the way we are, is, if you think about it, everything we are, he's the king of that.
Right.
A lot of that came down from him. Now he can't figure out why we're not getting in the other cars.
Okay. So he brought it up.
So he shows up, and he's like, all right. He said, hey, you driving? Nah, Brody's going to drive us. What? Yeah, he's driving us. Okay. So what car are we going in? We're going to get in the Jeep. Why are you driving a Jeep? Not my car. That's Brody's car. Okay. Brody's driving us? Yeah, he's driving. It's cute, Dad. Yeah. It's going to be cute.
I'm sure he really
and he's like, okay. I said, good news, you're up front.
Yeah.
And I tell Sherry, I said, Sherry, you realize there's 3 of us.
Did you tell him he's riding guns?
Yeah. I said, Sherry, you realize there's 3 of us that have to sit in the middle seat of a Jeep. Now, keep in mind, in the garage are 2 very roomy cars, but they're not cute. You know what I mean? And she goes, oh, that's fine. Your mom's not very big, and I'm not very big, and so you'll be fine. First thing I do, I hit my head on the side of the Jeep getting in.
Oh, sure you
Bam!
did.
You know what I mean? I'm like, God almighty. You know, that thing that lays down?
Yeah.
And then Dad's getting up there, and he's trying to get his knee up in there. That's
he got something to grab
and
over.
everybody's grabbing, and I'm pushing Dad. But remember, this is all cute.
Right.
Okay?
We're having fun, y'all.
Right.
Dad didn't look very cute.
First of all, we get over, can't nobody get the doors open. You know what I mean? Brody's got to get his key out, and then all this. And so I'm just sitting there thinking, well, this.
Well,
see,
Broderick.
But here's the thing. I'm making the mistake of thinking to myself, what? This is not logical.
No.
And you can't do that though, Rick. That's a huge. Just ride in the Jeep. Keep your mouth shut and ride in the Jeep. So then you get a 16-year-old in there who, by law, if he doesn't have his family, can't have a bunch of buddies in there. So he's usually just riding around with himself, or maybe him and his brother.
Right.
Okay. So he's not used to being the guy that drives the whole family, including his grandparents, anywhere. So what does he do? Here we go. You know what I mean? And he's making turns, and I said, hey, you got a whole crew in here.
Yeah, you
got
to drive grandparents a little different.
Hey, you killing us.
This is so cute, but we're flying all over the place.
Then we get on I said, hey, grab that parking spot right there. Now I'm the backseat guy. And Sherry's going, oh, you're all up right on top of people. Mom, I'm not. I'm not even close to them. Do you not see them stopping?
Oh,
like that.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba.
It's 21 minutes past the hour the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. All right, so I don't know. I only saw one college football game, and I know nothing about the NFL except for my meeting with Bubba today. Can I get that out of the way, or do you want to work our way through that?
Well, let's work our way
I have
through
something that I'm going to say to you, and I'm going to say it one time.
Okay.
And if you don't listen, that's on you.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Well, we'll
Okay.
get to that.
Okay. All right.
Let me just say this: the Buffalo Bills, Kansas City Chiefs. I wish they could play every week because it is always a fun and exciting game. Buffalo, the winner yesterday, 24-20 over the Chiefs. They moved to 5-1, playing at Arrowhead Stadium. And Rick, the athleticism of the quarterbacks in these games are just fun to watch.
And isn't it good to actually see first-round quarterbacks who actually panned out?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, because the majority don't seem to lately. These two actually ended up being what they had hoped.
Right.
And they put on quite a show. Rick, your Steelers got a much-needed win over the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, moved to 2-4.
Okay.
And the Bucs now at 3-3. Tom Brady unhappy.
See, look at Tom right there on the TV. He looks too thin.
There's something's happening. Tom looks.
Well,
he almost looks gaunt.
He does. He really does.
There's some.
If you looked at his diet, there's no way you can have
even
any body
before that,
fat.
he didn't look like that.
But he's been on it so long. He needs to skip it for a week and have a steak. You know what I mean?
There is some video of him losing it on the sideline
Yeah, I saw
verbally
that.
to the offensive line.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, you can hear everything he's saying.
You know what's so bad?
But he's pretty clear.
Well,
The
here's what's
offensive
bad.
line looked at him and said, "Look, just because you pissed off at your wife, don't take it out
Bingo.
on me."
I was just about to say.
Wow.
I'm sorry, I didn't
when
mean to
he's
say that.
when he's screaming at that offensive line, he's screaming at his wife.
Yeah, that's all it is. And they know. Yeah.
No, I'm serious.
And how about the Philadelphia Eagles?
That's good.
Rick, don't take it out on us.
I think they're the only undefeated team now. The Philadelphia Eagles, 6-0.
How about
they
that?
are.
No wonder they booed Joe Biden.
Yeah, is that where she got booed?
Wasn't that where she was?
Well, you know, Eagles fans, they're really mean.
Well, remember they hit Santa Claus with snowballs.
Yeah, them, now they said Whoopi Goldberg, of course, defended Dr. Joe Biden and says, "Say that's no appreciation for all she did during the pandemic."
Right.
Yeah, because she's
Such a
one
great
heck of a doctor.
Rick, are you okay with the Packers being 3-3?
The Packers are in trouble, 3-3.
Rick, ever since that ayahuasca trip he went on?
Defeated at home by the Jets, who are now 4-2, and a lot of people think may be the favorite in the AFC. They are really playing good football.
Well, I haven't seen any of it. I've heard that the Packers, that it looks like, first of all, who would ever thought that a drama queen, narcissistic, peyote smoking quarterback would eventually have a bad year. But from what I'm hearing, it looks like he's playing with a bunch of 12-year-olds.
Mm-hmm.
The team is like really young, and they've traded everybody away. And it's just him and a bunch of youngsters.
Some of the stats.
But I don't know. I haven't watched him play.
Some of the stats on the passes down the field and outside the numbers that he's thrown in past years versus this year is astounding.
Yeah.
And we won't bore you with all the numbers, but yesterday I saw some of those. It was like crazy.
I find it really odd that you're running a list of NFL and you won't even bring up your team, who is also 5-1.
We're going to get to that.
We're going to talk about the Minnesota Vikings.
Hey, their only loss has been to the 6-0 Eagles.
To a big win over the Dolphins. They moved to 5-1, but
why can't you enjoy this now, at least till Coach Pearl gets y'all on the basketball court?
Listen.
See, this would be a nice little piece of joy that you could ride until basketball
I'm
season.
going to tell you, I watched the first.
Stop it. Look right here. Stare right. Don't listen to any other voice. Don't listen to any other voice.
Focus.
Okay. You and I both know the reason why they're doing well is because you won't get involved. Right. If you get involved, you will kill this team. Okay, I'm telling you right now, the best thing you can. This morning's the first time I saw it in your office. He started getting joyful about it.
No, I wasn't joyful. I was telling you.
He was sipping just a little bit of purple.
He had that Rick, the foam horns that he's got in there.
And Bubba, the reason why they're doing
to the
well,
storage unit to get them today.
And the reason why they're doing well is because you're pretending not to care.
Well,
you got to keep this up. If you start caring, you will kill this team.
No. I did watch the game yesterday, but I'm not Rick. I told you all along. I know the Vikings games.
Stay here.
I know where the lures are. I'm the fish at the bottom, and I see somebody dragging the worm in front of me.
Do not bite that lure.
No, look. The Vikings are excellent first half of the season. Now, when it really counts, look out.
Kirk Cousins on fire.
But I saw this morning a little bit of enthusiasm creep in, and I want you to watch it.
I was telling you that.
You know what he said? Hey, come back and put the Dolphins away.
No, I did not.
You had a little bit of attitude. You had a little bit of attitude.
Didn't say that. Didn't say, I told you they almost lost it in typical Minnesota fashion at the end of the game when they had dominated the game.
And stay away from people like Scott Palmer. He sent a text this weekend. Everybody wants you to get all on board, and do not do it.
Give me the horn again.
If you love the Vikings, leave them alone. Okay.
They'll break your heart in November. I mean, just like a prom date.
But by
Don't
then,
even think
you and
about
Coach Pearl on the hard court. You're not
That's
even worried
right,
about it
you're
at that
right,
point.
that's right.
I don't want your joy to be taken away 6-7 weeks into the season.
I have
you
no
need
joy
to
to
be
be
enjoying
taken
this.
away.
Here's Palmer.
That's my point.
I watched so little football this weekend.
That's my point,
it
Bubba.
was astronomically odd.
Auburn's got you down in the dumps.
Listen to this. Listen to this friend.
I don't even expect to win anymore.
Listen to this
You know?
friend that means well, but he's doing damage. This is from Scott Palmer.
Yeah.
Hey, the Vikings are 5-1. This is show prep. Won 4 in a row. Bubba better put his Viking hat on. No. Dude, don't listen to that.
Rick, let's do an experiment. Let's let him do something positive. Just see if it affects us weekend.
Well, he's already done it. I think we've already seen it. You already got it.
Rick, I take issue that I was not bragging about the
take issue.
Vikings. I was just telling you I watched the game and they almost blew it again at the end.
Rick said you had a little swagger.
Yeah,
About
no,
That's negative.
Huh?
That's a negative.
He almost got his 84 jersey out.
Get your 84 jersey out and back home.
So you agree I'm right, and you're not going to do it.
No, I
don't.
No, I think you're miscategorizing.
Will you promise me you won't start liking them?
Oh, I don't like them.
Look,
I
put
don't.
that away.
I get what
I don't know who they play next week.
You might as well
care.
take your Viking horn and ram it right through the quarterback's chest.
Listen, I enjoy watching the Chargers.
Stay negative about Kirk Cousins. No, do not go positive.
Well, how can you go positive?
But how can you?
Buddy, they're
Good
5-1, and the only team that's beat them is the only team that's
Don't listen to
undefeated
this.
in the National Football League.
And they got
Ray,
Arizona.
you've already done enough.
Which Arizona's struggling, so
And
they
they
ought to
got-
be another
and
one to
then
pick
they got
up.
the Commanders.
You were lucky to
look.
dodge a skinwalker curse. You better watch it.
Yeah, keep poking the bear.
Yeah.
So can we review just briefly the teams they have beat in their division to get to this record?
Here we go. What
No,
about
I
Is
just
this a negative?
Yeah, it's
Okay,
negative.
good. You can say something negative.
I get where you're
The
at.
Bears,
You
beat the Bears. Hey, that's a good team.
Yeah.
Have they got 3 wins?
Okay, they beat the Packers. They beat the Lions.
Everybody else
they
seems
beat
to
the
be.
Saints. They
Now,
beat
give
the
me-
Bears, and
They can
just-
only play who's on
they
the
just-
schedule,
they
bud.
No,
just
in their
won at-
division. In
at
their division,
Miami.
give me the Lions, the Bears, and the Packers record right now.
Okay, they're let's see.
Get ready for this lineup.
The Vikings are 5-1. The Packers are 3-3. The Bears are 2-4, and the Lions are 1-4.
Okay, wow, that's some impressive wins in that division.
I get it.
That's better.
You hate losing more than you enjoy winning, and I understand.
Of course.
I understand that.
Of course. Well, he's trying to protect his team.
Speedy, I've cried my eyes out at 4 Super Bowls. Come on.
He's got no emotion left.
I got none left.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So anyway, so I go, this is, funny. How do you think? 16-year-old boys, God love them. Dad, I can't park right there. It's school administrator. I said, hey, son, we at the school play at 7 o'clock at night. It's 6:15. That is a free open spot right there right now. That's for school. That's for school. Dad, ain't nobody in it. I know, because they don't know what. Get in that spot. We'll walk right in. Yeah, like a spot. You know what I thought to myself? You know what? This is cute. And then, of course, you get the family, 76-year-old people, and me all falling out of the Jeep, trying to get out. You know what I mean?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba show. We're back. 866 We Be Big. Bubba, one of the great things about this time of year is college football, and we love it. And
I thought you were going to say Halloween candy.
well, that's sort of. But there's something. But can you sense the pep in the room?
Oh, I
can you feel it?
I can.
There's pep in the room because we have some of the cheerleaders from Samford University. They've dropped by today, and they got our friends at Jack's to bring us some breakfast today. Thank you, ladies, for that. And the Samford Bulldogs got a big game coming up that's going to be on ESPN3 tomorrow. And they actually had a huge win in the Southern Conference last week, went on the road and took on the very difficult-to-beat 5th-ranked Wofford last Saturday. And now the Samford Bulldogs are ranked number 8 in the nation. He was just mentioning a minute ago, we're going to homecoming this weekend, too, at Jacksonville State. And they're saying, you know what, are these two teams, are they –
well, they have before.
Here we
go.
Collision course, you got Jacksonville State, I think, at 4, and now you got Samford at number 8. And So anyway, Samford has got a big game in the conference against Chattanooga, UTC, another market where we are heard and have people come by, UTC fans a lot. That's going to be Saturday at noon. You can see it on ESPN3. And also, it's a salute to service game where they'll honor the military and first responders there. And if you're in the golden ticket seats today and you're visiting Birmingham or you live in Birmingham or you're going to be around, they've got the admit 4 tickets. I mean, you buy this one ticket, it admits 4 people, and we're going to hand those out to the golden ticket seats today.
Good deal.
So Speedy, I know they brought us some T-shirts. Tell us who we have here today.
Well, Mike Grace is here as well as some of the cheerleaders. So y'all got the duty of getting up early, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. Super fun.
I see we got some swag here. What's up?
Yeah, we have Samford Bulldog T-shirts with our new logo, and it's on the football helmet.
I like it. Oh, that looks fantastic.
So you got the full Bulldog on there.
That's
y'all
it.
couldn't get Abby Jones up?
Yeah, what had the Todd Jones? Yeah, Todd Jones' daughter.
Abby's like family. We thought she'd be up and at 'em this morning.
When I saw y'all were coming, I thought to myself, if the Samford cheerleaders are going to the Rick and Bubba studio and going to be on the air, that Abby Jones, Todd Jones' daughter, would be a given.
Yeah.
But is she not a big early riser?
No. No, we couldn't quite get her up. But that's
She didn't volunteer for this one, Rick.
Didn't volunteer. You know, it's old hat to her, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
You know, you think about it. My dad used to bring me up there. It's no big deal. So tell me everybody's name, the 4 cheerleaders that came today, Rip.
All right, we got Hannah.
I'm Julie, Rebecca,
And Carolyn.
So where's everybody from, you guys?
Kentucky.
Kentucky.
Carolyn.
Huntsville, Alabama,
Okay.
Louisville, Kentucky, Atlanta.
Okay, well, a lot of Rick and Bubba markets there. A lot of Rick
We're
and
on
Bubba
in
markets.
Louisville, on in Kentucky.
Yeah, so
Thank y'all for getting up early and bringing us this swag.
yeah, I have to ask them this question though. Did y'all? I mean, I'm
You
not.
heard it.
When you're in college and the time this show runs live and all that's going on, is this something that people tried to get to do, or people were punished? You know, did
y'all get the short straw? Is that-
Did y'all win or lose? That's the.
Are y'all being disciplined for something?
We go to Mike Grace. for this one.
Mike, did they
The
win?
boys.
Volunteer. We've got 18 ladies on our cheer squad, and they're fantastic. They do appearances for us throughout the year. They are ambassadors for Samford Athletics and Samford Sports, and we couldn't do what we do without these ladies. And it's all volunteer. So yeah, they volunteer.
Y'all volunteered to do this.
Wow.
So wait, let me be sure. Abby did not volunteer.
All right, Jones, you wouldn't get up.
Yeah. So congratulations, a great year going for Samford football, and thank you so much for bringing us by the swag today. We'll see if we can get Hamzy take y'all back there and get y'all a little swag, because y'all need to go back to the rest of the squad and say, we'll see, we
There
win.
you go.
We actually got something.
Now,
So-
Adler was very adamant about making sure y'all brought him a medium. Is that right? Is that what y'all brought him?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, good. You got a medium, Ad. You're good.
Okay, you know,
Now, we're not breaking NCAA regulations or violating by giving them swag, are we?
No.
I don't think they follow.
You know, I'm a rule guy. I
You
gotta
are.
make sure.
You are. And then there's the other end of the spectrum. Greg, what do you think about it?
Oh, heck, get
I'll
what you
have at
want.
it. Yeah. So, but yeah, okay. So that explains. I see now. I was wondering if they brought shirts for everybody. And there's
Yeah,
one.
there's mine.
There's one in. There's one in there. There's Bubba's.
That looks like a car route.
I'm not sure that's Bubba's, or is that a Samford blanket for our wives? It's gonna be cold at the game this weekend.
I didn't know Petty Pocket and Sanford had a deal going on.
Where's my foot going?
Two cheerleaders could.
Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge today. Participating Buffalo Wild Wings. Enjoy that today. 10% of all food sales go to Bikes for Kids. All right, so also as we make our way back in Viral Cleanse, here's the website, ekpure.com. This is a great system. If you're thinking about, here comes cold and flu season, I sure would like to minimize how many people are out here at the office, or minimize how many people here at the house are going to get the flu or get a cold, or maybe one of the strands out there. By the way, I got to say something too on this thing. But anyway, this is the same system that the United States Defense Department, they picked this system to put on all of our Navy ships, because those are close quarters. And they found it to be so efficient, they chose this. It is a new science in air purification that actually works. Got an entire school system in Georgia. They put it in. They said within an hour they noticed that the toxins that were in the breathing air were all gone. So with it's one thing to go, well, here comes cold and flu season, and just sit and do nothing. Or you could say, well, let's be ready to combat it and see if we can get our system ready to go. We'll get yours now. Go to ekpure.com. Use the code Bubba. You'll save 10% off your EnviroCleanse home purification unit. You also receive a free air quality monitor plus fast free shipping. That's a $150 savings. That's ekpure.com. Use the code Bubba. Save 10%. Get a free air quality monitor plus free shipping. We're going to save you $150. So move on that right now. Get one of these systems for your office or for your home or both, and be ready for cold and flu season. All right, so we'll finish this story, then I'll come back to what I was going to say on that. So that you were telling me that the Eagles fans booed Jill Biden.
Yeah, we got a story about it today, but they boo everybody. Right?
Yeah, right. Well, they, like Greg said,
they boo former players. They boo Santa Claus.
Yeah,
hit him with snowballs.
Yeah, hit him with snowballs. but the footage that we have, because I want to be fair, you don't really hear the level of boo that people in the stadium claim was there. So I don't know if it does us any good to play this or not, because you can't really hear the boo.
Yeah.
But they show her on the big screen, and apparently, Is that her there? What are they singing? Something.
It's an Eagles song.
Now they all know that part. Yeah, I don't hear a boo.
No, and
everybody booing?
in the article it had I lost count of the tweets and everything from people in the stadium. So obviously, I guess if you were live in there, you could see it and hear it when she was up on the jumbotron. But yeah, that clip,
it says,
I don't know. It might be faint. I don't know.
Several Eagle players and Santa Claus before her, fans of the only unbeaten team left in the NFL, reportedly booed Biden when she stepped onto Lincoln Financial Field. Mm-hmm. Maybe that's not what's happening there.
Right,
She's been out there already.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I think the boo's over with. Maybe
this is just a footage of her singing a silly song.
Yeah,
right.
And that's really all that's available.
Yeah. So if Philadelphia booed her out, we don't have any. I mean, the people there. I guess they know. But
in our mind, they booed her.
You know, Jalen Hurts has really played well for the Eagles, and good for him. I think he's a good guy, and glad he's got his shot. And he's making the most of it.
Right. Have you, speaking of Biden?
The polls.
You talking about ice cream eater?
Out of touch.
Give me A, B, and C here. When you have
creepy.
It's
a whole gamut.
This is when I get a really kick out of him when he has an ice cream and he's telling the news.
How great the economy is.
Yes, sir.
All right, for those of you that just went, let's say, because Sherry and I did was part of everything we had to do this weekend. You know, you have the let's get our grocery run ready for the week. Guys, you can't put 3 items in a basket and get $40 real fast.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
chicken. My goodness, chicken.
But you remember when you used to go and try to hold it under 100?
Oh, you can. Just throw that. That's like
you don't even need a cart to bust 100.
I know.
It hurts my feelings.
So here
you have that little basket.
Here's Joe Biden.
We got a waffle
eating ice cream, which he'll do, by the way.
Yeah.
And by the way, that is telling us more than y'all realize. But anyway, so here he is. He's going to say our economy is strong. Here we go.
Just one more economic one. Are you concerned about the strength of the dollar right now?
Taking a bite.
No. I'm not concerned about the strength of the dollar. I'm concerned about the rest of the world. Does that make sense?
Can you explain that?
Yes. Our economy is strong as hell.
Wild. Don't forget he took a bite during the question.
No, can I say this? All right, let's be fair. Let's be fair. In his world, our economy is strong.
That's true, because what he remembers where his memory is, it probably was.
Right, because he doesn't live in reality, and he has no idea what is really going on. So when he's saying that, I'm not even going to say he's lying. I'm going to say he actually believes that.
Yeah, or been told that by somebody. New poll out, Rick. It says Biden hit by shock. New poll shows only 33% of voters would reelect him 33%. If the 2024 election was today. Most Americans say they're worse off than in 2020, with the midterms less than 1 month away. As a matter of fact, tomorrow will be 3 weeks, 2 weeks. How far is it till November? So, I think the Republicans really have not marketed this as well as they could. I think they ought to be asking, are you better off now than you were in 2020?
The Reagan
and I don't know if anybody can say yes.
Y'all, he's asked a very, very serious question and then takes a pop off the ice cream while he thinks about it.
Yes.
What is going
Let's
on?
not be in his mouth while he's talking.
Let's not be critical of that.
Thank you.
Look,
you don't want it to melt.
President, by the way,
I'm not concerned about the strength of the dollar. I'm concerned about the rest of the world. Does that make sense? Yes. Our economy is strong as hell.
Oh, thank you,
Oh my
President.
gosh.
Oh my gosh.
The average American family has now lost $6,000 in annual wages under Biden due
And
to
the cost of
inflation.
everything going up too.
And your retirement fund is down value-wise probably 20 to 25%.
Yeah.
More than 50% of Americans said they don't think Biden is trustworthy and honest. Really?
Yeah.
I got to ask a question. What concerns me, who are the 33% who would vote for him?
Well, they're in the same world, Josie.
Bubba, that's
Straight
funny.
up.
That's funny you mentioned 33%. That is literally how much my 401k or my IRA is down.
Yeah.
That's how much it is down.
Oh, yeah.
I was looking
Hey.
at the paperwork this weekend.
Hey,
Yeah, we were looking too, by the way.
Hey, Adler. Start coming strong now.
Eating ice cream.
So what?
Look, I'm not going to fault him for that. Okay,
No,
let's
no.
not fault him for eating ice cream. Let's fault him for the economy being in the toilet
That
and
is
him being the reason it is in the toilet
He's out of
because of
touch.
his environmental wacko programs like canceling the pipeline day one just because Trump had approved it.
Right.
He has dug his own hole just with hate of Trump
You're
instead
right.
of doing the right thing for the American people.
I know what's this
It
other
is
one?
tough to see him with a $8 waffle cone as he tells us the economy is
Yeah.
good.
Yes.
That is tough.
Yeah.
I don't want to give him a pass
That's,
there.
that's right.
Yeah. It's
Well,
like everything's opposite
He probably got
day
it for free
him.
because he's Democrat.
Sure.
Yeah. He says opposite of what really is going on
Yeah.
every day. So does his administration.
But-
this next one, he comes up behind a young girl here,
This is creepy, of
and
course.
puts his hand on her shoulder and then whispers and says that she shouldn't, I guess, get serious with anybody until she's 30, something like that.
Oh, my gosh.
Anyway, it's just another creepy Joe moment.
She's so uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Now, the very important thing I told my daughter and granddaughters, no serious guys till you're 30. Okay?
No what?
No serious guys till you're 30.
And your hair smells good.
Y'all, he's getting a sniff. Did you see his
I
where,
know
he,
it.
where he
Yeah.
located his nose? He's getting a sniff off that hair.
watch the Secret Service guy try to make this guy quit.
Yes.
filming.
The Secret Service guy goes, "Hey, buddies, quit filming. Biden's getting weird."
The important thing I told my daughter and granddaughters, no serious guys till you're 30.
Okay.
Okay?
No what?
No serious guys till you're 30.
Keep that in mind.
See this guy right here. Hey, buddy, quit
Okay,
filming.
I'm sorry. You protect the president. You can't tell me we're on video and not video when he's out in public. I'm sorry. You're overstepping
Bless
your
that little
coverage there.
Bless that little girl's face. She's so uncomfortable.
Let me give you a few more breakdowns into these numbers just to give you the mindset, okay? Democrats, if the 2024 election was held today, 71% said they'd reelect Biden.
They don't care.
71%. 19% said they want somebody else. Republicans, of course, 91% want somebody else.
Right.
This is where they're hurting. Independents. 13% said they'd reelect Biden. 54% said somebody else. If you look, is your family better off than it was 2 years ago financially? 15% said better. 51% said worse. 33% said about the same.
What?
Wow. I'd like to know. I'm sure there's some better just because of something that happened, some windfall in their life. Who are the 33% that's the same? Who are those people?
I tell you, if I'm in the grocery business, it got better. I did real well.
Well, did you? Because your prices went up. I don't know if you made any more or
I
not.
did pretty well through that pandemic.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that part, but we ain't in it now.
Yeah, we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up next. Take your phone calls.
Rick and Bubba.
Well, you know they shrink when you
What are you
watch
talking about fitting it? Bubba, Hey, listen, we talk about fitting it. They can cover up in it and go to sleep. You know, they can tuck it up under their chin.
That's a good one right there.
Well, I didn't know if Adler got one because you never know when people bring stuff. They bring stuff for everybody. Then I saw one shirt and it looked small, and I noticed the bulldog on it is actually a puppy. Is that one of the kids' shirts? So anyway, well,
that's funny.
So
well, thank you, ladies.
Yeah, thank you very much, and we will. If it's not an NCAA violation, we'll let you have some Rick and Bubba something on the way out too. So. Yeah, so
well, that one looks like a washcloth.
Well,
this one a beach towel.
Hold Bubba's up and put Adler's next to it. All right, here's Bubba's Samford shirt. Don't cover Adler's up with.
Look, it's a mother and his baby.
Oh, there it is.
I think Adler's going to be too big, actually.
Yeah, it may be, but that looks good.
He needed a U.
Well, they shrink when you wash.
Yeah, so we'll get tickets for those of you that are here today that want to go to the game, and also thank you for the shirts. Thanks for breakfast from Jack's, and again, if you are around the country, it's going to be a good matchup, great matchup there. And you can see it on ESPN3 tomorrow, 2 p.m., or make plans to go be there at the game during salute to service. That'll be the promotion for the military and the first responders, and congratulations to Samford, the success they're having, and hopefully today's not a mojo.
That's right.
Yeah.
Now, what cheer are y'all going to do?
And begin. No, they need to stretch out before that, don't you? Yeah, I guess so.
I'd like to thank y'all for
you know what they say about discretion and valor, or some quote.
Yeah. I appreciate y'all sending me back to our swag room with the cheerleaders.
Yes.
Goodness gracious.
Well, I want to say, and it's everything's so.
One of them couldn't make their mind up. You know how women are.
That.
You know how women are.
I
It's like they were having to try on everything.
Right.
Now there was a leader in the bunch that kept saying, "You look good in this one.
Okay.
She's going to do something one day."
Was the word
Like
cute? Was the word cute used?
3 or 4 times.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
And it's always uncomfortable. You don't want to ask them their sizes. You know, women,
trying to give a woman a shirt and trying to. There's no worse feeling than to go back to that merchandise closet and know that you're trying to give a shirt to a female.
Right. And I hate it when they ask you, what size you think I need? I will not answer that.
One had a roommate that her roommate was in there and had her pick her shirt out for her because she couldn't make a decision, and then a couple minutes later came back and changed her mind again.
I'd like to know what they picked.
Your broadcast.
I'd like to know what T-shirt they picked. That's interesting.
They were 2 of them went with the Rick and Bubba University sweatshirts. They love
that would work well. Yeah.
One of them went with the Common Sense is a Superpower, and what was the other one?
You better get it right.
What was the other one? It was one of the newer ones, but it wasn't the Can't Have Nothing.
I was about to say, I can't picture them picking Can't Have Nothing.
Oh, it was the softball shirt.
Oh, yeah, the Raglan tee. That's a big one with the ladies.
Like the blue one.
Yeah, and you'll see yours. You'll wear it a lot.
I thought about that as she picked it. I showed both of them. She picked the blue.
Can I tell you, I like that shirt until it became so popular with women. I've come to the conclusion I think that's a women's shirt.
I think it is, too.
So now I won't wear it anymore.
Yeah. I'm the same way.
Have
y'all noticed I have not worn mine?
I've never worn one because it became such a big deal with the women.
You're talking about the dark one?
The one that's gray on the front, and it's got a faded in Rick and Bubba logo, and it's got red sleeves or blue sleeves.
3/4.
Yeah, it's the 3/4 thing. Now there's the old one that's the kind of the replica of the softball jersey.
Right.
That one's still good for male or female.
Correct.
Right.
But it seems like when we went to these Raglan tees, one red, one blue sleeves, that women really flocked to it, and even started thanking me, saying, finally, y'all are giving more opportunities on women's shirts.
Yep.
And I knew right then, because when I picked them out, I didn't think of them as a female shirt, but it's become a big female shirt.
Yeah.
And I noticed you wore yours for a while, and it went away.
Well, you brought that up. Because that's why I did the research. Just like then. That was research. That was R&D for me.
It is. It's important to do that.
And they were sweet as can be.
Sure they are.
Man, goodness gracious, making a decision.
A lot of cute, a lot of...
Mike even looked at me. Grace, he even looked at me. He said, "That right there's a handle."
Really?
He said, "Can't you tell?" I said, "Yeah."
Yeah. So, but there was a leader in the bunch.
There was. Yeah.
Right.
Very proud of her.
Right.
Handle on making a decision.
If she wouldn't have been back there, Rick, I'd still be back there. That's so good.
You won't like this one.
What are you doing?
Look, all of us are concerned. We've gone back and forth on this Airbnb thing, and there's people having some weird experiences with those. We've already had some whack job that had a camera set up for his jollies as people stayed in his house. But and then the point was brought up. Well, I don't know why these these people don't like Airbnb. Think about when you go to a hotel. I mean, think you're all sharing all this, and we've had all these behind the scenes where they had put black lights in the room, and hey. 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you for being with us as we do another Rick and Bubba show on another week. You can reach us right now. All 10 lines are available, and we'll go phone trolling. Blazing Silverman, Rick and Bubba University student, is ready to go. Fired up and ready. So lines are available. If you move right now, you will get in at 866 We Be Big. And because of the phone troll format, the buzzer sounds will move through the callers quickly, and then you don't have to stand in line very long. Looking at the manchurch.com, a couple of man churches this week. Make a note that Rich Wingo will be in Warrior, Alabama. You can find him at Crossroads Church. They have been doing the strategy. I think they're getting toward the end of year 2 of the strategy, so they've been through a second curriculum, and this is their next man church, and Rich Wingo will be there this Sunday night. I'll be in Birmingham. I'll be speaking at man church at the church at Liberty Park. They have gone through the first 10 weeks of our first curriculum. This is their second man church. It is a ticketed event at the church at Liberty Park because they will be providing dinner as well. So they need to know that you're coming. You can find that link at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events for this Sunday night. And I look forward to seeing all the guys there and our old friend Randy Overstreet, who's the pastor there. So let's start with Patrick in Tennessee. Patrick, you got 30 seconds on the Rick and Bubba show. Go ahead.
I don't understand how everybody says that they're better with Biden being president.
Well, everybody's not.
And I run the.
Yeah, everybody's not saying that. Some people say.
I'm in the trucking industry, and I run the Florida, where it used to take me $600 in diesel fuel. It takes me about $1,200 to $1,500 now.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, more than double. More than double.
And see, the fuel to move goods and services around like that are in everything. They're getting it to the factory. They're from the factory to the distributor. They're from the distributor to retail. They're from, if you order it, getting it to you. That is the cost that's driving all of this because it's in every part of our economy.
Mike in Georgia. Mike, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, fellas. Good morning.
Hey, buddy.
It just and maybe I caught it out of context. I'm watching on YouTube, but there was a comment from the last Joe Biden clip where he says he wasn't worried about something. He was worried about the rest of the world.
Mm-hmm.
Why not worry about us a little bit more than the rest of the world?
Well, what he said is he's not worried about our currency. He thinks the dollar is okay because our economy is strong as HE double hockey sticks. So he was saying he's more worried about the currency being affected by the rest of the world, meaning it ain't my fault. That's what he meant.
Too much printing. That makes all of it less valuable.
Right. But you're right, and when you think about how the fuel cost, what it's doing, don't forget. What is it? We 3 weeks away for the midterm
Let's see,
election.
We may be 2 weeks now tomorrow because it's the 18th and it's the 4th, so it'd be probably 2 weeks, wouldn't it?
Well, let's see.
So it's
I'll look at
3 weeks.
It's November 8th, correct? Is
I
the
think
election
it's the
day?
4th, isn't it?
On a Tuesday, November.
It's a Tuesday.
Tuesday, yeah.
Tuesday, November the 8th.
Yeah.
So tomorrow will be 1, 2, 3 weeks.
Yeah, 3 weeks.
3 weeks
to the midterm election. And remember, when Joe Biden took over, think about what's been said about the economy. Listen to the trucker, which affects us all, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay. We were energy independent, and the fuel prices were way down because we were, and we chose, we elected an administration that said we will no longer be energy independent. Took it away, just threw it in the trash.
Week one.
Let's go to Nick in Alabama. Nick, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. I've just got a random topic for you this morning. Hey, I was going to ask when you guys were going to have your buddy Lavelle Crawford back on the show. And a while back when y'all talked to him, when I heard him last, I'm wondering if y'all ever came up with that ranch bacon wing sauce or whatever it was y'all had talked about on the show.
You know, I don't remember that topic. I do remember him being on, but I haven't seen Lavelle Crawford in a long time. I saw like a video, I think, of him not too long ago in some movie he was in. But I haven't heard about him or had any requests to have him on in a long time. Chris in Nashville, the Music City. Chris, go ahead.
Hey guys, what's up?
Hey, buddy.
First of all, let me just say, go Big Orange. Go Big Orange. I'll tell you what got that game close. It wasn't the refs. It wasn't the misses, none of that. It was our fans at ESPN Game Day screaming, "We want Bama." Guys, we're better than that. We should know better than to chant something silly like that. Just go in and play the game.
Of course, you won, but
that was confusing.
Yeah, I didn't understand. Yeah,
we are getting reports the goalpost has been taken out of the river and is being cut up into pieces as predicted.
Okay. Amy, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Oh, hey.
Hey.
This is Amy. I was wondering am I on?
Yes, you are.
Oh, sorry. I was at the game Saturday. That's why I still can't talk.
I hear that.
There's a video circulating of a Tennessee lineman throwing up on the field.
Yep.
And looking at the Alabama player. Have y'all seen that?
I have.
Yeah.
The thing that bothers me,
I'm glad I missed that.
the person who posted has got him as number 58. It's really 53, and that bothered me the whole week.
Did it really?
Yeah. They're look at 58, and I'm looking. I think that's 53.
Yeah, I just love the nod to the defensive lineman, like, yeah, here it comes. I don't mind.
Yeah, it's
How
53.
about that?
Wow.
Yeah.
That's good.
You're right.
Especially as
wow.
I'm sipping on a smoothie that it looks just like it.
It sure does.
Boy, does it.
Let's go to Rodney.
That's right.
Rodney, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, how y'all doing?
We're fantastic, Rodney.
Man, I have to take old fine bomb in small doses.
Yep.
But Friday afternoon, about 3 o'clock, this old cat calls on, and I swore it was Dippin' Dan.
Could have been.
And I was just curious if Dippin' Dan called fine bomb.
Could have very easily
Was
been.
Dippin' Dan having fun on the phone?
You know, he's made an appearance on that show once or twice.
Oh, yes, he has.
Did I see on SEC Nation he was in a casket?
Yeah.
And they opened it up?
That was his prediction.
Okay.
Just if you can take his show in small doses, which I agree, get you a big old spoonful today.
You think I ain't going to be all over that?
Anyway, he's already got an article out from the weekend. What was it, Greg?
What's that?
What article was it that he wrote over the weekend?
Oh, the Bama slipping?
Yeah.
Or he either wrote it or said it, but that's his quote. He feels like they're slipping, lack of discipline.
He's just letting you know what's coming your way today.
Yeah, he's just stirring the pot.
Josh, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
What's going on?
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
I was just going to ask Bubba, you got all 365 days to get married. You going to pick the third Saturday of October?
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I know. Listen, my wife is so tired of hearing me gripe about weddings that are in football season and on the opening day of hunting season. Sorry, Adler.
Yeah. But when you sent me, we kept texting you and Speedy how y'all were missing the greatest game ever. And I finally sent what I knew you wanted. This will be their anniversary the rest of their life.
Yeah, and you know, it's granted they're Mississippi State fans, but you know, there's a lot of people that they probably wanted to come to the game that wanted to come to the wedding that wouldn't because they're not going to miss that game.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I think it's just too busy a time.
Oh yeah,
no, it was a beautiful wedding, beautiful. The temperature was great and all that.
Well, you know, it's the driest month of the year.
Yeah, it is. It really is. Except where it's muddy.
Top of the hour.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
When do they wash the spreads? Do they always wash the sheets? And y'all got things to be concerned about too. Well, today, the motel industry takes a step back. This is a combination of our fear of motels along with our disdain for exotic pet owners, I think, because, Bubba, motel housekeepers have dealt with a lot. But at a Roadway Inn in Asheville, North Carolina, housekeepers went to remove the comforter from the bed. That's good news. That means they were going to wash it. And they discovered a 5-foot-long boa constrictor under the covers.
Well, that'll ruin a day right there.
That is not what we are looking for.
Rick, that's just terrible. That's awful. That is awful. Awful.
They immediately called animal control, who transferred them to 911. Okay. The snake was removed from the room and taken to the local animal shelter. Why was it not put to death immediately? I mean,
did the maintenance man not have a hoe?
I mean, right. Thank you. said I set him down for 2 minutes and forgot about him. So we find out who it is. It belonged to a man who had been staying there, and he says that he was staying there and he forgot his pet when he left the motel.
That's a big leave behind.
Rick, we got to see some papers on him too.
Neil,
That's suspicious.
Neil Miller, or as I would like to say, the most idiotic man that I've talked about so far today on the program. Neil Miller not only is dumb enough to have a red-tailed boa constrictor named Chuck as a pet.
Hey, Chuck.
He's also so loony and has so little control of just logic that he not only would have one to begin with, he's going to carry it on the road with him. And now you've already got 2 strikes. Here comes strike number 3. I took it to the motel with me, got it on the road with me, and I left it behind for others.
Rick, if somebody had left a gun in the bed, people would go nuts.
Right.
They'd want him, whipped in front of a crowd outside. But he leaves that, and it's just, I forgot something. Rick, you forget your comb.
Yeah.
You
your
forget a cell
toothbrush.
phone.
Yeah.
You forget your toothpaste, not your boa constrictor.
I give you that.
How do you get in the car and start doing your pockets?
Hey,
and go,
right.
I got that feeling I left something.
And let me tell you, does it not creep you out? You could be in a hotel, and that guy is next to you.
Well,
He's one air vent away.
See, you know how
That's unbelievable, Bubba. You really brought it in there.
Yeah.
Let me tell you,
He's tailgating early.
between that story and one of my favorite episodes of Monk, where the cleaning staff is stealing information from people who stay there, business people, and I mean, good night. I'm beginning to be terrified to stay in a hotel.
Well, I know where I'm about to go here is gonna, but I think sometimes drastic events call for drastic measures. Now, we know that the people that probably do the best job of trying to break your will of continuing to do things would be the Israeli Special Forces.
Are you calling for a death penalty for anybody that owns a snake?
Stay with me. What I may say may be worse.
Yeah.
Okay? I believe that we need to have some deterrence for these people. And I know when I was a child, the thing that made me stop doing things that my parents or someone in authority did not want me to do were deterrents. And I would think, if I do this bad.
Like getting a switch?
Yeah.
Or like having to eat hominy?
Yes, yeah, boy, that was always a battle, wasn't it?
I tell you, I tried to choke that stuff down every which way. They wasn't enough ketchup to cover it.
I know.
I mean, I'm like Greg. I've heard you tell Greg. I'd be sitting. I couldn't get up till I finished it. I'd be sitting there like at 9 o'clock at night, just staring at it.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
I don't.
What? Who eats that product?
Can I tell you? Have you ever heard anybody say? I tell you what I'm looking forward to is some nice hominy. I tell you what I don't know. What is it?
Think about how many contests.
Is it a grit or a corn?
How many contests do we have about spam?
Right.
Cookbooks about spam. All of this. You never hear of a make your favorite hominy dish.
No, you don't.
You know what? You've never heard that.
Never.
That's a product that nobody. I'd rather drain grease off a canned meat than I had eat hominy.
Ooh,
you know,
Bubba, you bring up a good point. Have you ever heard people just go on and on about hominy?
You've never heard of a hominy cooking contest, have you?
No.
You've heard of spam.
Yeah, you do. Thank you. You know what you hear people talk
Viner
about?
sausage.
Yeah,
what?
Viner
sausage.
You know what you hear a lot of?
Oh, my goodness.
Good to have Gary in the room. You know what you.
That's just for y'all.
Yeah, you know what you hear
That's
a lot
the
of.
local pronunciation.
You hear people say something, man. You'll say things like this. We've said it. Why do we only have dressing a few times a year?
Oh, I know.
Has anybody ever said, why do we not have hominy more?
No, nobody says that.
Does anybody ever say?
Nobody says, hey, the big holiday's coming up. Can't wait to taste Aunt Bessie's hominy.
No.
Nobody ever says that.
Does anybody ever say this? Now, look, I know.
It must be the throwaway off something else we made. I don't know what it is.
Does anybody ever say this? You know, I'll tell you one thing. I know I'm trying to do better, but I'll tell you one thing I can't give up is hominy.
You've never heard of a hominy diet, have you? You even have an ice cream diet. No hominy diet.
Is hominy a large grit or a large piece of corn? What is hominy?
Hominy.
Well, you know,
there's no commercial hominy anything. You see spam shirts. You see, you can find. There's people that like everything, even if it's gross.
Right.
There's people that love green beans. See, I don't get that. Yeah. You can't find anybody go. You know what? I can tear down some hominy.
No.
How many?
No,
how many?
Well, I remember that it was. I told you this before, so I guess it is a type of grit too. Because I'll tell you why. I had relatives.
I love grits. I love corn, and hominy is hung in the middle.
Right. I remember Greg, the family we had from up north in Detroit.
Yeah.
And one of the funny stories they would tell is when those cousins came to Alabama the first time, that a woman at a diner asked one of our, second or third cousins, whatever they were, my mama's cousins from Detroit. would you like hominy grits?
How many?
And he said 2. And he said 2.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
What does that mean?
Yeah. So
they were like, what?
Yeah. So, but I don't know. All right. So here's what I would do with this guy. Minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Thank you for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Blazing Silverman, our Rick and Bubba University student, earning his degree in common sense, as we just mentioned. And welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. We do appreciate it, and thank you for allowing us to do the show now for almost 29 years.
29 minutes.
How about that?
Wow.
Love America.
Walking together through the promised land. So, had an active weekend, a lot going on, and after church and everything, we had our responsibilities there on Sunday. Sherry and I finally kicked back late Sunday afternoon and said, all right, we're vegging until bedtime and start another week. And so that led to flipping around a little bit on TV, trying to find something maybe to watch, maybe not. You know, this, what do you think about that? And what about this? And what about that? And so anyway, we're doing that. And I landed on, I don't even remember what we were watching. It might have been those in, is it Impractical Jokers? Is that what they're called?
Yeah, that does all the pranks. Yeah.
Some of the stuff they do
is awful.
It's like watching this show, though. I mean, those guys treat each other the way we treat each other. And I think we were kicking around that. Then I always like to get a look at Celebrity Jeopardy because it makes me feel better.
Okay.
You know, to watch them struggle. And as one of them, instead of saying Energizer Bunny, said, I believe it is the Duracell Rabbit. You know,
right.
and some of those. But anyway, so I just remember those being a couple of things. We didn't really land on anything and finally grew bored with it and just went on in. But anyway, so this thing started airing quite a bit. You know, when you're watching just regular TV, they have no issue of basically saying we don't have a lot of different clients. We run these same commercials over and over again in the breaks. And so this public service announcement, I want to preface this by saying I know that communist countries, that they're very good at propaganda. And so I watched a documentary, and it is a very, very hard documentary to watch. So let me wave a huge caution flag if you ever watch the documentary One Child Nation. And this is when the Chinese government told their people that they could only have one child, and they convinced them that the government was all-knowing and was protecting the Chinese people from overpopulation, and they needed to only have one child, and the gruesome things that led to. But one of the things I was introduced to, and I won't go down the gruesome part, but one of the things that I was introduced to is they actually had footage of the propaganda that they would use, the kind of public service announcements they would run. And one of the things they loved to do was to use children's characters to try to, you know, get everybody to buy in, and they would be out there dancing with little costumes on, and, hey, it's good to have one child, you're special, all this kind of stuff. Of course, when they realized that they miscalculated and now they didn't have anybody take care of old people, then they started one, go ahead and have a few more, you know, and but they do these propaganda things. And I'm just going to let Adler play this public service announcement from the CDC involving boosters for children and COVID and Elmo and his dad. And it was creepy. Now, we're talking about little kids. And think about all the things we already know about the ineffectiveness of the vaccine and the boosters. But, you know, a lot of these pharmaceutical companies got them laying around. Mm-hmm. And just see if this creeps you out as much as it did me.
Okay.
Now think of that we're using children's characters, okay, and all this. And this was running all over in the breaks over the weekend during commercial breaks. So here we go.
You were super duper today, getting your COVID vaccine, Elmo.
Yeah, there was a little pinch, but it was okay. Elmo was really glad to have Daddy and baby David there with him. Baby David,
3.5 years old.
I had a lot of questions about Elmo getting the COVID vaccine. Was it safe? Was it the right decision? I talked to our pediatrician so I could make the right choice. I learned that Elmo getting vaccinated is the best way to keep himself, our friends, neighbors, and everyone else healthy and enjoying the things they love.
Oh, Daddy! Oh, Elmo and baby David have a question. Can we have a hug?
Oh, come here, son.
Oh, Elmo loves you, Daddy.
I love you too.
My
God
goodness.
almighty. 3.5 years old. They even put on the screen that Elmo is 3.5 years old. That's what he's portraying. Now, don't miss the message. Elmo loves his daddy. Why? Because his daddy cared enough to get him the vaccine booster.
He needed a hug, right?
I mean, the COVID booster, even though he was only 3.5 years old.
What about baby David?
Yeah.
You're right.
Look, you do need to talk to your doctor, your physician, your pediatrician, whatever the case may be, and make your decision, based on that consultation and what you think as an adult. I wouldn't let Elmo tell me what to do.
But you see what it is. That looks like that is from some communist Chinese. I mean, it's right out of the playbook. That is Creep City.
Yeah.
And now imagine how impressionable that you try to get children to start begging their parents, please be sure I get the booster. I might die. Don't you love me enough to be sure I get the booster? Well, I was concerned about little Elmo.
Not bad.
That's pretty.
Thank you, Daddy.
But since I'm a good dad, unlike all of you who don't care enough to get your kids because you're bad. Now keep in mind, the dad runs a list of things the vaccine doesn't do.
Yeah,
right.
Don't miss that.
Yeah,
Protect others.
We're going to protect others.
Mm-hmm.
We can't pass it on. Yes, you can.
Right.
I mean that we're still reading lies about the vaccine as if it's just not true.
Yeah, we're finding out more and more. We're hearing more and more, and it seems like the pressure to vaccinate kids that really are not being bothered by this is at an all-time high. Again, I'm not a doctor. I'm not going to play a doctor. Don't take doctor advice from me.
But you can research it yourself.
Yeah. You need to use that 8 pounds of gray matter that God gave you up there sitting on top.
Don't let puppets tell you what to do.
Yeah. I mean,
to your point.
Puppets.
I won't too.
Well, because if you look at it, I know that as you just said, I can see the risk of my young child, having a bad time with, where we are on any variant now versus the bad time they could have on experimental drugs that we threw out in the middle of a pandemic. And I would, as a parent, my decision would be that I would err on the side of I wouldn't be putting this into a child that's 3.5 years old. No way. But that's your decision. That's not me telling you what to do. But this, if that doesn't creep you out, you're not that familiar with how these giant central governments do their PR machine. Yeah. It is. I see. When it first came on, I thought it might be a Babylon Bee comedy bit. I was like, well, this isn't really a commercial because Babylon Bees had some fun with the Elmo PSAs, but this is a new one now on the latest boosters. And when they put on the screen, they let you know that Elmo, you need to see Elmo as a 3.5-year-old child.
Yeah.
And his daddy loves him enough to do that. If that's not creepy to you, I don't know what we got to do. All right, 15 minutes past. We'll be back.
Odd, I'm curious. Did anybody see Deion Sanders on 60 Minutes?
I didn't.
I saw the promo for it, but I didn't get to see it.
I saw him on a lot of Geico commercials. Not Geico, whatever it is. Aflac.
Yeah. Aflac.
Him and Coach Saban, those are awesome.
Saban didn't do that when he was winning.
That's slipping.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Okay, here's what I do with this guy. If you're going to be idiotic enough to have a boa constrictor and then cause other people to have to deal with it, so much so you're so stupid that you leave it behind in the motel, we're going to do one or two things.
Make you eat hominy?
If I think this may be a great deterrent, what we're going to do then is we're going to have you lay down with it, and we're going to put it in there with you in a small space and let you lay in there with it for a while, okay? And if it starts to choke you, we're going to wait a minute before we resuscitate you, okay? We're going to let you get choked off a little bit and ask you how that feels, and is that uncomfortable? So others probably wouldn't want to do that in there. And when they took that room next, and then about the time he thinks he's learned his lesson and he and his boa constrictor can go on their way, we take the snake and we kill it right in front of him. I'm talking about we cut its head off, we gut it right in front of him.
What do we kill it with, a machete or a limb saw?
A limb saw.
Yeah, I want a long way from it.
Yeah, and then we're going to kill it in front
Send
of
it right back to hell where it came from.
And we send the video out, and we look, and we send the video out, and we say, this is what happens to people and pets for pet owners who have dangerous pets that can't look after them.
Right.
This is what happens. And you'll have people change their whole attitude about it.
Yeah. Or we could go the Singapore route, kill the snake, and cane the guy that owns it.
My gosh, somebody loves hominy.
They do not.
Gosh.
We'll take
They
it.
don't have that yellow kind I had.
As we promised, Sean Hannity back on the show. Sean, how you doing, buddy?
Rick and Bubba, what's going on, buddy? How are you?
Well, we're good.
Trying to find a good movie to go see.
Yeah, we're looking for a good movie to check out this weekend. You don't know one, do you?
Yeah, I do, and it opens tonight, and I think there's a theater near you that has one.
Well,
it's called Let There Be Light. We need some light in this world. It's pretty dark.
Yeah, boy, there's the understatement of the day. I want to know, because I remember months and months and months ago, knew that this was coming and knew you were involved. Clarify.
Right.
Yeah, how did
exactly,
all this get started?
How are you involved? How did this happen?
It's actually a very simple story. Maybe a year and a half ago, but a little less than 2 years ago. Remember when God's Not Dead came out?
Yeah. Yep. Oh yeah.
Okay, I love the movie, and I'm like, this is what Hollywood needs to do more of, because it stimulates you intellectually, it touches your heart, your soul. It was a great story, and like you guys, I interviewed Kevin Sorbo for the movie, and I just at one point said to him, I don't remember when, hey, if there's ever a project out there that I might be interested that has good values that I think there's a void in the marketplace, I said, let me know. So like 2 days later, he called up, and he and Sam and this guy Dan Gordon, who co-wrote the movie with Sam Sorbo, they come to New York, and they tell me the story. I'm captivated, love the message, and it's something that I just wanted to do. So I said, okay, I'm in, and I funded the movie.
Yeah, well, that's it. Let There Be Light. We're not going to give away the whole movie. Now, I must warn you, Bubba and I have been accused of giving away the entire plot of movies before anybody's ever seen it. So I'll try.
By the way, that's shocking. That's really shocking.
Well, we're just not good at keeping a secret. We tell everybody their Christmas gifts too.
Yeah, listen, I was 10 years old. I know every Christmas gift before Santa brought them.
Yeah, well, so this is what it felt like to me when I started watching the trailer and started reading the synopsis, because we interviewed, and I think you did too. There was a time when these almost, and this is the word to use, evangelical atheists, Richard Dawkins, Christopher Hitchens, and some of the others, they weren't just satisfied anymore with that they had a disdain for a belief in God. They wanted to go out and say everyone else should be this way too, and the world would be better off if we would just do away with God. And they became huge celebrities. The left loved them, of course, and they were celebrated and all of this. And so this movie has that feel that the main character, played by Sorbo, is one of those guys. And then I won't get into too much else.
He's too smart,
because it is literally ripped from the headlines. And it's interesting you mentioned Chris Hitchens, who passed away, but I had debated him and these Freedom from Religion Foundation people for years. And one of my biggest complaints is that I have 1,000 channels on my Dish TV, but for Netflix, I can't find anything I want to watch. Yeah, it's frustrating.
True.
I mean, these movies are all the same. Spider-Man 429 and Batman 472, and Jennifer Aniston falls in love with the next Hollywood star, and sex and violence. It just frustrates me, and that's why.
It is 20 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. All right, so we're getting a lot of emails. Deion Sanders on 60 Minutes last night, and I didn't see it, but a lot of you are saying, hey, you need to go try to find it. Don't miss it. But Adler did find a clip that's not from 60 Minutes, but it is from their own athletic director? Is this their sports information guy? Or what is this?
I do have a 30-second, I guess this is like a trailer for Dion on 60 Minutes. I haven't watched it yet, but it looks like...
How do you feel about the archive when we play this?
I think it'll be okay.
You think? Okay.
I don't think we've gotten pinned by 60 Minutes before.
All right.
60 Minutes.
And this is...
Bubba?
Here we go.
These cameras are rolling. You know that. And?
Coach Deion Sanders sits down with 60 Minutes to discuss his plan for college football success.
I had my turn. Now I'm helping someone else dominate theirs.
Hear from the Hall of Famer.
Baby, we were winning. We smell like winning around here.
And storyteller.
When you saw us on the practice field, you walked and when we first met, you could feel that you shook the hand of a winner. You felt that. I know darn well you had to call somebody.
The Emmy Award-winning 60 Minutes Sunday on CBS and streaming on
That's so good.
Oh, you had to feel it.
You had to.
You had to.
There's few better hype men than Dion.
Yeah,
he can
I'm
sell
telling you, man. I'm telling you. I wish I was having lunch with him today.
Does that ticking sound make you guys kind of like anxious? Like,
Yeah.
I'm like, oh,
A bomb physical.
Well, it's been around for so long. That show, I always feel like that. Like, it used to be Mike Wallace, used to be the joke.
I'm Mike Wallace.
But you almost feel like if you hear that ticking sound, they're about to make somebody look bad.
Yeah,
Scott Pelley is one of the guys now.
But this other clip, Rick, that you're talking about is this is very uncomfortable. Rob J is Jackson State's assistant athletic director for broadcasting, and he's sitting down with Deion Sanders, and evidently they were speaking more casually before the interview, and Rob J kind of changes his tone, and Deion Sanders doesn't like it. And this clip is just kind of weird. The whole thing, I feel weird about the whole thing. I don't know if Rob J is in on it or if Deion Sanders is breaking him down as a man. But
am I going to get secondhand?
I don't think he's in on it, by the way. Speedy, you definitely don't want to watch this.
Yeah.
You want to leave?
I was Jackson State head football coach, Coach Prime. Coach, how you feeling today?
No, straight up.
I always ask how you
You
feeling.
was not talking like that just 2 minutes ago. Can you do the interview? Can you come in like you normally sound?
I just want to be clear and concise.
And professional?
Yes, sir.
So being you is not professional?
Well, I mean, I can't say it was a co. I can't do that.
I ain't asked you to do that. I just want you to be you.
Okay, yes, sir. All right, let me start over.
Right.
All right. Joining me is Jackson State coach, Coach Prime. Is that the same?
Dog, it's the same. Like,
What is
just be you. Just try your best to be you.
Okay. All right. I thought I was doing that. But anyway, I want to just ask you, you feeling okay?
See, like, if I say, man, what's up, Rob J? That's me. What's up, Rob J? You know the difference? Did you see the difference? That's what you do.
y'all?
And I don't know who you trying to please out there, but I just want you to try your best to be you.
I'm so uncomfortable.
Is this real?
All right.
Yes. Is it real?
I don't
How you
know.
feeling today?
Much better. I feel good.
I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out.
Were they just trying to have a sound bite?
I know it's a good one.
Remember, Coach Prime. He is a promoter, so you
The only
can't
way
ever
I
rule
can
that
sit
out.
through that is to think they're acting.
I hope they
Can I
are.
ask you this, though, Speedy? Because you can help us all here, okay? Because, it's almost like, you put a big on the ground, there's certain sense you can pick up. I mean, it's what it's in.
Right.
And you have an ability to know when something's like this.
Yeah.
How was your senses on it?
That they were just improving.
Okay.
Just getting. That's kind of where I first. That's first thing I thought of.
Was that a defensive mode on your part? Or you truly feel that
I will
way?
be very transparent on that. That's
Okay.
where I go to deal with it.
Okay.
So sometimes I can be false in that,
Right.
and then
Well,
everybody here has a great
now
sense of it.
Now I'm starting to think him and the Alabama State coach ran on it too.
Wait, by the way, go back to the hoodie he's wearing. Did you notice it?
Sorry, 1 second. I
Prime's hoodie or the
By
other
the way,
guy?
have you seen Jackson State's attendance versus everyone else?
It's crazy,
in the
isn't
league?
it?
Oh, yeah.
It
Well,
is.
I just wanted to say something. I want to make sure I'm saying something
You're right, Helms. It says who is SWAC on his.
He's already got that on his hoodie.
Oh, my God.
Back to my point.
Who is swag?
Not talking like that just 2 minutes ago. Can you do the interview? Can you come in like you normally sound?
I just want to be clear and concise.
And professional?
Yes, sir.
So being you is not professional?
Well, I mean, I can't say it was a co. I can't do that.
It took him 6 days to get Under Armour to put that on his hoodie.
I'm trying to see if I see any smirks or any almost I'm going to smile,
What
and
I
I
call?
don't. So
I don't
Well,
know.
the worst
I don't
part
know.
is just beyond this. There's one point where the guy seems downtrodden.
Yes.
Okay. See, this is just my defense mode. I'm
That's
sorry.
where I think we got to look at that.
Yeah.
If we're going to break this down properly, we got to look at that one moment.
He just seems like he's breaking him down as a man. And so I hope this is fake.
Now it's Jackson State head football coach, Coach Prime. Coach, how you feeling today?
No, straight up.
I always ask you how you
You
feeling.
was not talking like that just 2 minutes ago.
I
Can you do the interview? Can you come in like you normally sound
I just want to be clear and concise.
and professional?
Yes, sir.
So being you is not professional.
Well, I mean, I can't say, hey, what's up, Co? I can't do that.
I ain't asked you to do that. I just want you to be you.
Okay, yes, sir. All right, let me start over.
Right.
All right. Joining me is Jackson State coach, Coach Prime. Is that the same?
Dog, it's the same. Like,
Watch him right here.
just be you. Just try your best to be you.
Right here.
Okay.
He almost laughed.
All right. I thought I was doing that. But anyway, I want to just ask you, you feeling okay?
Takes his
See,
mic.
like, if I say, man, what's up, Rob J? That's me. What's up, Rob J? You know the difference? Did you see the difference?
Right here.
That's what you do.
Right here.
And I don't know who you
Is that
trying
real?
to please out there, but
I don't know.
I just want you to try your best
I think it's
to
staged.
be you.
The SWAC thing's a week old. Dion
All right.
needed a new gig.
Yeah.
How you feeling today?
Much better.
So obviously this is being recorded,
Yeah, it was-
and somebody released the footage. So why would I don't know?
Yeah, if
I don't
somebody,
know.
if they released it, it probably leans.
We're sure
towards
getting a lot of
state.
news out of the SWAC.
Yeah. Well, I
A
mean,
lot of.
I mean,
He was on
the
60
SWAC.
Minutes, so
Who's
Bubba.
SWAC?
it was on 60 Minutes. He's giving SWAC all the, and I'm with you, Greg. I'm starting.
Which
to
is a
think,
good- you know, there's
I'm
nothing
starting
wrong
to
with
think the Alabama State coach is in on it.
Yeah. I mean, Dion admitted.
He has a game plan every week, but he's also got a promotional plan every week.
Oh yeah.
And don't forget, right after his NFL career and all, he admitted he made up the whole prime time.
Of course.
Just, which was very lucrative because he wasn't known as just a football player.
Bubba,
He
would
was
you
a
put
celebrity.
him? Would you let him be an independent contractor for NASA right now to promote?
Oh,
NASA?
absolutely, I would.
He's doing a good
I'd let
job.
him promote anything you want to promote.
Oh yeah. I wish you'd promote this show.
Yeah, absolutely. Come
He
on,
is a
Coach
promoter.
Prime.
I wish you'd come in here and break us down in front of everybody.
I wish he was in charge of affiliates.
100%.
Does it help that they?
I like it, though.
That they seem that Rob J and Deion Sanders sit down like once a week and do this, so they do have a recurring interview. That makes me feel a little bit better. Like this isn't this one guy's one shot to.
Sure.
No,
to
you're
end.
right. Yeah, they have a working relationship, and I think that Deion Sanders is always looking for what will be the next soundbite people will play about me this week.
Absolutely.
and,
Nothing wrong with that.
and you're saying, well, why would he want to embarrass a guy that he is having either an acquaintance or a friend with?
Right.
But maybe that tells you maybe the guy says, oh yeah, we can do that or whatever. But or they did it off the cuff.
Yeah.
And the guy didn't care that Prime put it out. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think he really means it.
I think that's it right there. I think you're probably right about
Yeah, I don't think he cared. I don't think he was
funny.
trying to be mean to the guy and probably had to explain that and said, so let's put this out, though. I think it'll be funny.
The guy,
And it was.
the guy, to
And it
me,
was.
he looked like he was trying to keep from laughing at one point.
Yeah.
It didn't look like shame and embarrassment. It looked like I'm laughing.
Yeah. I you remember the thing I did with this? I don't know what I'm talking about. That I did with Kirkwood to promote a men's event one time, where I basically pretended like that everything he does is wrong, and it felt a little bit like that maybe, and it was a comedy bit.
When I was Kevin Calloway, they tried to tell me to like lower my voice a little bit.
Yeah.
Hey, Kevin. They were doing the opposite. They wanted you to
come out of break.
Yes, this is Kevin Calloway.
And he's on 60 Minutes. I mean, he is a dream for the SWAC.
Oh, he's doing a good job.
I ain't SWAC.
Who's SWAC?
Who's SWAC?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This movie is ripped out of the front pages of the newspaper. I mean, this could happen on any campus in the country, and the movie has a great opening scene where it starts. You see all the darkness in the world, how tough the world is, and then you pan to a debate. It looks like it's in a college hall, and here it is, a guy that wrote the book Aborting God. He's a paparazzi, red carpet, glitterati, Hollywood liberal atheist, and he's loved, and the crowd loves him. And he's debating a Christian minister who, he can't get two words out with the crowd laughing and mocking at him. And then we go on this journey with this guy who, dumped his family and is doing drugs and hanging out with models and doing a lot of drinking, and it's a journey in his life. He has a moment where he's got choices to make, and there's a profound moment in his life, and all the people around him are encouraging him. Wait a minute, you can't go away from aborting God and being an atheist, because if you do, you're going to lose millions of dollars.
Yep.
There are so many different twists and turns, though. You're not going to be able to predict which way this turns out.
Yeah, because you said, I heard you talking the other day, and you right after Phil Robertson tried to baptize you, and you were discussing.
No. I said, wait, slow down. I agreed to the baptism, but not in a swamp with alligators.
That's right. So anyway, but the point you were making is that we may in our minds, and I'm going to have to be careful here, and I'm going to tell you the truth. I don't know the end of the movie because I haven't seen it yet. So
we saw the trailer.
Yeah, I saw. But there's nothing I can give away, which is good news to the audience.
Yeah.
But I heard
that's great news for me.
Yeah, I heard you say, in our minds, usually we watch a movie and we go, I know how this is going to go, and you're saying not so fast. Just
not
so fast, my friend.
Yeah.
Look, there's good and happy times in this movie. All right, let me put it this way. I have probably screened the movie, and we've actually had focus groups look at the movie, and we have a 98% cry rate. I mean, it's going to bring you to tears.
Well, now, Sean, you also do a little acting in this, don't you?
Yeah, a little, but it's not about me in the movie. I only play myself for a couple of minutes.
I started to say you play the role you were born to play. You.
I got to tell you, I saw you play you in the movie, and I didn't buy it.
Oh, thanks a lot. Hey, by the way, was Ollie North not available this morning?
There it goes. All right. So anyway, when you were talking about the cry factor, now Bubba will cry on the drop of a hat.
Yeah.
So
I'm not as bad as my wife. She used to cry. She cries at the Barney when they have the lost cat episode.
Right.
So I'm not that bad. But.
So, and Bubba says that he thinks I could watch a small penguin be put in a blender and never even swell up.
Rick doesn't have duck glands.
So, I hate to say it, I'm more like Rick. It's pretty tough to get me cry.
But so I'll be the cry test. I'll see if it gets me.
Well, I want to tell you one other thing. So we made a decision to do this all on our own. Now,
well, you got to have control.
Well, yeah, exactly. Every movie that most people see, it's all studio, and they got their little formula, and we didn't even take it to a studio. We just said, let's do it on our own. So, you don't have 3,000 theaters to open the movie like these $100, $200 million budget movies.
Yeah.
But I'm going to tell you, I am so proud of the quality of this. I had a vision in my mind how this would all turn out. And I can't believe how good it turned out. I was so impressed. Sam and Kevin did such a great job. It was everything that I wanted it to be, and then a lot more. So I'm really, really proud of it. I think what I like about it is I like to go to a movie theater and be entertained. I want to think, and if it can touch my heart and make me think in a soulful way, this movie does that. You got a lot of other characters in the movie. Travis Tritt is in the movie. I know you know Travis.
Oh, yeah.
Michael Frances. He was part of, I think it was the Colombo crime family, and then he became a Christian after being in jail for a long period of time. He's actually a minister that goes around the country. He's in it. Dionne Warwick does the musical score in the movie. And it just came out good. I can't believe the reaction I'm getting to it. And I'm very happy because that was my intention. I never really wanted to be a movie maker, but I hope we can kind of break this monopoly on Hollywood. And the only way that happens is if people go.
No question. And we've tried to use our platform every time. And again, you've done it with this movie because you wouldn't be. It is 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. cleanpods.com/Bubba. We talked to CEO Jeff Crevier right here on the program, live from the ISSA show in Chicago, where they were being recognized for being innovators, changing the landscape of the industry, offering a better way to clean your house. And they have these clean pods. The bags represent the type of cleaning that you are looking for. Glass, obviously, countertops, bathroom, floors, whatever the case may be, there's a pod that works, and then they give you 5 spray bottles that they provide, high quality, commercial grade, and then you put the pod that you need for the job in the spray bottle. They're yours now. You add the water, shake them up, and go to clean it. Saves you a lot of money, does a better job, and doesn't have some of those harsh chemicals that maybe the old cleaning products had as a standard. And we get you 10% off any product, any order. Plus, we're going to get you free shipping now, too, by going to rickandbubba.com and looking on the sponsors for that link, or going directly to cleanpods.com/Bubba. And we'll take care of you. So do that now. Love the feedback that we're getting. It's a better way to get the cleaning done that you need to get done. All right, Bubba, we have the trial going on. You remember the weirdo that plowed through the parade in Washington, unfortunately killing 6 people? Now, this was one of those, it's kind of when you started tilting your head a little bit when you started thinking, so is there certain scenarios that the news deem as evil, and then others they don't seem to talk about a lot? It seems like to me it doesn't really matter who it is. Anybody who plows through a parade killing people should be vilified, and it should be discussed. But we're now in the trial, and Darrell Brooks is the man's name, and he is representing himself.
That usually goes well.
Yes. And it has led to a sideshow
Not recommended.
in the old courtroom. The old clown show is going on. So here is Darrell Brooks representing himself. Here's some clips that we'll work through.
And you're going to hear from the judge here to start it off, reading some paperwork he's filed.
Okay.
Mr. Brooks, I'm reviewing this for completeness, and you have simply put on here, State of Wisconsin plaintiff. That's an entity. You have to name a person, sir.
Indicate the witness's name and address. Mr. Brooks has simply written the word State of Wisconsin plaintiff for the witness name.
Every document that was filed in this matter stated that the state of Wisconsin was the plaintiff, which would lead me to believe that the state of Wisconsin is who's bringing the claim against my client.
Him.
How could they not be subpoenaed to testify if they're the plaintiff? And under the 6th Amendment, I have the right to face my accuser. My accuser in this matter is the plaintiff, which is the state of Wisconsin.
The subpoena will be kept on file as part of the court record, but I'm not going to require the State of Wisconsin to testify in this case because they are an entity and you have not named a person.
He tried to subpoena the state of Wisconsin.
Yeah. Nice.
Gracious. Okay.
I think he is working out his defense to try to be declared incompetent to stand trial.
Right. Okay. And
that's tough to work through.
And doesn't he also say in this next clip that he thinks that his case should be dismissed because none of the people he killed are present in court?
No.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Where's the injured party? Is the injured party present in court right now? Can anyone make a claim against me? Can you make a claim against me, Your Honor? Do you know of anyone that can make a claim against me, Your Honor? Can anyone right now in court, anyone, make a claim against me?
They're all dead.
And because of that, Your Honor, the motion to dismiss should be granted based on that alone. There's no injured party in this matter. So who makes the claim?
Killed 6 people and hurt like 60. when he drove through a parade.
So now we have a witness that they are going to come up and talk about that they saw what he did, so the witness is telling him that he continued to drive through the parade route and running over people. Right. So here we go.
I heard a horn beeping, and then a Ford Escape came through the parade route, and you drove past me and wouldn't stop, and you continued driving into the parade route.
Who is you?
Daryl Brooks, the defendant, seated at the table.
Let the record reflect that I do not identify by that name, nor do I know anybody by that name.
Oh my goodness!
What does that mean?
What in the world is wrong with this guy?
What? He's trying to get himself off, sent to the mental hospital.
Oh my goodness!
Which I'm not too sure he shouldn't be granted to do that.
Now,
What in the world?
now a police officer is going to explain why he stopped him,
Redbeard.
Yeah, and that he's trained to stop a threat, and you are a threat. Of course, Daryl Brooks or whatever name he identifies.
Well, he doesn't
as,
know who that is.
Right? Is not going to
let the record show.
Not going to agree with that. But
Don't know him.
Here we go.
I'm trained to stop the threat. You were the threat. The vehicle was not. The vehicle was the weapon in which you used. So that is why I shot at you.
There's the you again. Pretty criminal.
There's the
Who
you.
does he think?
There's the you again. There's the you. What is he talking about?
Guys, this isn't funny at all, but
No, it's
this
not.
is
Sad.
bizarre.
Bizarro.
I got to tell you, this is more than I thought you had.
Yes.
I can tell you.
Why are we taking up
There's the you
courtroom?
again. Wow.
Yes, thank you.
Really?
And I got sucked into this wormhole. I could not stop watching clips from this court proceedings this weekend. You can see the security guards in the background are just losing their minds. His opening statement was almost an hour long and made no sense. And I was actually pretty excited to watch this, keep this progress, but I'm going to have to unplug because, unfortunately, the state is not a death penalty state. So that's not as good as watching this. Hoping that's what I was hoping for, frankly. But it's just unbelievable. And I understand that we have to go through these proceedings because the rule of law and all that.
Sure.
But it's just unbelievable.
It is.
Wow. With time on the clock, I find myself wanting to watch the Two Moose video.
Hey, this is
just to get our mind off this video 6. I don't know if you've seen these two huge male moose fighting in someone's driveway. Adler put here, I agree. Can you imagine trying to explain this to your insurance company because they're going to plow into the vehicles?
Well, Speedy's had to do it.
And what if you didn't have the video? All right, so here they are fighting.
Yeah,
Two cars parked in the driveway.
That's a big old set of horns. Y'all.
That's two.
They're as big as the trucks.
Oh, look, knocking down.
Yeah, now
Good night.
we're getting into
There
that
goes
car
the-
there.
There goes a rear view mirror.
Yep. Oh, it
is on.
I mean,
They're so big.
These are big animals right here. Now you're gonna watch this right here. Oh
My goodness.
In the bed of the truck.
That's one way to get away from it.
That's a good move by that one that knocked him. Oh, he had his horn.
Yeah. Your truck bed's got real issues now.
Wow.
And that is crazy.
That's too big old.
Unless you got
Speedy,
video.
An elk tore up Speedy's truck worse than that. Tore the whole quarter panel off of it.
Yeah.
Did it really?
Yes.
It took the bug shield and had a piece of it was elk. It had a piece of the bug shield in one of its antlers.
Where were you?
I was hunting and I was walking back to
Worse than that.
I was walking back to the I guess the clubhouse, the shoot, whatever. And I see my
And how
I saw my
vehicle.
SUV shaking and I was like, what in the world?
Wow.
I bet you threw a fit because he's a little particular about his vehicle.
What part of the country?
So you like your vehicles being torn up by
I
an
do
elk?
sometimes. Sometimes
I had met
It'd be a
that.
great story.
I had
He
met
tore the
that
quarter
person.
panel completely off of it.
What part of the
Did tear the
country?
quarter panel completely off.
What part of the country were you in?
We were in
Piedmont.
Blunt County, Alabama.
Yeah.
Really?
Known for its elk.
Known for elk.
Yeah.
It was at a preserve.
Yeah.
Okay.
But he must have saw his reflection in his quarter panel because Speedy had that thing shiny.
Gotcha. Okay.
And he went nuts on it.
Wow.
I couldn't believe it when I got back. I'm like, what in the world?
Oh
Yeah, it's
Look at these guys.
look at that thing.
Good
That's
night.
loud.
Their horns sound.
Oh, that one just slammed that oven.
Right off that.
He's back up, though. I mean, he was down.
Well, at least he's got the video for insurance, right? No, it really happened. See, look here.
Yeah.
Would you attempt to slide in your vehicle and get it out of there?
No.
No.
Hey guys, he's in the bed of the truck.
I will tell you this: I would be making noises to see if I could get him out of that fight.
I might fire a couple of warning shots up in there and try to break them up, get them out of there.
Wow! I would have come out with my arms
Get them out of here,
going,
Maverick.
something. Yeah.
Get them out of here.
Yeah, they were in a trance there.
Yeah, they were
fighting.
We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Of it if that wasn't the case, so I have no doubt about that. I know that Kevin Sorbo has the same commitment. We've also worked with some other groups with the movie Woodlawn and some God Is Not Dead, and we also same kind of different as me and the first two are a little more evangelical than the last one, but the key is we're not trying to get people to go see something out of guilt. We want you to go see it because it has merit. We can't just tell people we're tired of all the trash, but now we're going to throw out a weak movie that they're going to guilt you into go seeing. The quality of these types of movies.
This is not a weak movie.
Yeah, see,
and
that's
by the
what
way, it's not. It doesn't take a baseball bat hit you over the head. Look, I'm the first person that says I'm the Christian guy that needs the forgiveness part. I'm the one, that I'm the sinner guy from New York. So, I'm not. I'm learning in this movie myself. And it's, to see somebody, go through a profound, good, positive change in his life in some ways is amazing, actually.
Yeah, and so the quality's there, the acting's there, and what we
Absolutely.
have, we can't claim we want these things and then not go see them. And so
Listen, I'm not going to put my name on junk.
No.
That was one of the only conversation I had is I want the best, highest quality. I want this done in a great way. Then we went through all the scenes, how we're going to do all of this, and that's when I was just like, all right, this is going to be amazing. But you have an expectation in your mind, and it so exceeded my expectations. I remember when I first watched the first cut, I was so blown away. I was literally like very, very happy and impressed.
Well, it's out this weekend. We're starting about 300 and some change theaters. We've got at rickandbubba.com a link where you can go put in your zip code, find out where it's showing near you.
Yeah, it's in 3 theaters near us.
Yeah, so we got them right down the street.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so you can go see it. You'll find them.
By the way, a lot of the movie was actually shot in Alabama.
Yeah, I heard that. Somebody told me that, and I didn't believe it because you didn't call us and ask where we're going to eat.
We thought you might need 2 overweight bartenders.
Right.
So how's Bubba's tennis going? I hear Bubba's quite the tennis player.
Yeah,
I've slowed down a little bit.
He's injured. He's
No.
coaching more than he's playing now, Sean.
What happened to the playing?
Well, I'm beat up a little bit.
Right.
The injuries, the miles have caught up with me.
Right.
The miles are catching up with all of us.
When you're quick as a cat, it catches up. Now the cat was Garfield, but
yeah, exactly.
All right, Sean.
I have a question. When did I first run into you guys? It's been so many years. How long ago was it?
You were on a book
question.
tour. You were speaking here in town, and you were here to do books, and you were on the show with us that morning, and then we went to lunch with you.
You're talking about maybe 15 years?
Yeah,
least.
probably so.
Yeah, it's been. Listen, boy, the years go by fast, don't they?
You were in that little studio with Alan doing the show.
That's right.
Your TV show.
That's right.
Yeah, I know.
That was a long time ago.
All right, Sean, we're fired up about Let There
Y'all
Be
had
Light.
the graphics like you drew
All right,
yourself.
guys, listen, I want you both to go, and I hope your audience will go, and I hope you enjoy it. I hope take the whole family. The whole family can go.
We will. We'll come back and give a review of it next week. So go out and see it this weekend. Let There Be Light. Check the link at rickandbubba.com. Find a theater near you.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
How was I?
I feel good.
What you got, kid?
Now look, someone has lost her life here. We don't need to laugh at this story.
Well, then.
But it is.
Bubba, just so you know, Greg is not here.
Well,
Right.
I was
So we're
going to
good.
say
I could
that may
laugh.
be a good part of this story here.
Yeah.
It has made national news. It's been in the New York Post. This is from FoxNews.com. A Georgia farmer was killed Wednesday morning when a cow he was attempting to move ultimately turned against him, as the story is written according to the Rome News-Tribune. The cow reportedly rammed the farmer against a fence, causing massive chest trauma.
Goodness.
First responders attempted to revive the 72-year-old farmer to no avail. He was rushed to an emergency room where he was pronounced dead.
Ooh.
This is the first time in a long time that I can recall a death attributed to a farm animal, according to the Floyd County coroner. He told that quote to the newspaper.
You ever had one of those turn on you, by the way? You ever had one that's like with crazy eyes that kind of looks at you a little bit? And
Well,
somebody says, hey, stay away from crazy eyes. He's looking at you.
So 9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Thanks for being with us. All right, so we make our way back. Some headlines that we haven't gotten to yet. I see that the Nike co-founder, Bubba, you mentioned this in the break, Oregon's richest man, says that he is ready to stop the Democrats. Is that right?
Yeah, he's wanting to stop the Democrats' 40-year grip of power on the state. He is throwing his $35.9 billion fortune behind the Republican, and we're talking about Phil Knight, the founder of Nike.
Nike, yep.
Nike, he loves it.
Yep. That's
we already had a discussion in the break about. I'm just hipping it up, y'all. I
just
know they
trying
call
to
it
hip to the
Nike.
groove.
That's fine.
Yeah.
But I'm just hipping it up.
Sure, I got you.
It's like nobody says Porsche every time you see that. You say Porsche.
Mm-hmm.
It's just hipping it
never
up.
was
So-
which one.
You
was
say it
right
however
on
you
that.
want to.
Nike.
Hey,
Nike.
this is your world. We just all living in it.
That's
it.
I love it.
Yeah. So
Welcome.
Do you think this will get the job done?
You know, I don't know. You have a large part of the state that's voting to become part of Idaho,
Which is hilarious.
I forgot about that.
If you think the Oregonians are going to let that happen, that's going to be a tough sell down at the old state house where it is blue and blue. But I think it's interesting that he is so adamant about this because I kind of thought he was a liberal.
I did too.
And
it shows you, like the people screaming at Casio Kid Cortez the other day.
Yeah.
Is you can get to the point where you're like, look, your wokeness has now gotten so woke.
You're so weird. We don't even
that
know
you're
you.
ruining everything that you touch. And
now the last time, get this, that Oregon had a Republican governor was the year that Diet Coke was launched, 1982.
How about that? How about that?
That's quite a while.
That is so.
And let me tell you what, they've done an excellent job, I think.
Bubba, I don't know.
Are you better off now than you were 2 years ago? I'm gonna ask that a lot. the
No,
next few days.
no, I am not. No, I am not. I have. I'm making less money now than I've made in my entire career.
Yep, my purchasing power is drying up. My savings is drying up.
This is the first year in my pursuit of going forward in my career that I've gone backward.
Yep, it's not a good feeling.
So I'd rather not continue to go backward. Our revenues are backward. Everything's backward.
Backwards.
And that's not what we want. I don't like a company, and I don't like myself making less money than I did 2 years ago.
Yeah, my granddad had a saying for that. When you back up.
Yep.
I'm fighting hard not to repeat it.
Yes, let's not do that.
I don't know if that's I don't know if it's a real word or not, but bass accords.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, that was it. Greg, I don't know whether this is a update on True Love or a lottery update, but Patriots owner Robert Kraft, 81, has married Dana Blumberg, 47.
What a love story.
What a love story.
Now, I did see it. She's a doctor.
Well,
and doctors do well, but they don't do Robert Kraft.
They don't do Robert Kraft well.
No, not
I'm
that
just
at 81.
It was a star-studded wedding too, Rick. I don't know if you read all the people that performed there.
Yeah,
y'all, please look at the wonderful couple.
Elton John was there. They said he kept asking Robert, "Why are you kissing this girl?"
Yeah, he said ooh a couple
He
times.
performed. Several other big names. Tom Brady did make it also, but he was solo.
There he is.
And mad.
Yeah,
Okay,
still mad at his
okay,
offensive
something
line.
just hit me. My dad's 81 and my wife's 47.
There's Randy Moss.
Moss is.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, you're right.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah, this is our parents' age. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
My mom will be 81 November. Dad's already 81.
She finally found Mr. Right.
She finally found Mr. Right. Guys, I'm gonna
For
tell
a
you,
year or two.
ladies, I ain't trying to tell you what to do, but you can actually end up and you can be standing in a beautiful legal. Everybody, you've married someone, and I mean at 81, somebody this wealthy. Now I don't know what the prenup is like. I'm sure the Kraft family probably had several meetings with you.
Yeah, I bet they did.
His children.
I bet they did.
But I'm gonna tell you what, you're not gonna be with this guy very long. I mean, this is.
How about that picture?
I mean, look, how about this? You just look at the numbers. I mean, there's only so much of him left at 81.
That's true. Again, I don't know what her agreement is.
No way she gets anything.
No,
this
she'll
way,
get
right?
she'll get a little lump sum probably.
You think?
I don't know.
Well, she can make some claim. I mean, the wife's gonna make some claim.
You'd think, unless he just signed it all away because he's so fine.
Now, who are we to judge? She may be madly in love with Robert Kraft.
She may be. I don't know.
Anybody here about to believe that? Seriously, I mean, who are we to judge?
Well, let's just say,
But if you ask you an honest question,
I tell you what.
What are the chances? Let me ask you this: if she was going to fall in love with an 81-year-old man, that he would be of average income versus super rich owner of a football team?
Well, I will say the 81-year-old that is, middle class probably has a bigger uphill climb with Dana than one that's super, super wealthy.
Well, now, I think I do know one claim she did make, though. No more massage parlors for him. You remember that little episode he had there?
I do remember
on
that
camera.
Yeah, we remember, Greg.
Yeah, we all remember.
Saying, look, that's going to stop.
Right. No more strip malls for you.
Right.
Yeah.
And no longer running around with Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, that's out.
Okay.
So,
Yeah. Right. Somebody online said that the prenup had more pages than War and Peace.
That's funny.
Well, it's got to be, you've got money when you have
you've got money.
The people at your wedding that are part of the 250 guests.
Did you see who all performed other than Elton John?
I see that John Bon Jovi was there, Kenny Chesney. I don't know if they performed, but I think they did.
Let's see.
Ed Sheeran's there.
Ed Sheeran.
I don't know who Meek Mill is, but I bet that's a popular person.
Some rapper.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure.
Now, why would Robert Kraft have a rapper?
Oh, Greg, Robert Kraft listens to Meek Mill's music all the time.
All the time.
Mm-hmm.
Is that like Mook Mills?
Yeah, right.
Speaking of good.
Probably something his wife brought to the table.
Goodell was there. Roger Goodell was there.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah.
No Giesel.
And now it said it was a spontaneous, surprise wedding, celebrity wedding. But
how do you get that many people
sounded like a lot
there?
of planning that went into it.
It's one of them deals where if you're a celebrity, you just to be seen there. You don't even know them.
Well, on Friday night, the guests were told it was a kickoff and touchdown party. And when they got there, a wedding broke out.
Oh.
That says it right here.
Well, how about that?
There it is.
It does.
And there it is.
There it is.
It also says to long-time girlfriend. So
long time.
That's the words they use in this article.
How far back was them? I know time flies, but the massage parlor episode, that ain't been that long ago, has it?
As you get older, time goes faster.
It
Greg.
does.
Yeah,
it does.
maybe that's it.
4 years ago,
It
maybe
does.
3, 4.
Yeah, he sounded about
You know what?
It was pre-pandemic.
Has Robert? Does he have children and all that?
I'm sure he does. Because it'd be like, you remember when what's her name married that like 90-something-year-old guy and thought she in there. His son showed up and said, "Not so fast, my friend."
Who? Anna Nicole?
Yeah, Anna Nicole.
Those wedding pictures are horrific.
Good
dude was in a wheelchair.
He didn't even know where he was.
But is he grinning like a possum or what?
He was.
Oh my goodness.
Actually,
let's see,
did
he's
look
got
like
four children, Rick.
Okay. All right. So
this is just,
there it is. Look here,
Oh,
Rex.
right.
Look here.
Good.
Now, at least Robert, you got to give Robert Kraft credit. At least it's not one of these.
no, Robert Kraft is still standing on both his feet and all that.
That man's barely alive.
Look, good for him.
Yep. There you go. And there you go.
All right, then.
All right. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You know,
or she's looking at you.
I'm not around many cows. Period.
Well, we used to feed the cows. We used to feed them some corn and stuff down at Lenore Farms, and they would tell me the 2 or 3 to watch out. Hey, this one right here, watch it. Hey, follow her.
Well, I don't think they're known to be dangerous unless you're in a confined area.
Well, yeah, but
they can lean up on you like they did here.
Yeah, and I agree with that. But
I don't
in some
think
cases,
it probably wasn't an aggressive attack.
In some cases, though, if you get too close to some of them, they just have that kind of aggressive personality, even though they don't seem that way. Most aren't. Most aren't.
They don't want you in their space.
Yeah, most aren't. But this here is just terrible. You just turned on him, huh?
Yeah, that's a bad deal. In Georgia too.
What's that mean?
Well, I mean it's close by, and a lot of good farmers there in Georgia. Well, look,
if it was out on the West Coast, we wouldn't care.
No, if it was in Romania somewhere, I wouldn't feel as bad. I guess. I mean, that makes me a bad person.
But
be
honest about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I give you that. I give you that.
I mean, most Georgia farmers, you feel like they know what they're doing. You know?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you don't think of a cow getting after somebody. Now, if you fall in a pig pen with a sow, look out. We all know that could be bad.
Oh yeah. That's
you
not
don't
good
want
at
that.
all.
No,
No,
you
not
don't.
at all.
No, you
Not at
don't.
all.
You see those stories all the time.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's
Bad.
sad. Georgia farmer killed Wednesday when a cow he was attempting to move turned on him.
We don't have enough details.
Well,
Attempting
but
to move,
like you're saying, ultimately turned against him instead of maybe I'm saying turn on him. Maybe, but I mean, it obviously made some kind of movement and it.
Well,
got
they'll
him.
stumble around a little
factual.
bit. I mean, they're several hundred pounds. It wouldn't take much. It'd be like a Jeep pinning you against the wall.
This
or a truck. Greg's had that happen.
Well, I was gonna mention that. He had a truck that he thought was in park, and it kind of started rolling on him, and he got pinned up against something, and it messed him up a little bit. I'm not laughing. But this
you
here,
laugh when it's Greg. That's
right,
fine.
right.
We don't know that.
Just hearing him tell it is precious, but I guess that would cause the massive chest trauma. You're right. If it just kind of pressed up on him and moved. Boy,
tough deal.
Yeah, it is. So there you go. But yeah, I had. We used to always go out, and kids loved it. Hey, it's time to go feed the cows. Who wants to go? We'd get in the back of the pickup truck, go out, and we'd throw some corn out and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And there was one or two that most of them aren't aggressive. And in this case, it's not like the farmer was charged, but and you do have to, if you get in the middle of them, you got to watch yourself because they'll just move around, throw those hips around a little bit.
Well, they're just so big. I mean, they don't mean to. You know how a dog sometimes will knock a toddler over?
Yeah.
And the dog didn't mean to. Well, I mean, you do have a cow, if it bumps you into something and
right.
stands there, it could. I mean, that's a big accident waiting to happen.
It is. It is.
All right. So as we said earlier, we're for the next few weeks we're going to have everybody combing through this JFK stuff, and we're just going to get. Well, it is. I am interested in it. I'll admit it. But this is one I have never. This is one I have never heard before. I mean, this is totally, and this is probably why they didn't let all this stuff out earlier. According to this is all mailonline.com story. It says according to the treasure trove of information that has been released, an FBI informant claims that a Dallas police officer, J.D. Tibbet, was the real JFK assassin, not Lee Harvey Oswald.
What?
Now, J.D. Tibbet is the one who stopped Oswald to ask, they were doing a check after that, trying to account for everybody. Oswald split the scene, and Tibbet's caught him, pulled him over, and was trying to get papers and find out where he'd been, and Oswald shot him. They just pulled up a revolver, shot him, and went on. Well, according to this informant, and the paperwork was in all this stuff that came out, they said that Tibbet was actually the assassin. Now, that's a strange twist. Have anybody heard that one before?
I have not.
Now, according to this informant, it says a local informant in Dallas said that a week before the assassination, Tibbet, who was allegedly head of the anti-communist John Birch Society, and a third party who they believe was Oswald, met in Jack Ruby's nightclub in Dallas. Now, there's a twist on the story. I don't know how you put that one together.
So
that's some of that paperwork that made it in the box, but nobody really took serious.
So according to this, he pulls him over. Oswald shoots him.
No, that's what we think happened.
Right,
in real life. Yeah.
But according to this, how did he get shot? I mean, was it some kind of struggle, or was he? I mean, he got shot, right? But we don't know. Do we know it was for sure? It was Oswald that shot him.
Yeah. That's why he was picked up to begin with.
Correct. Right. But I'm just trying to figure out if this theory here or this story. I
hate to fuel these things, but what they possibly could be saying is they were in on it together, and Oswald turned on him, or Tibbet said, "I don't like what happened," or "I'm going to set the," and he says, "Oh no, you're not," and he shot him. That's what they're going to say happened. They were somehow tied together, and there's no honor among thieves.
Right.
Somebody starts to turn, they might get waxed. I don't know. But isn't that weird?
Oh, yeah, it's
and,
very
oh,
weird.
Speedy, there's a dozen of them out today.
Well,
It's just
there is.
one story after another. These Russian communications that were intercepted by the U.S.
Dang Russia again.
Where I told you earlier they thought that they were going to get blamed for it and it was going to start World War III, and they went on high alert. They, in one set of communiques, they thought that Johnson was responsible, and another group thought the Dallas Police Department was involved. Isn't that funny? Strange. Stranger things. Did anybody stay up and see that last night?
No, it's out. I did not.
It's not like the whole season. They didn't dump the whole season last night.
6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us as we get ready to grind out another hour together. We look forward to chatting with you at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we'll find out what's on your mind, too. But we start a brand new hour, a new edition of Rick and Bubba University. The podcast was published on Saturday on the YouTube channel or the podcast archives. Catch our conversation with Charles Billingsley. It's out and available to you today. Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge today, benefiting bicycles for kids or bikes for kids at all participating Buffalo Wild Wings locations. 10% of food sales goes to this great organization. So, Bubba, we know that Herschel Walker had the big debate.
Oh, boy.
Was it over the weekend?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, and he is running for the Senate seat, right?
Yeah, it's a close race there in Georgia, but he's been trailing the pastor Warnock there just by a point or two, but it's still pretty close.
Yep.
But this was, I think, their first and only debate. Right?
When I hear the pastors, and I'm using that word loosely, some of his theology, I kind of tilt my head. But anyway, he and Herschel, they had, is this their first debate they've ever had? Or?
I think so.
And and there's people saying that Herschel actually did better than Warnock did in the debate.
Now, who's saying this?
That's Speedy.
Okay, well, let's see.
I'll have an article right in front of you about it.
Well, I mean, you handed me the article. Right,
I'm reading the article.
But
It's
you
not
were the
me.
first person to say it to me. You were like,
well,
hey.
I mean, I watched the clips that we're about to see here, and then I read the stories that we have.
I'd like to make a recommendation.
But I didn't personally see the whole thing.
During his political career, however long it may be, okay, whenever we play a clip of Herschel in a speech, in a debate, whatever, we have to immediately play a clip of him running the football. That would be
Is that going to be tough? Well, you really need almost a video instant replay for that. But,
I know what you mean.
Is there any way we could play games with the editing and him actually run the ball, run over Warnock?
That would be great.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, with all this video editing capability now, we ought to be able to do that.
Okay, all right.
What if Herschel asked him, you think you can stop me at the 5?
And to Speedy's point, I think the Washington Post called it a tie between the two,
which is a win for her.
Right,
absolutely,
right, exactly. So
absolutely,
if they were to say that, then that tells you a lot. But here's Speedy sent this.
Well, first of all, he talked about standing up. You didn't stand up to Chuck Schumer when you could have got a helicopter company here of almost $1 billion. You let it go to New York. You didn't stand up then. You didn't stand up to Biden when he left American people and had 13 military soldiers killed in Afghanistan. You didn't stand up then. So what we can do is, Putin is a bully. And the way you beat a bully, you show strength. Well, Senator Warnock say he stood up. He not stood up to Biden. If he was standing up, he wouldn't have voted with him 96% of the time, which gave us an open border, which gave us high inflation, which gave us crime in the streets. And he talking about standing up. He didn't stand up. He have laid down every time it came around, and you know that, Senator.
It is evident that he has a point.
Wow!
Whoa! Hey, wait a minute.
Well, let's hear the rest
Well,
of that.
that's it.
I don't think we had it.
Yeah, somebody edited that.
Well, you know what? I mean, does this help a little bit, Helmsy?
Hi, this is Larry Munson, the voice of the dogs, and you're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
That's close enough.
Yeah, right. That helps.
That helps.
You really choked on a grape.
That hit you right, didn't it?
Have you got him describing Herschel running?
don't.
God, that's a
Don't
good
go
clip.
there.
So, what did anybody else see that? How did that all play out?
Well, when you heard that,
Speedy
I mean,
says runaway.
I mean, one question doesn't make
Speedy's
the
claiming
debate.
victory
but
for Herschel.
well,
if the Washington Times is calling it a draw, then that is a big Herschel.
Speedy scrammed hobnail boot.
Speedy said Warnock might as well have been Bill Bates.
Have we got more here?
Yes.
Okay, we got more. Let's hear it.
He told me Black Lives Matter. And if you think about it, Senator, in Atlanta, Georgia, there's more black baby that is aborted than anything. So if Black Lives Matter, why are you not protecting those babies? And instead of aborting those babies, why are you not baptizing those babies?
Amen.
Oh, wow.
As a pastor, how can you be on that wrong side of that as a pastor? Huh?
Hi, this is Larry Munson, the voice of the dogs, and you're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Every
Some
time.
words need an
Every
S.
time.
Some words require an S on the end of them.
Greg, don't be like
Just
that.
saying.
Don't be like this bunch ain't got no. We got nothing to say
Yeah,
to
right.
anybody.
We need to nitpick somebody.
Anybody. We got nothing to say.
You got any more, Adler? I'd like to hear a little more.
Let me tell you what we should never comment on misspeaks. No, but we do because we're just that way. It's still funny.
What about when Herschel pulls his badge out? You got that?
Greg,
Have y'all seen that one?
No, I don't have
He
that.
got scolded by the moderator for using the prop.
That's not available on the internet. Nobody has that. It's not anywhere.
Anywhere.
Here's some running. Here's some Herschel Walker.
Okay, good.
There you go.
It has some rap
Look at that. Look at that. There you
Right
go.
here.
Hey, take that, Warnock.
34.
There you go, Warnock.
Warnock, I got something for you.
There you go. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, right there.
That's who I'm voting for right
That's
there.
me too. I'm
Over
right
the
there.
top and stays on his feet.
That's one of my favorites.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Isn't it, Adler?
Look, here's Warnock right here trying to stop him.
And cut.
And
Bad decision. Bad decision.
Yeah, there we go.
Well, I hope a lot.
And I'll
Of,
give it to the kid from Carter Corner.
I hope a lot of Georgia voters got to look at that and make their own mind up.
Well, look, here it's easy.
And think, what are we looking at?
But no, it's really not complicated because it's real easy. If for nothing else, just go out and vote against Warnock.
Yeah.
I mean,
Are you better off than you
That's the
were
only
2
chance
years
you
ago?
got.
That's all I
I'll
want
be
to know.
honest.
he's a vote, Greg.
That's the only chance you got.
Herschel can make the right vote.
This end, they say he did so good. He's actually going to be the captain on the next trip to the space station.
Right.
He's going up. He's going to lead the
Well,
charge.
I tell you what, I know the demos have really tore up about October or January the 6th. They won't have to worry about anybody running Herschel out of there.
That's right.
Greg, they
Herschel
said
called him out on a couple of things when it came to donations from his church, and also he went into the fact that he's not a politician. Not that he has to tell us that, but we have those two clips. Too.
Let's see them.
I don't know which one we
Lord,
want.
because he won't answer that about evicting the people from the church. And I told him I'll pay their salary. You're evicting them right now during these hard times.
We have not evicted. We have not evicted those
I didn't write the article.
Herschel's going to pay
I
the
didn't write
rent.
the article. And most of the people out there steal my time.
I'm okay with the discussion if you start talking over each other. We have not evicted the tenants.
Senator.
And he should take that money and pay it back to the veterans that he exploited while pretending to run
that too. And see, you can tell that he's not desperate, because if he had read in that thing, he would have saw that I had nothing to do with that. But he is so desperate right now, and he really wants that seat. He's now telling you, I didn't evict anyone. It is written in the paper. I didn't do this. Well, Senator, you did. And it's okay to speak the truth. Do not bear false witness, Senator. Do not bear false witness.
Mr. Walker, to keep this.
Hi, this is Larry Munson, the voice
Hear
of
the
the
moderator
dogs, and
getting on
you're
to it.
listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
I'm feeling better about that Georgia race right now, aren't you?
Too.
Huh?
I'm
Come on, big dog.
I'm with it.
Oh, God.
Hi.
Okay. I got Helmsy down.
It's on in me, too. Just keep it up. Let's see another clip just so we can hear
Doesn't
that.
it feel good to hear Munson's God rest his
I
soul?
wish Munson was the moderator.
I
That would
wish-
be a shock to
I wish
everybody.
Munson was
I wanna give
actually
it back to
live and
Herschel.
running for
I'd
the
rather
spot.
hear him doing a commercial endorsing her.
All right, wait a
For
minute.
those of you who are
Give it back
concerned
to
about,
Herschel.
voting for me, a non-politician, I want you to think about the damage politicians like Joe Biden and Raphael have done to this country. I want you to think about Raphael Warnock, what he said today. And I said he was going to try to give you some smooth talk and tell you what's happening. What's happening is this country is hurting. What's happening is we need leaders. So what I want to say to you, Senator Warnock, is I want to thank you. I want to thank you for this. But at the same time, I want to say Georgia needs leaders. They need leaders that's going to stand up for them. So let's think about if we give Senator Warnock 6 more years, think of what this country will become. I'm not sure if we can make up for that.
Gentlemen,
So I
thank
said,
you. Hi, this is Larry Munson, the voice of the dogs, and you're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Anybody can figure out what he was thanking him for?
Well,
It was an opportunity. There was a big deal where they weren't even going to be able to debate.
Just the opportunity for the debate. He
Is that
should
what
have
it
said
was?
that, but
If I was Warnock and I had to lead, I don't think I'd ever debated him.
And then then Herschel pulled out a badge and he was like, "You're under arrest."
All right. Paw Patrol. I've been forced to give you a ticket, so get with it. All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Folks in Dalton.
I always say that's
The
how
whole
that's how
thing?
Netflix works.
Yeah,
Bubba.
9 episodes.
I thought they might just do it one
There
at a
will
time.
be people that will binge watch. There are people that have already binge watched every bit of it right now.
Yeah.
I know Scad Rose said if she hadn't had to come to work, she would.
Oh, yeah, she was all about it.
I'm not.
The
I
first
can't get
episode
into
was
it.
pretty good.
I'm not-
I enjoyed that. It ended a little weird.
Do you talk about the first season?
Yeah, the first
Okay.
season. I'm sorry. What did I
Yeah.
say? Episode?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
First
you know what I
season.
meant.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't know if you. I thought you had watched the first episode of the second season.
No, I haven't. But we got into the first season of it and watched every episode. Now, I don't know about that whirl they went into the tree and, the insulation was floating everywhere. I don't know what that was all about. But,
Well, Stranger Things.
yeah, it is. But a great name. I'll give you that.
There's those Crab family. Jason Crab through the fire. A classic. Bubba, how are you? Hope you had a good
I'm
weekend.
great. I'm great. Had a very busy and active weekend. How about you guys?
You talk about active. It didn't stop. My weekend just stopped last night at bedtime. So, and another week ahead. We got much to do. I guess we need to talk about what we're going to be doing Thursday, don't we?
Well, there's a lot going on in the world, and we'll cover a lot of that today. But we do have a big announcement. It's quite an honor that something we'll get to do this week.
All right, Speedy, we are clear on this.
Yeah.
We're clear to announce because I know at one time we were tap the brakes there.
Yeah.
R&B. We have like a lot of shows around the country have been invited to the White House Thursday. We'll have to record it because it's going to be in the afternoon. To record interviews and be set up on Radio Row in the east wing of the White House. And there'll be different people out of the Trump administration that'll be doing interviews. I don't see on here whether the president or vice president are guaranteed. Of course, we'll try to do our best to see if we can make that happen. But definitely different members of the administration are going to do interviews.
Several cabinet members.
And we'll be talking about the tax reform thing coming up, right?
Yeah,
Yes,
I
yes,
think
the
that's
tax
the main
reform.
thing. But
Yep.
if you're at the White House, you never know who might walk through. I mean, I hate to use this comparison, but it's the Regions Pro-Am on steroids. Okay,
Yeah.
You just never know what you're going to see.
Right. We have opportunities to be there, but for you, the audience, whether you give a rip about tax reform and the administration, there's members of the show going to the White House and back, and that alone should be enough to garner some sort of story. So that'll be coming up. We'll do it Thursday. I don't know whether we'll have anything ready to go on Friday's show. We might, but if not, definitely the following week. May have something to go by Friday.
We'll try to record in a way that will be ready to go.
Right.
We'll try.
Yeah. So if we get into something, we'll definitely tell those stories on Friday, and then hopefully have a few interviews from us being there.
I've never been to Washington, so and that a lot of people find that as a surprise, and it's something that I'm kind of aggravated at myself about. So this will be good that we can make that initial joint. Now it's kind of strange. Your first trip, you go on the White House, but
well, it is.
Yeah, you're going big, aren't
and
you?
it's also going to be like the only time I've been able to go, which same thing people were surprised was not too long ago, because my wife's been, at least 3 times I think, but with the kids and all this. But the way that worked out, we were never able to go, and the family has never just gone as the family. But it's going to be very similar. I was there, and I saw some things, but I wasn't there very long. I was in and back out, and it's going to be that again. The last time I went, all I saw was the Capitol, and this time I guess I'll get to see the White House.
Yeah,
So
that'll be neat.
So it'll take me 2 trips to see 2 places.
Yeah, I'd like to go back and tour and see everything, but obviously this won't be the trip because we gotta zip in and zip out. It was kind of funny as I started telling the family about it over the weekend. And they, my daughter and my son immediately went, well, what time are we leaving?
Right,
and
yeah.
I said, no, this is a working trip.
I had the same
you
thing,
don't
yeah.
get to, there'll be no tourist on this trip.
Yeah.
Much to their dismay.
Yeah, Big Love wanted to go because I think he wants to get into politics at some point or something, and he's very interested in policy and the government.
Yeah, is there a college in D.C. he's fired up about? Or
Well, he
something?
went.
Caitlin was telling me
This
about?
past summer, he went to a conference at George Mason University. Okay. Walter E. Williams.
Yeah.
University, and they sent in some stuff. It is 21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. So
I'm declaring Herschel the winner.
I
of that
think he
debate.
won the debate.
What
There's
I
no
saw.
doubt about it.
What
no
I
doubt
saw,
about
he
it.
won.
Right. So there you go. And to me, if you're in Georgia, it's an easy vote. You certainly don't want Warnock to continue to represent you. All right.
He's been there 2 years. The point Herschel was making, and you see the damage that's been done. If you reelect him, he's got 6.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? Just like the Fed today is announcing its 3rd consecutive 75 basis points rate hike. That's 3/4 of a point
Here
for
we
the
go.
most part.
Here we go.
They once again have raised interest rates by 75 basis points on Wednesday. This marked the 3rd consecutive increase and the 5th rate hike this year. The move comes as the Fed continues to fight high inflation, which hit 8.3% annually, that's year to year, in August. This was a slight improvement from July, but still remains near the 40-year high set earlier this year and is much higher than the central bank's preferred 2% annual average. 2 is the goal, and we're at 8.2. So that means you're going to get that. December, you're going to get another one, and it's going to keep going. So congratulations, all of you that are paying interest on stuff that floats. That's going to be fun.
That's going to be a dandy.
Get ready for a nice long winter.
There you go.
Are you better off than you were 2 years ago?
Got to laughing really hard thinking about Larry Munson if he was alive being the moderator of it. That tickled me all the way to the bathroom and back. Let's give it back to Herschel.
Herschel, what is your comment?
Herschel, hunker down on that one, what Warnock said.
Hunker down, Silver Bridges. Lindsay Scott's in the audience.
Herschel, I know you're making a great point. The stupid clock. You remember when Larry get mad at the clock?
Yes.
I mean, we're moving the ball, but the stupid clock.
That's so good.
There was none better. He was
just no
announcer
time.
number 1 to me.
I love announcers that are just homers, man, and they get so
he would just,
frustrated.
He would just
man.
lament.
Yes.
Speedy, there's just no time. And I remember you just like, you were at a time that they were getting, there was one game I was listening, this is when they'd fallen off and they were getting drilled. He was like, they're just pushing us around. I mean, they're in there trying, but they're just getting pushed around.
It's just so true.
I know, he's just being a fan.
Yeah.
It's not like we're not trying.
He's just talking it out loud.
Yeah. They're just moving us around.
No, I miss
The
hearing
Silver
it.
Bridge is just running over
But
us.
we're trying, he said.
But we're trying so hard. But there's no time.
Stupid clock.
Stupid clock. Hurry, Buck.
Yeah.
But I loved it. Wasn't there nobody better. I think he's in the class by himself.
I do too. I do
It's
too.
good stuff.
So I thought, is Jonah Hill the actor, if he's going to portray John Daly?
Has he got to gain his weight back?
Because all I've heard is Jonah Hill doesn't want to hear about being fat anymore. He didn't want to be asked about it.
Yeah.
And he's lost.
He'd gain it, lose it, gain it. I don't know where he's at the moment.
If he's gonna be John Daly, won't they ask you to put weight back on?
You're gonna have to.
Daly's not lean.
No, Rick.
I know you can use a fat suit. Would Jonah Hill use a fat suit?
Fat suit, probably.
Do you think? Have y'all seen the weight?
Jonah Hill,
you know
I
what?
don't think he's got to wear a fat suit.
He looks a lot like him, doesn't he?
He does.
Just overall presentation.
Acts a lot like him.
Yeah. He's gonna be playing John Daly.
Suey pig.
You know how you guys see somebody that's bald and you're like, oh, look, Speedy, there you are.
Yeah.
People with long beards, they also get called that because they're in the long beard club.
Yeah, ZZ Top.
Yeah. So if he has a long beard and can work with that hair, he'd probably pull it off.
I tell you, if you look at John Daly right now, I know that you're right. Everybody who has a gray beard, they call him Santa, but John Daly really looks like Santa.
He does.
But is this movie going to be about his life or what? I mean,
whatever. What's a biopic? That's Adler's. That's your area. What does that mean? Is this like somebody writing a biography? We're going to do a movie that's.
I thought that meant you had 2 tumors that need to be taken out.
Well, that's a good point. What does that
mean?
Yeah, I think that's right. So just a movie about his life, biography, picture.
Hey,
as far as I know,
Dramatizing the life of a particular person.
Is that what it is? So it's like somebody writing a biography. It's just the movie version of that, right?
That's it.
So can
Helmsy and Adler weighing in on it.
So is this going to be
an amazing thing?
Is this going to be an off the course movie?
You've got to have golf in it.
Well, can he swing it?
I'm sure he can act.
Jonah.
Well,
they'll get somebody to work with
swing.
They'll get somebody to work with him.
Yeah. Hey,
John Daly swing.
You think Will Smith could swing a golf club before he was in Bagger Vance?
Well, I don't know. He's probably athletic.
You think he could box?
Probably can.
When he played Muhammad Ali?
He's a pretty athletic guy.
But he had to have
He
training.
could probably pull it off. But John Daly swing? You seen it?
Yeah.
Muhammad Ali's boxing ability?
Yeah, but we're talking
Is
about
this
two
gonna
different
be where
people.
they-
Y'all talking about Will Smith.
where they use real footage when it shows that.
Yeah, they'll
and then-
probably cut to it. They can do some good editing.
Mm-hmm.
Or use,
Speedy's mad about it.
I don't know. Why can't you have some
Y'all got
confidence in
Jonah Hill being Will Smith.
Well,
for
you
some
got
reason.
but you can name a Kevin Costner at baseball. Look at he caught, he pitched, he did all these things. It's because of the training. They're actors.
I think I started with a question. Can he?
The technology can fix that. What was that we were looking at where they put somebody's face on somebody and you couldn't tell the difference?
No.
What was the name of it?
They'll take Jonah's face and put it on John Daly.
What's his name? Was a really good quarterback in The Replacements. What's his name?
Oh, there's Jonah on the list.
Keanu Reeves.
See how much he looks
Well, I
like
was
him?
wanting y'all to give me his name.
Johnny
in the movie.
Utah.
Johnny
No,
Utah.
that was from Point Break.
By the way, I have those. I have those shorts.
Yeah.
What's his name?
So Adler, that's Jonah Hill on the right.
Yes.
All right. Yeah, he does look a lot like.
wow.
He does. He really favors it.
Can I tell you something? I am shocked at the weight that Brandon Fraser's put on for this big fat movie he's doing. Man, Greg, this is right up your alley. He's going to pay one of these 700-pound guys.
I'm sorry.
He didn't get up to 700 pounds.
Yeah, that's like.
But have you seen how much he's put on it?
Yes. The old fat neck.
Well, that can't be good for you.
I was watching Father Stew, Mark Wahlberg.
Saw it.
And he gained like 30 pounds, but this character was, I guess that was just to make because that was not really his. When he was in the bathroom with no shirt on.
Right.
There's no way he could get to that shape. But he must have gained, he said he ate 11.
Quite a bit.
11,000 calories a day, something like that. To gain.
Excuse me.
Wow.
You followed me
But that
around.
part of that had to be a fat suit too.
Oh, yeah.
Bubba, I heard
Shane
that.
Falco.
Shane Falco, that's it. Johnny Utah in Point Break.
What are y'all talking about?
They're
Keanu Reeves quarterback.
Okay.
His character.
Okay.
Keanu's not a quarterback, but he looked like one. I mean, proper training.
Well, Speedy, for some reason, thinks Jonah Hill can't do it.
Robert Redford is Roy Hobbs.
Yeah.
I'm just asking. I just don't know. I guess he plays golf, or they'll go to somebody else.
I guess you think he can't be trained enough to look like he can handle a golf club.
Here's one. Y'all ain't going to know this. Now, man made this up. All right. Anthony Michael Hall in 61 played Whitey Ford. Whitey Ford's a left-hander. Anthony Michael Hall was right-hander. They mirror reversed it when they filmed it so he would be left-handed.
There you go.
Really?
Laugh at that.
I've never seen that movie.
You ain't never seen 61? Yes, you have.
Any count?
Rick Burgess.
Roger Maris and Mickey Mantle. You have not seen that.
I don't think I have.
You would love this movie.
Rick, don't even bring it up.
I don't think I've seen it.
You would
Rick,
love it.
61.
Okay, well, I didn't know.
You're gonna
I
have
didn't
to
know it was out there. I'll go watch
Barry
it.
Pepper plays Roger Maris.
I don't think I've ever seen it.
You're gonna have to leave, Rick.
I'm really
It's a little early, but you gotta
shocked
go.
that you haven't seen that.
I don't think I have.
Quick,
That's
go
a
to break.
fantastic baseball movie.
I have not seen that
Go to
movie.
break.
You have something to do this afternoon or tomorrow.
Rick, I don't know
my
what
friend.
you're thinking.
I didn't know.
Serious business.
I didn't know.
I'm sorry, Rick.
I love movies like
It's
that.
about when they were in the home run chase.
Well, Greg, I know what
It'll
it's
make
about.
what happened over the last month mean more to you.
No wonder it didn't mean anything to me.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I want him to apply, but I don't know that he's is interested enough to go to college there. But he really likes and is intrigued with the world of journalism. You know, like being involved in news and that.
Well,
kind of stuff.
is there any of that in Washington now?
No. That was matter of fact the paper he wrote that got him accepted to that conference. You had to like apply for it. He wrote a paper that says just because we have the technology to get news out quicker, we still have the responsibility to get it right.
Yeah, that's right.
You know,
that's right.
And so anyway, we'll come back. We'll jump into the weekend. We got some items on the show today. A lot went on over the weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, somebody said that Bruce Maxwell got arrested. Is that true? Man, how many times did you get that story?
Well, I don't know, 250 emails on it. But,
Yeah,
I
that's
heard
good.
a little bit about it.
Well, and if you're the waiter in Huntsville, I think all you say today is, well, I told you so. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big is the number. All right, so where do we begin? Obviously, we can go back and talk about the weekend. We had a lot going on this past weekend, and had a great time going back to Jacksonville State University on Saturday. It was homecoming. Sadly, if those of you who do not know this, Jacksonville State University is in Alabama. That's Jacksonville, Alabama, and their 1AA program. And, of course, we were going back. Our dad coached there for 12 years, and back when it was Division II in the Gulf South Conference. And it was the 25th anniversary of the 92 national championship team, but also recognizing an era where there was a group of players and coaches that went on a 5-year run there, 89 to 92, where they won 56 ball games, 3 conference championships outright, and then 3 trips to the national championship game, including back-to-back trips where they lost it in 91 and came back and won it in 92 against the same team.
Yep.
So they were recognizing that era, and we were able to go back as a family. Those that could, some had some conflicts with either work or but the ones that could get there got there, and it was great. It was. I hate the weather was so bad.
I know.
It turned out really not to be as bad a weather as forecasted.
Oh, but the predictions were dire.
Yeah, they weren't mild. The predictions were it was going to pour rain the entire day, and you know everybody get the ark out and animals 2 by 2, and sadly it turned out not to be that. So people who did not come to all the game really did not come for no reason because it never rained during the game. It was actually just cloudy and a pretty good day for football, meaning it was kind of brisk and a break from the heat. But for us as a family, it was a wonderful day because I think it's one of those things where if you get a chance, if you have a dad that has been involved in so many people's lives, as Greg and I and my sister, our father, who we think the world of and very proud of. There's something about being able to sit down, which they set it up where we would all go to the field house, the family, and meet there about an hour before kickoff. And the players from 92 and some of the others that were sprinkled in that 5-year run that he played multiple years for him, all put together videos talking about what he meant to them in their lives and what they're doing now and how he and those coaches had impacted them. And of course, they had a lot of fun with some of his favorite sayings. And, Greg, I'm telling you,
funny.
There were some sayings that the players brought up that I don't recall.
Oh, I know.
I thought I knew all of his sayings.
Yeah, he had some new ones.
He had some. The one about the wagon. Have you ever heard that one?
He never used the empty wagon on me.
Yeah, I'd never heard empty wagon. I don't know if he developed that when he got into college.
Probably.
Yeah.
And but he was talking about when you're playing a team that's very mouthy, and his thing, he said, I've often noticed. He said, you know what I've noticed about an empty wagon? It rattles loud as as a place that has fire and eternal damnation. He said, well, those empty wagons rattle really loud, but they're just empty wagons.
There's two or three sayings like that. One of them has to do with barrels. It was in the news like last week. An empty barrel makes more noise than one that's full.
So anyway,
but
the rest of
awesome.
the video was very moving. Bubba, I know you're wondering whether I welled up or not. I think I did it for just a second at least, but it was extremely moving. And
I couldn't tell because it was still just a little drizzle. I couldn't tell which it was.
It was I'm telling you, it was. Well, you talking about fighting that was emotional, and to watch those players. My wife was talking about how glad she was, for the grandkids to see that, because a lot of the grandkids either weren't here or they were so little, that they don't remember him as a coach. And to watch, I started thinking about any coach or anyone who gets put in a place of authority over other people, especially young men or. Somebody said. Sweet as Tupelo honey. 35 minutes past the hour. She's an angel. As we make our way back, HelloFresh.com has been teaming up with the program now for a couple of years. And HelloFresh.com/Bubba is just a better way to do meal planning. The grocery shopping is done. The meal planning is done. It comes to you however you want it to come every week. They'll even send it to a location if you're gone for vacation for a week. Let them know where you are. They'll send it there, too, so you can continue to do it if you want to. And then, of course, every single meal you pick comes to you in its own bag with the ingredients and the recipe. All you do is prepare it, and here we go. They have all kinds of brunches, too, that have a great lot of fall flavors you're going to love right now. Dessert boards, all kinds of stuff for tailgating. You can look at that, too. You need to check out their new limited-time Harvest Dinner Series. Boy, you're going to love this. Easy to follow video as well if you need that to help you prepare these meals. So go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba right now. We are going to save you 65% off, plus get you free shipping by using the promo code Bubba, so you want to do that. So go to HelloFresh.com. 25% cheaper than grocery store shopping. Sign up today, HelloFresh.com/Bubba, now more than ever. 65% off with the promo code Bubba, and get your family back around that table with delicious food made easy from HelloFresh.com. All right, so Bubba, we had a game over the weekend, too, involving Jacksonville State University. We have a lot of ties there, and they took the game to Huntsville.
Yeah, and Toyota Field up there,
where?
Home of the
What
minor league Rocket City Trash Pass.
What field was that?
Toyota.
Okay.
For the 50th meeting between these two teams. By the way.
Okay. And so they decided to play it there. And UNA has moved up to 1AA now. Is that correct?
FCS, yes.
FCS. Well, I still call it 1AA.
Yeah.
And Jacksonville State is moving to Division I. But they're in the probation time right now.
And they'll be in Conference USA, I guess, next year.
Yeah, next season.
Next season. Yeah. So this used to be a really huge rivalry when they were both in the Go South Conference. But they've brought it back a couple of years ago, right? Started playing each other again.
Yeah. I hope they keep playing. It's always a good game.
They should. So they took. Is this just like a? They wanted to put it at some sort of neutral site or something.
Yes, right there. They in Madison, Huntsville area. They had it, but you could only go one. There. You could only go one way. That was the big story.
The field was big enough, but you're required to have 10 yards between the end of the end zone and before the bleachers start, and they could not get that distance in on one end. So both teams went the same direction. Now, if you scooped, a fumble or interception or something, you could run the other way and score. But when you had the ball, they flipped you around the other way.
It looks like both of them went that way a lot.
Yeah.
You had a seat down that way. You were entertained.
Jacksonville State held off its longtime rival, 47-31. before a crowd of over 10,000. So the first time the football game had been played in a multi-use facility.
So right there, you could run the other way
Right.
on that fumble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now they just take the ball and spot it on the other end. Okay.
How about Jack State's having a pretty good year? I mean, they had a couple of rough seasons, but with a first-year coach too, you know that's usually a little transition. But 6-1 so far, that's pretty good.
Yeah. Well, Jacksonville State was playing for the national championship in 1AA. What, 3 seasons ago?
Yeah.
Was that right? I can't remember how many it was, but. So the program had a good run at the they had built back up, and were playing for championships at 1AA, and then decided they would move up. So but that probation period is tough. So them sitting there at 6-1 because you're only playing people that are willing to play you. Nobody has to.
Yeah,
which is a terrible feeling. I remember we had to go through that too, and it was not a lot of fun because the only people want to play you are people think they can beat you.
Yeah,
so so you can put together quite a difficult schedule.
You can,
but so
it was and it was quite a shootout offensively. So the fans, I think, probably enjoyed that. Jack State finished up with 511 yards of total offense, while the Lions had 448 yards. So
there you go.
It reflected the score. A lot of scoring.
It's funny. You those of us with older kids, how they go through a period of time where they're young and they think it's cool to be around the show, and then they get to the cool stages and they're embarrassed of the show, and then they get in their 20s or a little older, and then they kind of embrace and respect what you do. Kind of think it's intriguing or whatever. My youngest one, Reese, has gone through those stages. I call it the high school years where they're embarrassed, because they'll get to school and the teachers will say something. They're like, oh, they've been talking about me again.
Oh, yeah.
They don't like it. Well, now he's out working, and he and his buddies are listening. They listen at work now. And so he's like, so now I get, hey, Dad, give us a shout out. We're working.
Oh, yeah.
And so now we're going into that. So Will, Jesse, Reese, hello, what's up? They're working.
So there you go.
But it's kind of funny to see the transition between, I know, Helmsy, with yours, they're in the cool stages. So they don't really, with the girls,
Maddie,
maybe.
for sure.
Yeah. But, I mean, they're what I'm saying.
Too cool.
Yeah, too cool to, don't talk about me.
Yeah.
But those of us that have kids that are grown
Maddie still
now,
loves it.
Okay, see, that's perfect.
She's 10.
Yeah.
She still loves it.
Yeah.
Braden, Caroline's like, don't be talking about it.
Yeah, I would normally get a text about probably third period at high school when they were in high school. Hey, did you talk about me?
Yeah.
What happened?
So on this topic, tell me where this falls on this topic.
All right.
So this is Sunday, and my Brody is 21, so that's in that transitional age.
Right.
So he, because of the way they lay out the singles ministry, the young adults that are out of not doing college, but they're still want to meet. They do that during the second service. Okay, so Brody always goes to the first service at our church. He does go where we go and used to work there. So Sherry and I with some other people teach a class at the time he's in worship. Okay. So I'm sitting there, and all of a sudden I get this text at 10:23 a.m., meaning we're about to wrap up in Sunday school and go to church where he's already been.
Yeah.
So I get this text: you got a shout out in the sermon today. Thought it was unnecessary personally. So where does that fall? Is that
that's all they're talking about, Dad again.
You're right. Yeah,
that's what that's about.
Yeah, is that where's that in the transition?
Boy, I don't know.
Right.
It's funny.
That's funny though.
Braden's doing this new thing with me, and I think it's a good thing. I think this is a good thing. Okay, but he will send me text messages on, "Hey, I hope y'all going to discuss this," and it'll be like a link to something, and it's usually sports related.
Yeah.
Okay. But that's his new thing he's doing.
Oh, he's contributing.
He's trying to be a contributor to the show.
Yeah, I get some of the. I got this when Brody started working. You may got this from Reese, and Bubba, you may be getting this from yours. Well, of course, if they're they can hear it anyway. They wherever they are now.
Yeah.
And hey, now that I'm out there, I'm hearing the show a lot more now. Okay, all right, you got some kind of feedback.
Yeah,
you know,
right.
And he'll go into something we did, whatever, and but that was funny.
That, and I have a couple that are listening more now, and they bring up things like they're new, and we've been doing them for 20 years.
Yeah.
Hey man, when'd y'all start that? The Wheel of Meat. You don't know when we started the Wheel of Meat.
Yeah, right.
No, man, what y'all spin it? What know? It's like, buddy, we've been doing that.
Oh yeah.
But it's just funny to see the transition between all that. Normally it was, what are you talking about now? It's, a little bit more intrigued.
Oh, yeah. Brody and I have conversations about literally the bed music and how I'm using the drops.
Yeah, right.
I mean, that he's really he's really into that now. By the way, I heard you post that one the other day. That was smooth. Thanks, Brady. Yeah.
Your approval.
Yeah. And he'll comment on Adler, too.
Really?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. Watch it.
Look, all the elements. He's an element guy. That's what he and Adler do, similar things for a living. We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
For women, when you invest in them at a young part of their age, and those people become so influential on you, and you think about 30 years worth of coaching, that's a lot of people.
Yeah.
and then that goes into, generation after generation, and it's an incredible responsibility. And it was good. It was great to have Dad sit and watch that with his wife and his kids and a lot of his grandkids. It was very moving, very special.
Yeah, those guys that put that together.
Yeah,
I mean, they did a lot of hard work. And
that was
Eric Powell, and he had reached out to us, and talking about what they were going to do, and boy, they really pulled it off.
They did such a good job putting it all together. And
did y'all get a copy of it?
Yeah, they're going to send us all a copy.
Okay.
Yeah.
He said there's some that they didn't even. We haven't seen all of them. He said there's even more.
Yeah, because there were so many players. What we saw was about an hour? No, maybe not that long. 45 minutes, something like that. Yeah, I guess it was about 40 minutes because Dad had to go out and flip the coin.
Yeah,
which that was fun. He kept saying he was going to cheat for Jack State. he was wanting to make sure they got the toss, and I said, Dad, I don't think there's no way to cheat on the toss. But
wait a minute, we had an overtime game they did one time.
Yeah,
Steelers.
There is that.
Heads.
Yeah, but anyway,
the Steelers call tails.
Yeah, but it was good to be back, and we had a lot of fun, and then of course coaches, the two coaches that had been with him the longest. I'm talking about from high school on. Coach Houston and Coach Maniscalco came back, and their wives that were here. Of course, Coach Houston's wife has gone on to heaven, but his kids were there, and the Maniscalcos were there, and it was a very special day. It really was, and glad we could be part of it. And the hospitality from Jacksonville State was incredible. And Greg Seitz just could not be more kind to our family, and so helpful, and just it was just great. It was a lot of fun.
I bet game days are something for him. A lot of running around today.
Right now.
Wow.
Well, it was, how, I think about even, from a spiritual realm sometimes when we think we don't have because we don't ask. Greg and I just got to thinking about, we were trying to figure out how we're supposed to do everything we're supposed to do, and it was spread out all over the campus. This is back before they canceled everything because of the rain. Mm-hmm. It really got down to all we had was the game. But there were a lot of things that we're supposed to do, and, of course, where we're supposed to be is the field house.
Right.
And so I'm talking about just like the day before, Greg and I had been to a funeral, and we were talking, and I'm like, well, this is typical of my mother and father to not ask for anything.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they go so far of, I don't want anybody to think we think we're something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And, I mean, they go so far with it. And I'm like, Mom, I'm sure that Greg Sykes will –
Think we can get a parking pass?
Has y'all a place to park. Well, I don't know what we're going to do. I guess we'll go over there, and then we got supposed to go back to the field house. I guess we'll just walk. You're not going to walk. You're not going to walk from one end of the university over to the other, and all that. So I just simply call him.
Yeah,
he's like, yeah. He said, y'all can park right in front of the field house. And I'm like, well, my mom and dad, I know, have not asked you about that.
Yeah.
And he goes, well, no, I've been talking about that. And I said, look, just let me handle this.
Yeah.
And so then we finally ended getting all that done. So it was good. So funny to hear all the different stories and everybody talking about the fear too factor with him when they played for him and all that, and some of the things he told them, and then the thing that I've always thought was great about him as a leader is, and they all confirm that, yes, he's hard on you because he demands it to be done the way he wants it done, but he's also just as enthusiastic about encouraging.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm talking about you you were built up as much as you were tore down. You were only tore down when you needed to be. You needed to be humble. But you were also built up when you did it right. He wasn't one of these people that I can't stand that all you ever hear from is when it's wrong.
Yeah.
And if it's right, you don't hear anything.
Right.
You know? So he definitely wasn't that kind of coach at all. So it was a big day. Thanks to everybody at Jacksonville State University, all the former players, the Burgess boys. Very kind what you guys did. Very classy and made for a great day. .com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Well, the lines are open, all 10 of them, and there should be a ton of stuff for you to talk about. 866 We Be Big is the number, and you can chat with us now. Blazing Silverman is taking your phone calls, and he is ready. 866 We Be Big. You make the move now. You will get in. You will get in. But don't call us, child. We'll call you. Things that you need to know as you're calling. We talked about it. We launched about a week ago. Tickets on sale now to the first ever Man Church Conference coming February 24th and 25th, Oxford, Alabama, our hometown, where Greg and I grew up, and a great location. You can be there. If you are wondering what your men's group, hey, when we do something together, that'd be a great idea. Grab your group tickets. They are reserved. We'll see you there. And Rich Wingo will be speaking that weekend. So will Andy Blanks. I'll be speaking. Also, we'll have a number of people that'll be coming in to help with the new resources that will be available, that we'll be launching in 2023. And if you are one of our churches that are doing any of the strategy, it'd be a great trip for you to come. We'll also get you a discount for you and your men to go and have some fellowship together there at Big Time Entertainment sometime during the weekend, probably after we end on Saturday around lunch. Be a great way to hang out before y'all headed back. If you haven't got your tickets now, they are moving quickly, and those tickets are reserved, and they will cost more after we come back from Christmas. So go ahead and get those done now and get that put to bed by going to themanchurch.com or rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. John's in Nashville. Here we go, John, watching us on YouTube. John, you got 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Well, first off, I'll get going on my call. Your intern there, he can't ever get my name right. My name is Road Trip John. He must be a Auburn fan. It's spelled ROADTRIP.
Yeah, sometimes I will call you John because I don't want to do the nickname thing because sometimes I will skip it just because I don't want to say it.
And it's hard to hear in there.
Yeah,
Keep
it
that
is.
in mind too.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the phones are so good now.
I'm so tired of UT fans living up here in Middle.
Well, there you go. Wow.
Probably shouldn't have wasted so much of that 30 seconds. Let's go to Brian. Brian, 30 seconds. Go ahead, buddy.
Happy Monday, gentlemen. And I'm just wondering, the star linebacker for Alabama, Henry To'oTo'o, from everything a good person and a great player, I wonder if even once yesterday it crossed his mind, should I have really used that transfer portal to go from Tennessee to Alabama? Just curious. Y'all have a good one.
It ain't like Tennessee blew them out, that they're just so much greater than Alabama.
Yeah, I know that's things like fans say, but I doubt very seriously he's regretted the career he's already had there and still has ahead of him.
Yeah.
Go to Jake in State Farm. Jake, go ahead. Welcome to the program. 30 seconds. Go.
Hey, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, I've noticed trends, and one of the things that gets me is how people waste their time on the phone troll.
number one, don't start off with this new trend by saying, "Hey, can you hear me?" Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead. Have you noticed there's a lot more people that open up now with, "Hey, can you hear me?"
Yeah, I think we've lost confidence in the quality of the phones on both ends, so I can understand that. But you're right; it's not a wise use of time.
Yes, and I've noticed if you don't.
That's good.
Neither is pointing out.
I wanted to give a timeout, but I thought that would happen.
When they ask if we can hear them, I really want you to go, hello.
Hello.
No. I guess they're not there. Hello.
Justin, Huntsville, 100.3 The River.
Hey, guys, y'all can hear me all right?
You actually sound fantastic.
Yeah, pretty good.
Hey, listen. I listen a lot to the Nate Bargatze podcast. I know you guys have talked about him as a comedian. He's a clean comic. He's great, and I think your audiences really cross over. He would be a great guest for a podcast in the future.
What's the name again?
Nate Bargatze.
Oh yeah.
We've actually tried to have him on.
We've tried to have him on.
Oh,
Yeah,
from Tennessee.
Love Nate.
Any from
Tennessee kid.
Yeah.
Funny.
He is funny.
Randy, go ahead. Still in Huntsville, 100.3 The River.
Hey, Biggins, how y'all?
Good.
We're dandy.
Good.
Hey, I grew up in the 80s like you guys did. I had a question with some friends of mine over the weekend. What was your guys' top 80s cologne? We had Pierre Cardin,
Jovan Musk.
Blue Water, and somebody threw in hot karate.
Jovan Musk, by far and away.
Brute 33. You remember that?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think Jovan Musk was the most popular one.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But I remember Brute 33. I never wore cologne, so I didn't have
Brute 33.
Let's go to Benji out of Martin, Tennessee. Benji, go ahead.
Rick and Bubba, I just want to thank y'all for the best radio show out there. I just want to say go Vols. It's the first time in my lifetime I get to call y'all and brag on Vols beating Alabama. Love y'all to death. Y'all have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Got a great football team, man. You guys looked really, really good all season. Jeremy in Louisiana. Jeremy, go ahead.
Jeremy.
Hey, guys, appreciate your show. God bless you.
Thank you.
Hey, have you guys ever seen in the Bible how some people will write down marriages and deaths and that kind of thing in the information section?
Yes.
I stumbled on the Bible the other day in a church I was preaching in South Alabama, and then under death, there was nothing else written in the Bible. It had Dale Earnhardt Sr.'s death, Elvis's death, and Bear Bryant. I just want to tell you that's the new Holy Trinity in Alabama.
That's good.
Yeah, the family Bibles, that was pretty standard to record a lot of things in
funny.
it.
Absolutely.
Or important to your family, I guess.
Let's go to Michael in Kentucky. Michael, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, man, I was going to tell y'all the real reason Alabama lost was about this time Friday morning. You guys, the music comes on. It wasn't the stadium or the penalties. The music comes on, and Rick says, Bubba, you think Tennessee's got anything for Alabama? And then he said, no. And then you said, I don't think Tennessee. You went around the horn, and whenever the music stopped, I just stared at the windshield, and I said, well, that's it.
The mojo. Staring out the windshield.
He said they've done it.
That's it.
That's it. I love it. I picture him staring out the windshield.
Yeah.
Well, that'll do it. There they go.
There it is.
Bad luck slep rocks.
Great prediction again.
You don't want us to pull it for your team, I'm telling you. Eric in Columbus, Mississippi. Eric, go ahead.
What's up, Biggins?
Hey, buddy.
I wanted to ask Greg how he feels now that they're giving Muppets the COVID vaccine.
That's puppet human interaction at its finest.
I tell you, with all the vaccine has not accomplished, maybe it can keep a Muppet from getting COVID. I bet it can.
I bet it can.
That's probably the only person it can. Let's go to Dylan. Dylan, welcome to the program. Go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, how are y'all doing this morning?
Good.
Good. I was just calling in to talk about Toa and about his feelings about the transfer portal. First of all, he's the only one that knows the answer to that question. But at the same time, Tennessee hasn't made the playoffs, and Toa got this chance to make college football playoffs. So I don't know if you would say that he necessarily regretted this decision or not.
We're acting like Alabama season's over. They're going to get a shot at them. I can promise you that.
I got a feeling transferring to probably one of the best programs in the country, you really don't regret it, especially when you start from day one when you get there. It's worked out pretty good for them.
Still got to beat Georgia to even play them again.
Yeah.
He might regret not changing that last name more. I don't know.
Wesley, Alabama. Go ahead. It's hard to say.
I mean, I just want to appreciate everything y'all do for us. And for the man church, our church we started too long ago was the study of Elijah, and it's really like helped my life a whole lot.
Thank you.
I mean, what you're doing and what you've done a whole lot. I'm a lot of good. So I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you, man. Thank you very much. And I hope the whole team heard that. I'll pass it along. But that's a great encouragement. We'll wrap it up and say goodbye. And for a lot of you, we're wrapping up today. But we have enjoyed it. But the week has just begun, so we got a lot of time to spend together for the rest of the week. If you got more Rick and Bubba the way you're consuming the content today, enjoy it. If you want to find out all the different ways to get the Rick and Bubba show either live or on your own time, just go to Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Thanks for supporting the Rick and Bubba show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.